chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayan with Yahweh Shai up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who are we? Israel! That who are we? Israel! Can't hear you!
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.
I said, who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power. Yeah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom!
We're here at IHBK, Norfolk, Virginia, right? 2016 Granby Street, and this is a Shabbat morning class. So definitely, as you know, a lot of information comes out. You know, I know brothers and sisters are trying to log in and things of that nature. And, you know, so we're definitely gonna get the morning intro prayer started. So, you ready? Yes, sir. You ready, Ariel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Ready to log in. Alright, so, Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahasham Yahushai,
Bahasham Yahushai,
Kahawa'ah,
Kahawa'ah,
Latalanawa,
Lalanawa,
Awar,
Awar,
Zayawam,
Zayawam,
Tawada,
the water,
Aman.
Aman. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You can read that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahasham Yahushai,
Bahasham Yahushai,
Kahawa'ah,
Kahawa'ah,
Latalanawa,
Lalanawa,
Rayah,
Rayah,
Neyachacha,
Neyachacha,
Tawada,
the water,
Aman.
Aman. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet savors represent our prayers going up to the Most High. You can read that in Psalms chapter 141, verse 1 and 2.
Imagine we'll put your hand in Yerushalayim, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh, Bahasham Yahushai, Kahawa'ah, Latalanawa, Hashabbat, Bashalom, Tawada, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
And this is Psalms 121 in the Hebrew. It says, Anashah, Ayim Yah, Haharyam, Na'ayah, Yabu'ah, Isaiah, Yabu'ah, my Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yonatan, Lamawat, Regoya, Yala'ah, Larum, Shashamor, Yasha'ah, Yahweh, Shemoyah, Yahweh, Tazoyah, Al, Yemimyad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayarum, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashimoyah, Makol, Rai, Yashimor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimor,
Hawalakia, Wawaaya, Ma'aitan, Wa'ai, Iwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hill from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad. Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad. Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad.
That's Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one power.
And you can read that in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4.
Abanaw, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'ah, Watazayaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natalanoa, Lacham, Kol, Yoram, Wasalachnawa, Kabawatnawa, Kasalachnawa, Kabawat Yinawa, Walaa, Tabinawa, Banasayawan, Abo, Hawashaynawa, Mayan, Rad, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahata Paharat, La'aiwalamya. Amen.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. This is the Ten Commandments. Number 1. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achar, Alpunya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'aisha, Laka, Paso, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3. La'ah, Talakwa'ah, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Wa, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazah.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ainah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Tachman, Kol, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshua, which means you see.
You gotta go, man. So, call up the first reading. Rachab.
Rakha war, Shabbat Shah, God, Bun Yasha Allah.
Rakha war, God, you got a cookie.
Rakha war, Shabbat Shah, God, Bun Yasha Allah.
Rakha war, Shabbat Shah, God, Ban Yasra. Live Israel, imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Brakathum.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
Remember that. Just seeing it. Yeah. So we're gonna start the reading at Genesis chapter 31 so the first reader is gonna read from Genesis 31 Genesis chapter 31, verse 1 through 25. So the reading's gonna start at Genesis chapter 31, verses 1 through 25 for the first reading. Yeah.
This is the time. Come.
Everybody there?
Genesis chapter 31, verse 1. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob have taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's hath he gotten all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before. And the Most High said unto Jacob, Return unto the land of thy fathers, and to thy kindred, and I will be with thee. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah into the field unto his flock. And he said unto them, I see your father's countenance, that is not toward me as before. But the power of my father have been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father hath deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times. But the Most High suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus.
Right, so Jacob is basically getting ready to leave. And Laban's getting tight. He's getting upset about that. Because he knows where his blessings was coming from. He knew who was taking care of him. You know, and when you really look at that even just now, you see how Esau's acting. Just look at it in that retrospect sense, because that's kind of how they're acting right now. They're getting frantic, right? Doing weird things and trying to really like upset Jake and really make us tight about things little things. They trying to hit the cops being extra, right? They turning up. They getting videos of like random cops just talking about doing destructive things, like literally killing black folks. Or doing some sort of type of purge, so they're getting upset that, they don't even know why they're getting upset. The average white man doesn't know, or Edomite, or nation. Right. But obviously the educated ones, the ones at the higher echelons, they know what's going on. But the average one, they getting upset. They don't realize why. That the Most High is getting ready to set us apart from this entire world. So and that's upsetting to them, and they see that it's a lot more conscious. Like black folks are getting a little bit more conscious, and in their own way, getting health conscious, getting business conscious, whatever it might be. But then there's also a lot of Israelites, just waking up, and then that's getting more on a mass level, and that's upsetting. And we kind of see the same kind of thing with Laban. It's upsetting because he's seen the way he was getting blessed. That person starting to detach from him. So his spirit is changing with Jacob, and that's kind of like the same thing that's going on right now with just Esau. They kind of like they get more intense, more disrespectful, right? They had all the things to say with Kyrie, but now the Jerry Jones thing is happening. They don't have nothing to say. But it's because so many Israelites is waking up, and it's like oh, they're actually getting to the root of it, right? And they're looking at us like they're upset. They don't want us to go nowhere because they know where their money comes from. he knows where his money comes from. Laban knows where his money is coming from, his income. Right? He's only getting blessed because of Jacob.
Because of Jacob.
Right. So now that because he's upset, he's doing what? He's doing the bitter move.
Right.
Right? And that's what the Most High wants us to watch out with from within ourselves, because that's what a lot of times what we picked up from Esau. We picked up the traits of how to be bitter. Instead of how to be forgiving, we learn how to be bitter. And that's why it's so key that with us coming into the knowledge, right? We gotta really be like just self-reflecting. You have to literally be self-reflecting, and I know because I thought it says it a lot, but it's true. You have to literally like write down your demons, the things that your weaknesses, and you gotta kind of track your steps to make sure that you're conscious of yourself, because those same demons, is gonna be the same thing that's gonna try to pull you away.
Right.
But those same demons are the things that we learn from Esau.
Right.
How to be bitter, right? How to be malicious, how to be what's the word? It's a P word, petty, right? So we learn all these different things from Esau. Hold a grudge, right? And he feels some type of way about a brother, right? And this guy, not knowing, he's doing what the Lord wants him to do. Jacob's just doing his job. He's doing exactly what the Lord wants him to do. But he's getting upset with Jacob. It's like right now, Esau's getting upset with us. They get mad at Kyrie for just posting a picture. He didn't say anything about the video. He didn't even give an idea. But they getting upset with him about it. So this is kind of like the setting of what's happening with Laban. He's getting upset because Jacob's getting ready to leave. And the Most High is like, your time's up. Right? He already been dealing like wrong with Jacob. So it's like, what are you really upset with? The brother's been patient with you. The brother's been giving you time. So like, what do you really have to be upset with him? He gave you 14 years of his life when he was supposed to only give you 7. Right? And in that time, he never complained about your wrongdoings. Right? He never complained about the evil that that was done to him. He never complained about himself getting tricked. Right? When you tricked him in the middle of the night to lay with the other daughter, not the one that he wanted, but he dealt with it, he buried it. He bared that burden. You see that? And he didn't allow it to affect his spirit to where now his perspective with the Father is not in the right place. You see that? And go to Galatians 6 and 4. You know, because this scripture was pulled yesterday and just made me think about this scenario. Because when you come into the knowledge, when you come into the truth, you got to understand there's a lot of things that you don't understand. There's a lot of experiences that you're going to have that you're not going to fully comprehend in that moment. And what the Most High is training you, me, every brother and sister to do is what we didn't want to do in the world, which is forgive. Try and understand somebody's perspective outside of your own. Why? It's so that you can get to this point. Read that.
Galatians chapter 6 and verse 4. But let every man prove his own work.
Oh, that's not the one. We definitely want to do that though. That's not the one though. Is it 5 and 4? What did it say? Bear you?
6 and 5.
6 and 5? Bear you wanna?
Bear you one of the numbers? Yeah, 62.
62?
62.
Verse 2.
Okay. Yeah, read that one.
Galatians chapter 6 and verse 2. Bear ye one another's burdens.
Mm.
And so
Well, read verse 1. Matter of fact, read verse 1.
Verse 1. Brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, restore such an one in the spirit of meekness.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at Jacob, what mentality he was in. Because this is the whole point of the Most High putting that story in the Bible, so that you can see how somebody dealt, and how somebody dealt in a situation when they was abused, misused, tricked, deceived, right? Dealt wrongfully with, right? Unfair. This is what we read right here is basically unfair treatment, right? And the Most High is like, he's showing Jacob how to be strong. Oh, man. Somebody at the door. But the Most High is trying to get you to understand how to go through these situations without allowing your mind to be tainted. He's making you strong. The Most High is trying to make us strong, but it takes you understanding that if a brother offends you, or if you can feel like you're offended by a brother, right? This is the mindset you're supposed to be in. Read that again from the top.
Brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, which ye, which are spiritual, restore such an one in the spirit of meekness.
Well, just talk to him. Talk to him. Right? Communicate about it. Come to an understanding. Find a solution. See, that's what's going to determine if you really want to serve the Most High, and if you really believe in the Bible, if you really believe in the Father. Because if you do, you're going to talk to him. You're going to try to come to an understanding. You're going to try to resolve the situation, right? And compromise. You know, I was talking about yesterday in class in a relationship sense with husband and wife. But you and the brother, y'all compromise. In what sense? Understanding where you did wrong, where he did wrong, where he could have done better, where he could have been more clear, where I could have been more understanding, and then what? We talk about it and have a solution. Because as we're going to read on the story, they came to different. I think you already read it though, but they was coming up with different solutions. He came up when he talked to LeBron about these different scenarios, and solutions were made. Right? I think you already read that. Right, and he came with a solution instead of allowing those negative spirits to jump on him. Right, that was the restoration process. Him actually talking to LeBron and figuring it out.
That's coming up.
Oh, that's coming up. Oh, she hasn't jumped there.
Yeah, that's coming up. Jumping.
Oh, I thought he said. I thought y'all had to read that already.
One.
Well, he said we're gonna get there and read it. We don't want to jump. I thought y'all had got that. That's why it's kind of re-explained it. I thought I re-explained it, but kind of. But read on.
Considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted.
Yeah, and that's what Jacob was doing. He was looking at himself and be like, damn, I could easily fall into that situation if I let go of the Spirit of the Most High. Right? So let me consider this person. And then his family. His family, and then when y'all really think about it, right? Even though nobody in here is like a blood relative in the sense of like brother, in the sense of like we came out of the same womb. Right? When you really look at it, from the root of it, we come from the same womb, right? Taking it all the way back, so we are family. So we should want to forgive one another, understand one another, work out things with one another, and not just let it affect us, because the whole point of us coming together is to what?
Grow in unity.
Right? That's the fruit of it that helps us get to a certain point. But it's the salvation. The unity helps us get to the salvation. And us working through the actual issue is what the Most High is looking at. He's like, do these brothers really want to work on the issue? Or do they want to stay in the emotional? Are you lost in the emotional content, or do you want to work on it? You see that? And read on.
Bear ye one another's burden.
Because you got to get to that point. That's the point we got to get to. To bear ye one another's burden. And think about the responsibility Jacob was going to have. He was going to birth the nation, the chosen people of God, right? That's a lot to bear. That's a lot to bear. He got to make sure he's able to handle the stresses of dealing with children that was going to raise the chosen seed. His son Levi, he had to make sure he's on point. His son Reuben, he had to make sure he's on point. He got to make sure all these people on top of his ribs, on top of everything that he had going on around him, right? Whatever businesses and cattle and things of that nature that he had doing, he had to make sure all that was intact. But the Most High had to prove him to make sure he was going to be able to bear the burdens. And that's what everybody in here is going through. Can we bear the burden? Right? Whatever you're dealing with in your life right now, the Most High is using that as an instance for you to make you look at yourself and be like, can you bear that burden? You say you want to serve me, you fall on your knees and you pray, and you're like, Father, I love you. Right? I want to serve you. I want to be a minister. I want to help my people. Well, if you want to help my people, can you bear the burden? Because the people is going to complain. The people are going to get angry. Right? You're going to get angry. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to make mistakes. Are you going to get back up? Right? Are you going to get back up from that mistake? Because I need you to be able to bear another person's burden. Right? In the spirit of Yahushua. Right? Because that's the only thing that allows us to be able to bear that burden. You see that? What else to say?
And so fulfill the law of Hamashiach.
Yeah. And that's how you fulfill that law. That what? Love your neighbor as yourself. Because this is the spirit that we don't want. Go to Ecclesiasticus 10:6. Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 6.
Done. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 6.
But all y'all understand it so far, right?
Done.
What do y'all gather just from this part of the conversation, right? Right?
Basically, being able to understand and to understand the responsibility of what it comes with being a teacher, a priest, one who teaches, one who guides, right? Got to be one that moves in the spirit of meekness, right? And the power of Yahushua, one that provides that counsel in the spirit of Yahushua.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to be mindful of the way we move and interact our thoughts, that our thoughts are of the Most High. We got to be mindful of how we deal with one another, not quick to stir up strife, not quick to disagree, not quick to like I said, a soft answer turn away wrath. We got to consider these things that the Most High has called us to walk in, right? In the spirit of how Jacob moved, right? Was in the same spirit of how Isaac moved. Was in the same spirit of how Abraham moved, right? He was considered to give the best option away first, right? He considered not himself first. They considered not themselves first.
Right.
They considered the ways of the Most High whenever they thought about what was happening to them in that present moment. Just like Abraham, when Lot and his servants and their animals were interacting and they were taking up the land, Abraham gave Lot the ability to choose where he wanted to go first. And then Abraham said, I would choose the other. Right? That's the way they dealt. That's the way Isaac dealt. That's the way Jacob is dealing.
Right.
As he was taught by his father. You know, and that's the way that the Most High want us to move and want us to consider. If we're coming into this truth and we're saying that we want to be teachers, if we say that we want to teach Israel, well, if we want to heal the wounds, heal the sick of Israel, right? These are the things we got to consider. That we got to bear one another's burden. That we got to consider these things because we're going to be tested with these trials of people who are sick, people who don't understand,
right,
people who can't get it right there,
right?
And we got to be compassionate,
right?
And we got to be long suffering, right? And we can't be quickly easily angered, right? And then sin, right? Because he said, "Be angry, sin not," right? So he wants us to understand that we're going to be angry, we're going to get angry, and he purposed us to be angry, but he don't want us to sin. He don't want us to neglect our responsibility of what we agreed with. He wants us to be fully aware, fully understanding of what it is that we are saying that we're going to do.
Right. Make sure you understand that duty.
Yes.
That responsibility that you took up. And we'll go ahead and read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 6.
Everybody there? Go ahead.
Bear not hatred
Read it again.
Bear not hatred to thy neighbor for every wrong.
And that's the spirit that he don't want you to take hold of. He doesn't want that spirit to take hold of you to where you bear that hatred towards your neighbor for every wrong. And he was making sure that he was building Jacob up to that point where he's able to withstand the wiles of the devil. Like it says in Ephesians. He's making sure that you're able to bear another person's burden. Right? He's making sure that he's able to deal with things. Think about it. His last son, right? Benjamin, his son Joseph, he thought he died, right? But think about that time period before him thinking he died. He had to still deal with his other children with love. He couldn't just get into the somber mode. Obviously, he didn't know what happened. He thought that he just died.
Right.
It wasn't like they did something wrong. Right? But him still not going into that mind of just being somber and angry and short with the rest of the kids, right? Short with his rib. Because that's what that spirit of just that hate and that you having a feeling towards your neighbor, that's what it can breed. It can breed to where you don't want to deal with nobody. You don't want to deal with anything. You're reluctant, right? You're reluctant to deal with your children. So now when you talk to your kids and you're correcting your kids, it's not out of the spirit of love. When you're correcting your rib, it's not out of the spirit of love, right? When you correct a brother, it's not out of the spirit of love. And like I said in the first verse, right, the Galatians, restoring such in the spirit of meekness. Now you're not restoring nobody in the spirit of meekness because there's the hate there. And these two things can't collide. These two things can't go together. Hate and meekness can't go together. One's going to take over the other, right? Because if you're not making room for the spirit of love, then what's going to take you? Hate. Because the Most High, you can't serve two masters. And the Most High is trying to make sure this spirit is not in Jacob. Right? He's trying to make sure that spirit is not in Jacob or takes hold of him. So he had to deal with what he had to deal with when dealing with LeBron. And that's what the Most High is trying to deal with us. Because that's the point of the stories, right? For us to gain some sort of lesson, or for us to gain a spiritual lesson on how we can apply what they applied in the spirit of the Most High. And now we got to apply it in our lives. Which is what? Don't bear hatred. Don't be so easily offended. Right? Don't get so easily frustrated. Like, think about it. Everybody's, you're what? Human. Humans trying to learn how to tap into the spirit of the what? The Creator. And as you, on that journey, on that path, you might slip up. You might say something wrong. You might offend somebody a little bit. Or somebody might offend you. But that person, or you, who's offended, right, can't just what? Bear hatred for your every wrong.
Right.
Read.
Do nothing at all by the injurious practice.
Right, from a malicious point. Like, don't do anything from a malicious point. Because then no good's going to come from that. No good result. Like, you and your mind, because think about it, right? You in your house, because everybody's when you deal with brother, you're a leader of you lead something. Right? Even if you're not on the podium, you're teaching, you don't have rank. You lead your house. Right? Your ribs, she's leading the kids. Right? She's an elder sister, she's leading the sisters, right? Somebody's guiding something at whatever level that they're at. But if you have that little hatred or that grain of like disdain or reluctancy, right? Because of an experience that you had to go through, that you didn't take the correct way, then you're going to do things by injurious practice. And let's look at the word. Let's look at the word injurious. Let's look up the word injurious, because that's a lot of the things that, when we deal with, let's just deal with the reality. These are a lot of the things that plague our communities. This is why you see cats get, shot, right? This is what leads cats to do what? Whoremonger, right? Because you're like, damn, she broke my heart, so now I'm going to just mess around with every chick and just deal with her how I was dealt with. And then vice versa, a woman, she goes to do what? Because she got dealt with, she got her heart broken by her first love. She do what? She started just ramping around with different dudes, and she got a damn roster, right? Because of what? Her heart was broken, right? Somebody, you got bullied in school, right? Now you're a cop. Now you're abusing the power. You dealing with your people like how Esau dealt with them, right? You got neglected at home. Now you deal with your kids the way your parents dealt with you. Right? I didn't get the love, so I'm not going to reciprocate the love. So you render evil for evil. And what's the definition?
That's the Oxford definition. Causing or likely to cause damage or harm.
You see that? So your mind that becomes your instinct. That becomes your natural reaction. That becomes your natural behavior and thought process. Now you're doing things to hurt. Now you're doing things out of like the intent, like I'm going to do you wrong. I'm going to find a way to do you wrong. Right? Injurious. And it says wrongful. Hurtful to the rights of another. Right? Hurtful to the person or health. So you hurt somebody. Right? And that's what? Hurt people. So now you operating in the spirit of hurt. Because think about it. Jacob could have did what he did. Jacob could have dealt with somebody how LeBron dealt with him. Because he was hurt. The spirit of hurt could have made him deal with brothers and sisters how he got dealt with. And that's today though, right? your boss made you mad, then you bring that spirit of anger that your boss may jump on, that you allowed to jump on you, and you bring it around here with brothers and sisters. Right? Your rib got you mad at home, right? Because he ain't respecting you. Now you come over here with brothers, and you start dealing with that same, you start acting with them, with that spirit. You see that? So the Most High is trying us to make sure that we don't do things from a wrong spirit, from the wrong with the wrong intention. You see that? So, but yeah, I just wanted to highlight that though real quick. So we're going to jump back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 31, verse 8. If he said thus, the speckle shall be thy wages, then all the cattle bear speckle. And if he said thus, the ring straight shall be thy height, then bear all the cattle ring straight. Thus the Most High hath taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. And it came to pass, at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up mine eyes, and saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-stricken, speckled, and bristled. And the angel of the Most High spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now thine eyes, and see, all the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-stricken, speckled, and gristled. For I have seen all that Laban doeth unto thee. And I am the Most High of Bethel, where thou anointest the pillar, and where thou vowest a vow unto me. Now arise, get thee out from this land, and return unto the land of thy kindred. And Rachel and Leah.
Right. So basically, the Most High acknowledged him. It's like Jacob actually dealt with it. Right? So the Most High let him know, I'm acknowledging the fact that Laban, he dealt wrong with you. You got one?
I got you.
Okay. Oh, right, too. Okay.
Romans chapter 10 and verse 21, and Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 6. Time. Start at verse 20.
Verse 20?
Yes, sir.
Romans chapter 10 and verse 20. But Esaias is very bold.
Romans chapter 10, or I'm sorry, 12 and verse 20. I'm so sorry.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 20. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink.
So now Laban, obviously he's not an enemy, but the way he's acting, when you change your wages 10 times, a friend wouldn't do that, right? But what did he do? He complied with the needs and the wants of what Laban wanted, right? You wanted this amount of sheep, you want it done like this? Khan, I got you. You want this type of ram? Khan, I got you. Right? Whatever he needs, he gave it to him. Go ahead.
For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head.
Read.
Be not overcome of evil.
But see, here's what the Most High was looking at. When you read in verse, 13? It said, I am the God of Bethel. Verse 11. And the angel of God came unto him in a dream, saying, Jacob. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now thine eyes and see. All the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-speckled, speckled, and gristled. For I have seen all that Laban had doeth unto thee. Right? So if he's watching what Laban did, obviously the Most High is watching what Jacob did, right? And what did he do? Read it again.
Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good.
But that's what Jacob did. He said, I seen your works. So what did the Most High do? Go ahead. Where you at? Hebrews chapter 6 and verse 10.
Hebrews chapter 6, verse 10. For God is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love.
So the spirit that Jacob had in doing this is the part that I don't want to be overlooked. Laban was doing shiesty stuff to Jacob. Huh? But where was his spirit? Where was Jacob's spirit? Whatsoever ye do it wholeheartedly as unto the Lord, and not unto men. Right? Colossians 3:23. This is the spirit that Jacob was moving in towards Laban. Laban, he ain't looking at Laban. He knows, okay, you dealt subtitly with me for the 7 years. Okay, now this 7 years. And now this X amount of years. Right? But he's not looking at that. And so the Most High, he's acknowledging the spirit that's on Jacob in moving and operating these amount of years working for Laban. So he's not to forget his what? You gotta hold your answer. Time.
For Yahweh is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love.
He's not gonna forget your work, your righteous works, and your labor of love. Jacob loved what he was doing because why? He did it wholeheartedly as unto the Lord. That's an attribute he learned from his father, that his father learned from his father. And this is how you find favor in the Most High. Whatever predicament he puts you in, you got to do it wholeheartedly as unto the Lord. You got to continue to the end with the righteous works and the labor of love. You got to love the situation that you're in. If not, the Most High is not going to bless it. You're not going to have that expected end. That was it.
Jump back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 31, verse 14. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion of inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he has sold us, and hath quite devoured also our money.
He's doing his daughters wrong. Shoot, he's doing his family wrong, which is Jacob, and then he's doing his daughters wrong. So he's just losing his mind right now. Right? But look at how Jacob's doing. Calm. He's not letting that negative spirit because the brother has a negative spirit. But you see why it's so important? Because then you'll be in a relationship and you'll let your rib spirit jump on you. And then you'll be dealing with somebody, you'll let that person's negative spirit jump on you. But the Most High is teaching, like he's literally teaching Jacob how not to allow somebody's negative spirit to jump on him. To where now you look at the Most High negative. You see that? And this is like, it sometimes in a inadvertent way. Because you're looking at the man. You're not looking at, okay, I'm getting taught right now by the Most High. Because we don't think about like that every second of the hour of the day, every interaction that you have with a brother or sister or a person, right? It's literally a training moment. The Most High is constantly training us. Like he doesn't think about it. The Most High would be like, okay, I'm gonna wait till 2 o'clock, 2:30 p.m. and I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna train them at 2:30 p.m. You know, it's like the moment you wake up is when training starts, right? Because you're like, okay, is he gonna pray? Okay, what mind he would? I see you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Are you gonna stay in that mind? You gonna let that spirit have control over you? Okay, I see you sleepy. I see that sleepiness got you a little cranky like a baby, right? Okay, you gonna stay cranky? You gonna bring that crankiness to the brothers, to the sisters, right? You gonna bring that crankiness to your wife, to your baby, right? Because everybody's watching, and we pick up habits from one another, and you don't want to feed out a bad habit. Think about it. Jacob had to be strong because he couldn't feed that bad habit to the 12 tribes, right? To his 12 sons. Because his 12 sons was going to feed that to the rest of the kids. Oh, 11, my bad. Right, I'm thinking about Joseph's sons. Right, I'm thinking about Joseph's sons. But he couldn't feed that to his kids, though, his 11 kids. So he had to be careful. And the Most High had to, like meticulously, every second of the hour of the day, just hit him with something to make sure that his spirit stays on point. So it was a trial to just make sure that you're on point, right? And where was that? Was that Peter's fiery trial? 1 Peter 2. First Peter's. Let me see. But y'all see that? Because that's the daily issues in life that we deal with even in this time period. Like just sometimes you just want to you just get upset, and everybody a lot of times you want to stay in your feelings. You want to stay in the mindset that you're in, and you don't want to actually change because you fixed on your way. You fixed on your perspective on life, and you don't want to shift it. Go ahead, read that.
1 Peter chapter 4 and verse 12.
Yeah, right there. Come, go ahead.
Beloved, think it not strange concerning the fiery trial.
You see that? And in our mind, strange things come up in our life that make us upset. And we're like, damn, why she moving like that? Damn, why he said that to me that way? Damn, why did it could even be like somebody you about to go out your driveway, then another car just speeding. You like, damn, why you so fast? The neighborhood, like, why, we all the way in a cul-de-sac. Why you moving so fast? You should be driving slow. Like little things that just pop up just to make you upset. But it's just to what? See where your spirit's at. The Most High is making you self-reflect. See what you actually been working on. Because a lot of times we'll tell ourselves, I'm this type of person. Man, I'm humble. Man, I'm patient. Man, I'm kind. Man, I'm loving. I'm a good brother. I'm a good sister. I'm a loving wife. You'll tell yourself these things, but then the Most High put you in a scenario, right? Then you try to buck up against your husband. You do the opposite of what you said you were, right? You say you're humble, then you do the opposite of what humility is. You act prideful, right? You say I love the Father. Well, the Most High try to make you commit, and then you like, but I don't know. I can't do this. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I got the strength. And then you give yourself excuses. When you start making excuses, you start looking at your excuses, and the Most High is showing you this is the level that you're at. You said this, I presented you with this situation, you didn't operate with what you said that you had. So you came with a resume, told me what you were capable of, I tested you according to what you put on your resume. And then with your you weren't lining up with what your resume said. You failed. But it's because a lot of times you think that what? It's strange.
Or like it says in 1 John 3:18, it says, my little children, well, here, grab that.
1 John 3 verse 18.
Yes, sir.
My little children, let us not love in word.
So the problem is when you put yourself on this, when you put this title on you, when you say, yeah, I'm humble, yeah, I'm this. The scripture's saying, let us not love in word. Don't establish who you are. Did Yahushua do it? No. Did Abraham do it? No. Did Isaac do it? No. It said these men were moved in the fear of the Most High. Yahushua, when it was behooved that he be made like unto his brethren, it said he made himself of no reputation. So we got to stop trying to put this title on ourselves. Go ahead. Neither in tongue, but what?
But in deed.
But in action. Stop talking about it and do something. The problem with Israel is we always bump the gums. We always slap the jaws like, yeah, I'm humble, I'm this, I'm that. Moses, when Miriam and Aaron were mocking him about his rib, right? They were bumping the gums, But then the Most High checked them. Why? Because they're talking, but Moses was moving. You want to make yourself of this great estate, but Moses, he said, Moses is the most meekest man on the earth. Right? Why? Because he was showing it in his actions. We got to stop talking about it. We got to do it. We got to be about it. You can't claim to be humble. And then, why? Because the Most High is going to try you. The words that you speak, they're spirit and life, right? You're bringing that spirit to you. And you're going to be tested by it. That was it.
That's true. And But what you're saying that, it makes me think about, that's why that scripture is, when it says, let another man praise you, it speaks so much volume, because then you'll get stuck thinking you have a certain virtue that you don't even have. You never put yourself in the arena to actually test that if you actually have that virtue. So if you're thinking within yourself that you're this humble person, or I'm this kind person, I'm this charitable person, but then when you actually get put in a situation where you got to be charitable, but not when it's convenient to where you have the emotional feeling at that moment to want to be charitable, right?
Now you got conditions.
Now you got conditions. So now you're finding out that I'm a conditional lover when I thought that I had that unconditional love, right? Which is based off wisdom, right? That unconditional love that's based off of wisdom. Because we don't want to have that worldly unconditional love, where you're not thinking at all, right? You're just in a bliss. We want to have the scriptural unconditional love, right? Where you use wisdom. So just to clear that up. But the Most High tests us though, to see if where we really at. But He's trying to show you where you at, so that you can see, so that you can bear witness, and then be like, and you should be like, man, let me work on it. Let me work on it. Let me change. Right? Let me do something new. Right? Let me humble. Let me listen to a perspective outside of my own. Let me listen to a wisdom outside of my own. Let me listen to some logic outside of my own. But where's that logic? Where's that wisdom? Where's that perspective coming from? The scriptures. That's where it should come from, right? It says counsel with the wise, right? It says let's have a companionship with wise men. Let your communication be always with the wise.
Be thou continually with the godly.
Be thou continually with a godly man, whom thou knowest to sorrow with thee, right? He's going to sorrow with you. He's going to, not in a worldly sense, but he's going to be able to give you the wisdom how to get out the situation. Okay, listen, I went through a lot of situations where I actually had to be humble, right? Certain situations I did wrong, and the Most High checked me. He brought me to this lower state. And this is what I had to do with brothers. This is what I had to do with internally. This is what I had to do with my rib and my family. These are the things that I had to communicate. These are the things that I had to deal with. And He'll be able to help you, right? I got pride. But at the same time, I don't see that. I kind of hear people telling me that I'm prideful, but I don't fully see it, right? Because a wise man will be considerate. A man that fears the Lord will at least consider what somebody's saying about his character or her character, right? And they'll ask, what made you come to that understanding? What made you come to that conclusion? What made you even say that? I want to understand, because I want to make sure I'm not offending you, right? Or I'm not being misinterpreted. And you want to actually get the understanding of, okay, well, dang, yeah, I didn't even notice I moved like that. I didn't even notice I think like that. I didn't know I gave off that type of bravado, right? Because we all come with a spirit, or spirits, right? And we don't recognize it a lot of times, but that's what brothers is there for. That's why we're supposed to be around each other, so that we can understand, and then we help each other work off those spirits. You see that? And where we at? 1 Peter 4:12. Go ahead, read that.
Beloved, think it not strange concerning the fiery trial, which is to try you.
Because it's to try you. It's set up to try you. Do you have like conditional love to where it stops at this point? Now you're trying to make me do this thing, this particular thing right here? I'm not doing that. You're trying to control me, and I'm not trying to be controlled. I just came out of an abusive relationship, right? I just came out of an environment that tried to control me and think and belittle me and talk down on me. When brothers and sisters not even doing that, right? The Most High said, "Cry without spare not," right? And then He said, "Speak gently." But even in the speaking gently, you're still being direct. You're still being honest, right? So, do you not want me to be a brother's keeper? I mean, that's the real thing. You basically telling me not to be a brother, so you basically saying that you hate me because you want me to commit sin. He told me to love my neighbor as myself. Me loving my neighbor as myself is me telling you about you and where you're wrong, where you're off. I don't love you if I don't say anything. Right? I don't love you if I don't stick through thick and thin with you. Right? But that's real brotherly love, though. That's real sisterly love, where you can be honest with somebody about themselves, and you, on reverse, you can take what's being said to you and actually internalize it and say, let me consider what the brother just said, and let me make the necessary change. You see that? Go ahead.
As though some strange thing happened unto you.
You see, as if something strange just happened, like out of nowhere. Aren't we all Bible believers? So if we Bible believers, then why are we taking it strange when something comes up that tests your character? Right? The Most High is working something out of you. But because you're telling yourself in your mind that you're something that you're not, when it comes, how do you receive it? The wrong way. You don't know me. You don't understand me. Who are you? You're 25. What are you going to tell me? I'm this and that years old. Right? You're not my dad. You're not my husband. You're not my rib. Right? Whatever it may be that may make you spark up and be like, you're not this. But the Most High is trying to show you that what? We got to change. That's what he's showing with Laban. Don't think it's strange if I tried. Because Jacob could have even got upset because now both of these women are his ribs. And this man, the father, is dealing wrong with even his ribs. He could have even got upset and dealt out the spirit with that. Because that's what Jake does now, right? He tries to fight. What do you think you're doing with my woman? Why you say with my woman? Right? Trying to do the wrong, use the wrong method. But what did he do? Right? He stayed patient, he applied the spirit. But let's go back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 31, verse 16. For all the riches which the Most High hath taken from our father, that is ours, and your children's. Now then, however, whatsoever the Most High hath said unto thee, do. Then Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives upon camels, and he carried away all his cattle and all his goods which he had gotten, and the cattle of his getting which he had gotten in Padan Aram, for to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan. Oh yeah, right. So now he's going back home. He worked his work beat time, and the Most High gave him his reward. Right? That's at Ecclesiasticus 51:30. You guys just want to write it down. So Ecclesiasticus 51:30. He worked his work beat time. Right? And in his time, he'll give you your reward. The Most High in his time will choose to give you the reward. Because everything works in seasons. The Most High, he puts you in like a, you know, like in Dragon Ball Z, they got the hyperbolic chamber. It feels like you're in there for forever, but it's a short period of time, right? It's really like 2 minutes just passed, right? And that season could feel like forever, but then he's like, I don't understand that analogy.
I get the analogy, man. Yeah.
You like where that one came from?
Yes.
What made you think about that? But it's like, you know, Dragon Ball Z. Everybody can know Dragon Ball Z. You don't?
I mean, I keep hearing about it.
Okay. It's what is considered like an anime? It's considered like an anime. So basically, that's basically what it is. Okay. But it's a scene that happened in the show. But it's you can use it in an analogetic form in life, because you'll go through things in life where it'll feel like this is never going to end, right? You're going through a struggle. Let's say you're dealing with a breakup, and the thought process of you feeling having that heartbreak in that breakup, you feel like that never is going to go away, and it feels like forever. You feel trapped, right? But then that's how it feels when the Most High is training you with a particular demon that he's trying to work out of you. you feel like trapped, like damn, you feel like this is going to be ever, and I'm never going to overcome this battle. But it's on that battle, if you go through it the right way, the Most High trains us in seasons. So you just got to go through that season, and the Most High will what? He'll increase you. Yeah, to where that thing is no longer a battle. Now you've been built up spirit, what's the word I'm looking for? Good habits to get through that battle. So, you get that?
I got it.
Okay, come on. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 19. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian.
You say, like you didn't know what was going on, what he meant by images?
Yes, he stole away the images. Is that what? Is that pictures, portraits?
Yes. The images. You're gonna find out. We're gonna find out later on what the images were.
Okay.
All right.
Done.
Yeah, Rachel stole it. John. Now, mind you, because when you hear Laban keep talking and mentioning to Jacob, he was talking about the Most High, your father. You know what I mean? The one your father followed, right? So he knew about the Most High, but that doesn't necessarily mean,
Right.
you know what I mean? So we'll find out what those images are. Yes, sir.
Verse 20. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, and in that he told him not that he fled.
So in this instance right here, Jacob didn't steal anything himself, but he did steal away the sense that he was just leaving without announcing it. Okay? Go ahead.
So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the third day that Jacob was fled. And he took his brethren with him and pursued after him 7 days' journey. And they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And the Most High came to Laban.
So basically, when Jacob had a head start, so then it took him 7 days to catch up. Yeah, that's how he overtook him.
Yeah.
Okay. Not like overtaking him, like restraint,
Right.
chokehold. No, none of that. Go ahead.
And the Most High came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night.
So now check this out. Read that again.
And the Most High came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night.
This is how you know Jacob was in the right mind state. Jacob obeyed the Most High. What is it? Proverbs 16:7? I grab it. We read it all the time. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 7.
Uh-huh.
When a man's ways please the Lord.
This is the spirit Jacob was rolling in. Why are doors opening for you? Because when a man's ways please the Lord. The Most High came to Jacob in a dream. Hey, I want you to move out and roll out. He said, come. Right? Now you got somebody pursuing you, but he's doing it for his own gain, but you're moving off the spirit of the Most High, right? You're moving with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You're moving with counsel, right? So in doing that, following the Most High's way, go ahead.
He maketh even his enemy to be at peace with him.
So anybody who's opposite of you, when your ways are pleasing the Lord, he makes your enemies at peace with you. So this is the Most High interacting, right? Intercepting Laban. Like, okay, listen, I know you're about to catch up with Jacob, but hold up, wait a minute, slow your roll. This is what I need you to do upon your arrival meeting Jacob. All right, that was it. Go ahead.
And said,
Verse 25.
verse 25. Then Laban overtook Jacob.
Or no, 24, I'm sorry.
From top.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said unto him, take heed that thou speak not to Jacob.
He said, pay attention, right? Let me tell you something right quick. All right, I know what you finna do, but this is what you ain't gonna do. You know what I mean? Pay attention. Yeah. Yeah, right here. Hey, keep it right here. I need you. Eyes. Can you imagine somebody talking to you in your dream? You like, you dreaming about floating and stuff, and then all of a sudden somebody feel like, yeah, drop down. Come here. Pay attention. Yeah, you finna roll somewhere. I need you to do this. You better not say X, Y, and Z, right? That's bruh, come on now. That's scary. He said, you better pay attention when you go and meet Jacob. Go ahead.
Either good or bad.
You better not run off at the mouth. You better not try to put no hands on him either. Get out of pocket. See what's gonna happen. That's the Most High. He gangster. That's beautiful too. But that's why. Why is the Most High so beautiful in doing that for Jacob? Because when a man's ways please the Most High, he walked in the way of his fathers. What way are you walking in? Huh? Go ahead.
Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the mount of Gilead. That's it.
Come. Next read. No.
Oh, Mom? Okay. Thank you.
Miles, Sabbath, Yahweh, Ban, Yashala.
Miles, Sabbath, Yahweh, Ban Yashua, Mid Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh, Shai, Brakatham.
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh, Shai, Brakatham.
Just so we're not confused, who's gonna, I mean,
What, the reader?
yeah.
No. Yeah. The only thing is like at the end, he's gonna be the last. He's got to be the fifth reader. He's got to be the fifth reader. That's the only part of the order that's important. Now but it is to. No, we're not so. No, you figured this? Oh, he's not so. I mean, I'll talk to you about that later. But you're kind of confused me. But yeah, it's no specific order, basically. No specific order. The only thing is to make sure that he is the last reader. That's the only part of the order. But the first reader, we want to make sure the first reader is strong, just to get the momentum going, because everybody's waking up in the morning. So when somebody reads strong, it kind of shocks your mind. Shock therapy, basically. You know, so wakes your mind up. But so you're gonna start at Genesis chapter 31. So this is the second reader. The second reader's reading Genesis 31 and verse 26 through verses 50. So that's the first reader. He's going to Genesis chapter 31. The second reader. Genesis chapter 31. He started at verse 26 and he's reading all the way through to verse 50. Yes, sir.
What we just read from Genesis 31, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what Ariel brought up in the verse of Proverbs 16 and 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't resonate with me, right? Right? I understand what making someone to do, right? I understand that, right? Right? I got sense of the word make, right? I can create something with my hand, right? I can make something. So I understand that. But when I read where Jacob left, he saw the countenance of Laban, right? It says, not towards me as it was before, right? So he expects something was up. He was moving in the spirit. He discerned that. Most I told him to leave. He obeyed. He left, right? He got his house in order. He left. Then Laban got word that Jacob had left, and he gathered his men and pursued him, right? And it said he overtook them, meaning They were almost met up. They were almost on top of him, right? And God, seeing the spirit of Jacob, right, testing him, trying him, proving Jacob, seeing he was in the right spirit, met with LeBron to do what Proverbs 16:7 says. He was making LeBron to be at peace with Jacob.
Right.
Man, that's powerful, man. That's powerful. That's powerful.
Yeah. Go to Hosea 10:12.
Hosea chapter 10 and verse 12.
Just on what you're saying, Aaron. This basically about this give you another scripture on just what you was able to click or pick up. Read.
Sow to yourselves in righteousness.
You see that? So when you give yourself to performing righteous acts and doing them in the right mind, what do you get back?
Reap in mercy.
That's basically what happened. He reaped in mercy because he sowed in righteousness. You see that? So he was able to give, right? He didn't render evil for evil, right? But he did what? But contrariwise blessing, right? And the Most High used him to bless Laban, but Laban didn't do what? He didn't appreciate it. He was in the wrong mind. Then what? The Most High checked him with that dream and be like, you better not. You better not even say a word. Because the Most High looked down at Jacob and was like, whoa, this brother really went through that. He did it with love, did it with patience, he did it with fortitude, mental fortitude, right? Because think about it, he was doing like farmland work, housework, and all these different things for Laban, and this man kicking back like this with his feet up, right? Drinking lemonade on a hot summer day, right? He kicking back, drinking lemonade on a hot summer day while Jacob's putting in that work. Then he Jacob's lit, he's hyped, 7 years, he loved this woman. He like, that 7-year came, 2 more months.
Said it seemed like a week. 7 years seemed like a week.
Because he loved her, right?
God.
And then that year comes. You wake up after that night you thought you lay with the love of your life. And then you wake up and you see, what you doing here? That could just make you turn into a whole whirlwind and mess your whole life up. Right? Especially think about it, he wasn't in a whoremonger, lustful, just trying to bag a chick, right? Type of mentality. He was like, I really want this woman to be my wife. I want her to be by my side. Right? He had a mission. Right? The Most High got him on a mission, and he got to make sure that the woman that's next to him has the right virtues. Right? Has the right spirit. And he like, the woman he was messing with, he wanted her. He wanted her right by his side while he was doing what the Most High wanted him to do. But he sowed in righteousness, so he reaped in mercy. You see that? So I just wanted to show you that one real quick.
Because, what was it? It says, Ecclesiasticus chapter 2 and verse 4. Just go with that. Yes, sir.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 2 and verse 4.
Because he's working for Laban. He's working with Laban for 7 years. Got bamboozled, got to work for 7 more. Got bamboozled, got to do some more, right? So the mind state of Jacob was this. Go ahead.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee.
Wait, there's a condition?
Whatsoever is brought upon thee.
Wait a minute. I did my part 7 years, so now I can get out of the spirit.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee.
Wait, I did 14 years. Hold up, I'm going to get it out of pocket now.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee.
That's whatsoever. Whatsoever is not a link, not a time period. Whatsoever is from the time you're born to the time you die. Whatever the Most High brings upon you, go ahead.
Take cheerfully.
That's how he did. He knew he was cunning and shiesty. When you read in Genesis, the earlier chapter, we might touch on it. Like that's how. Excuse me, sis. That's how he dealt. Right? That was Laban's character from the beginning. But where was Jacob's mind? Why was the Most High pleased with him? Because it said, whatsoever, go ahead.
Is brought upon thee,
Uh-huh.
take cheerfully.
That's the mind state. That's the mind state we got to have. Again, we're reading through this Sabbath class, and we're understanding his character. But we got to line ourselves up with this character. We got to line ourselves up with our forefathers. Where do we meet at with them? Do I have that in me? Or am I still conditioned? Okay, I might be good here, but am I good here? I might be patient with you, but can I be patient with my children? I can be patient with my children, but can I be patient with another brother's children? I'm patient with another brother's children, but can I be patient with his ribs? You know what I mean? Whatsoever is brought up on you in any situation, and this is where we have to look at within ourselves. This is what he did for years on out. This is what Abraham did. He got told, listen, this land that you're about to go to, that's for your generation. But he followed the Most High for 100+ years. Isaac, hey, I'm gonna give you this blessing, but I want you to do this. But you're gonna be this age before your kids come. Okay. Right? Whatsoever was brought up on him, he took cheerfully. Right? Go ahead.
And be patient.
And be what?
Patient.
Patient doesn't have a time period. Abraham was 100 years old when he got told he was going to have Isaac. Con? Isaac was 60 years old when Jacob and Esau came. Con? Patience, it doesn't have a time period. It doesn't have an expiration date.
Right.
And that's what Jacob is displaying. Time and time again, we're looking. We started at Genesis, and we're looking at Abraham's character, Isaac's character, Jacob's character. That whatever was brought upon them, they took patience. Go ahead.
When thou art changed to a low estate.
Especially when they're in this comfortable estate that they were in. Now it has to get changed. Now you gotta apply more patience, and that's what we're looking at. That was it.
Huh?
Stop looking at me.
Right. Just one more with it. Psalms 126:5. One more with it. It's the last one.
Psalms chapter 126 and verse 5.
Everybody there? Brothers?
God.
Sisters? Better let them know where you at.
Psalms chapter 126 and verse 5.
Alright.
They that sow in tears shall reap in joy.
You see that? When you go through things like Jacob did, you sowed in tears. It was hard. It was trying. It was pressing your integrity, your love, your commitment, your dedication, right? Whether it was sincere. All these different situations was popping up to test the sincerity of your love toward the Most High, right? And he sowed in those tears. So what was he able to do?
Reap in joy.
Most High paid him right back, times 10, right? So just wanted to give you that one real quick too. But, we're gonna jump back to the reading.
God. Genesis 31 and verse 26.
Come.
Verse 26. And Laban said to Jacob, what hast thou done, that thou hast stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captive, taken with the sword? Wherefore didst thou flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and didst not tell me, that I might have sent thee away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp? Right, because Jacob left, I think right here, he left like, without, in the middle of the night, right? Or dawn in the morning?
He left on verse 20. That's when you had stepped out.
Oh,
so the Most High told him in a dream to get up and leave, so he got up and leave. He got up and left.
Right.
Right.
And then he's talking about that image.
Right. It didn't hit on that yet. But now what Laban is doing is he's trying to hide up under the guise of like, read verse 27 again?
Con. Verse 26?
27.
27. Con. Verse 27. Wherefore didst thou flee away secretly?
Wait a minute, why'd you leave secretly? Hold up, baby. Wait, baby. Right? Go ahead.
Con. And steal away from me, and didst not tell me, that I might have sent thee away with mirth.
Wait a minute, baby. Like, you didn't even tell me you was gonna leave. We would have had a celebration. We would have had a little shindig, a little barbecue, a little yak, right? A little sip. That's the guys he's hiding up under, right? But we all know Laban's character. If you didn't know, check this out. Genesis chapter, what is this? Genesis chapter 24, verse 51. Read that.
Genesis chapter 24, verse 51.
This is Laban's true character. I said we would touch on it, so let me hit it real quick. Go ahead.
Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go.
Now, this is when the servant, Abraham's servant, came, right? This is Abraham's servant. He came and looked for a wife for Isaac. Huh? Okay, so now he came and he told the story about how he prayed to the Most High delivered, brought Rebekah. And he's giving the same story to Nahor and Laban, Rebekah's brother, right? How the Most High was with him. So now Laban was like, oh yeah, go ahead, take her. Go ahead.
And let her be thy master's son's wife.
Yeah, let that be your master's son's wife. Go ahead.
As the Most High has spoken.
Because he knew that came from the Most High. Because that's the premise of what the servant came in. He was like, listen, I'm here under my master's orders, which is from the Most High. And he prayed for it. Right? Go ahead.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Most High, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment.
So he came with all these gifts, right? He came and brought gifts to Rebekah. He came and brought gifts to the family as well. All right. So what is Laban looking at? Like, what is this? What is that? Velvet? What? Right? He's looking at all these costly goods, right? Go ahead.
And gave them to Rebekah, and gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things.
Laban got something, the mother got something, right? He was just, take it, throw it, boom, boom. Blessings, right? Go ahead.
And they did eat and drink, and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, send me away unto my master.
Now, so after he gave out the goods, he gave out the costly goods, right? And then they ate, they partied, they had a little shindig. Now he's like, they wake up in the morning, he's like, okay, we're going off of your word. Can we leave now? But go ahead.
And her brother and her mother said, let the damsel abide with us a few days.
You see that? Small little detail. Yeah. Wait a minute. You know what? How about she stay for a few days? You can go back and go ahead.
At the least 10.
At the least what?
At the least 10.
Wait a minute. She's ready right now. Why she gotta wait 10 days? You said she can go right now. Last night you said she can go.
She did.
But wait a minute. This is you reneging. This is Laban's character. Go ahead.
After that she shall go. And he said unto them, hinder me not.
Right. Go ahead.
Seeing the Most High have prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master.
Right. So he already sees through all of that. He had to use the name of the Most High. He was like, listen, the Most High wanted this to happen. Right? But this was just to show that Laban's character from the beginning. Sometimes it gets overlooked, like, because we're reading about Rebekah and Isaac, right? Coming together. But this was Laban's small inkling of like his character development, like in a movie. Yeah, this is a small piece of his character development, but that same greed when he seen the costly jewels and the valuables, right? Wait a minute. You're the son of, you're my nephew. My sister's son. Oh, last time I knew, the Most High was with you. Oh yeah. Like flies rubbing their hands together, right? God. That's what he was doing. So, where we at?
Genesis chapter 24, verse 57.
That's it.
Come.
Oh, yeah.
Job chapter 5, verse 13. This on what R.S. is talking about.
Job chapter 5, verse 13. He taketh the wise in their own craftiness.
Yeah, he's trying to be crafty. Laban, he think he's gonna come around. He's gonna do something sly and slick and underhanded. He's acting like he's coming for a pure intention, right? You know, he's acting like he got a pure reason, a pure dealings, right? He's trying to be slick with his words, like he said. He's trying to be cunning. But the Most High is like, I'm gonna take you in that same craftiness. I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna catch you up. I'm gonna have you trip, right? Read.
And the counsel of the forward is carried headlong.
So whatever he was imagining in his brain that he thought he was going to do to Jacob, it's going to fail. Right? Because you can't come with evil and think a good outcome is going to happen. You can't come with a negative mind and think a good outcome is going to happen. You got to come with a sincere, like a straightforward spirit, an honest spirit. That's the word. An honest spirit. And the Most High deal with you honestly. But Jacob was coming with that, Laban was coming with that underhanded spirit. Like he's trying to underhand Jacob. Like he said from the beginning, he was trying to underhand him. Right? Even just dealing with Rebecca, he was trying to underhand Jacob's father, Isaac. Right? With his rib. And now he's trying to do the same thing to his son because he knew the Most High would do what? Bless him. But that's that same spirit that we got to watch out within ourselves. Right? To where we trying to underhand the Most High. Right? I know this the truth. I know this the knowledge. I know this the word. But then we got underhanded agendas. Right? We got back end intentions. To where we almost trying to get something from the Father. Like, okay, I'm going to do this just so the Most High can bless me here. I'm going to do this just so the Father can give me this. I want that nice car. I want that particular rib. I want that particular house. Right? I want this particular amount of funds. But then the Most High takes you in your own craftiness. Right? Well, I'm going to give this much so that the brothers don't, they don't be on me. I'm going to dedicate this much so the brothers don't just be like, tell me about dedication and stuff like that. So I'm going to dedicate, I'm going to give some water, right? I'm going to drop some alms. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But you're supposed to want to do it from your heart, right? You're supposed to want to do it from your heart because knowing that you assisting the Most High's ministry, right? Because we brothers are just doing the physical work. But in actuality, this is the Most High's ministry. Because he does, like it's telling you in this verse, the Most High, he's the headmaster, and he moves the chess pieces. Brothers just doing the physical work and just relaying a message that the Most High wants to be heard. Right? Get your spirit right, change, do better. Don't chase the carnal, chase the spirit. And everything you want will come to you. But this man, he's getting caught up in the carnal. So what does he start doing? He starts being shicey. Towards his own family and his daughters. He started being shicey. You see that? But jump to Job 4 and 8. This is what the Most High got for him.
Chapter 4, verse 8.
Everybody there? So y'all got the last verse. That's Job 5 and verse 13. And this is Job 4 and verse 8. Read that.
Even as I have seen, they that plow iniquity.
But when you plow evil, when you're doing evil and negativity, right? You thinking negative and you allowing that mind to overtake you, and then you start acting out that negativity, right? You start saying random things. You start getting bold in your speech and disrespectful, right? Read.
And so wickedness.
And so that evil, now you becoming, you embodying it, now you're okay with it. You're not even resisting the spirit, that negative mind. Right? I'm okay with being private. Okay, the Most High is just going to have to show me. Right?
Where we at?
Job 4 and 8. Yeah. Everybody got it? Right. The Most High is going to have to show me. Right? You just a man. I ain't listening to you. What you talking about? It's not about listening to the man. The man is just delivering what? The Most High's message. That's all it is. Right? Read.
Reap the same.
You're going to reap the same. That check going to come from the Father. Right? And you either going to choose to acknowledge it or live in a false reality. right? Because your mind gonna bear witness. That's one thing. Your mind always gonna bear witness to what the Father is showing you about you. But it's up to you if you want to deal with the reality of it.
Right, right.
You see that?
Right.
And then if you don't, you just gonna reap the same. That evil's just gonna hit you. You what? You a wildebeest, or you gonna be somebody who's a wildebeest, right? You shiesty, or you gonna be somebody who's 2 times shiesty, right? You a thief, you gonna be somebody a double time thief, right? What happens to the drug dealer? This like in Miami, this is heavy, right? You got you got drug dealers, right? But you got cats that's running in the streets specifically to rob drug dealers. So you sowing evil, that evil come back to you, right? You got a girl, but you mess with somebody else's girl. Then guess what? Your girl messed with somebody else, and now you broken hearted. So that same evil always comes back around. So that's what's happening now to Laban. He's getting what he reaped. He did Jacob evil for those 14 years. Well, that check is coming right back now. Now he's losing everything that he was chasing, which was karma. You see that? And if he would just been dealt straightforward, you think Jacob wouldn't have helped him? This is family and his father-in-law now, right? So, calm. But listen back to the reading.
Verse 28.
Genesis chapter 31 and verse 28. And hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Thou hast now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the Most High of your father spake unto me yesternight, saying, Take thou heed that thou speak not to Jacob, either good or bad. And now, though thou wouldest needs be gone, because thou sore longest after thy father's house, yet wherefore hast thou stolen my gods?
My what? Stolen my what?
My gods.
That's what she took.
That's basically what she took. That's what his daughter took. He thought Jacob took that.
Oh, the images.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. But you know what's so cool about that part right there? Jacob didn't even do it, right?
Yeah, he did.
But you see how that verse we read earlier, Ecclesiasticus 10:6, bear not hate toward thy brother for every wrong. Because then it'll come a time where he's doing something, all right, and you'll misinterpret. You'll think it's him that did the wrong, right? In this moment, he thinking Jacob did the wrong and took something from him. But then what? He jumping to conclusions and not using wisdom and actually examining the whole matter, right? To see what actually happened. He didn't examine the whole matter, and then what comes? He jumped to conclusion and thinks that it's Jacob because of that spirit of hate and envy that he had toward Jacob now jumped on him. But we do that with brothers, right? Yeah, why is I was talking about the other day, right, with the cookie. Yeah, just yesterday we was talking about the cookie, right? You got the cookie in the drawer, and now you're thinking the brother took the cookie, the brother didn't even take the cookie, right? And then now you got this little opposite, something with this who? Opposition. This opposition. Now you got an opposition against the brother.
That was a phone conversation.
Right?
That was a phone conversation.
Okay. Right? And now you got this outlook, this wrong outlook towards somebody because of something that you felt like you was dealt wrong. Now you feel like this person is this type of character, and you allowing that negative seed to go in your brain, and you allowing that to create your whole picture of somebody's character. Right? Like that makes no sense. That's childish. That's the behavior of a child. That's the thought process of a child. That's the emotion of a child. Right? And then what do children do? They let that feeling overtake them, and they're like, I just can't deal with you. Right? I don't want to be around you. I can't talk to you. I'll never be able to forgive you. And then you harbor that feeling, and then what? That's where you get that feeling where you can never forgive. Right?
That's where that grudging comes from.
that grudge, you start to build a grudge towards somebody because you didn't want to forgive them. Right? And so the Most High is like, don't let that spirit overtake you.
If we could, read verse 29 one more time.
Genesis chapter 31 and verse 29. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the God of your fathers.
But the God of your fathers. You see that? This is him pointing it out. He's acknowledging, yeah, there is a power. There's the Most High, but he's whose God? The God of what?
Your father.
Give me Genesis chapter 28, verse 13. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 28, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
And behold, the Most High stood above it, and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham, thy father.
Of your father. I'm the God of your father. This is the Most High acknowledging like who he belongs to. Who's his possession. He started that from the beginning. That possessive pronoun denoting what? Ownership. Yeah, possession. Go ahead.
And the power of Isaac.
And the what?
The power of Isaac.
And the God of Isaac. This is who I belong to. I'm yours and you're mine. So Laban understood this mind state. That's why he's trading on thin ice. He's trading on thin ice. Amen. But this is just that scripture to show that he acknowledges the Most High, but that wasn't necessarily his power. That was Jacob's power.
Right. The distinction.
Distinction. Correct. Who's
up? And then read let's go to Ecclesiasticus 24:24. Just showing you something about Jacob even in this moment. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes 24, verse 24. Faint not to be strong in the Lord.
And the reason why I'm going to this is to show you that Jacob went through his battle. Right? He conquered his demons. Right? He went through his battle and he dealt with it correct, and he never fainted. He never got weak. He never not trusted in the Lord. Everything, his first mind was like, let me just do it. The Lord want me to do it? Let me just do it. He didn't second question. He didn't do 1, 2, 3. Let me get off the training wheels. Maybe not. No, he actually just did it. Right? He jumped. He left. He left home when the Most High told him to. He went to Laban when the Most High told him to. He dealt with Laban the way the Most High told him to. And then he's leaving when the Most High told him to. So he's doing everything on the Most High's time. He's not moving on his own pace. He's not moving at his own will, based on his own desires, and in his own fashion. Right? He just committed himself to the Father. But there's something I'm going to show you out here. Read.
That he may confirm you.
Because in each and every second and hour of the day, the Most High is trying to confirm us. Read.
Cleave unto him.
He's trying to teach you how to lean on him so that your battles, your demons, the things that cause you pain, right? Or frustration or anger don't have power over you anymore. To where now you angry and then you actually do sin. Right? He don't want that to overcome you. Read.
For the Lord Almighty is God alone.
Because the Most High is the power alone. He's and read.
And beside him there is no other Savior.
And there's nobody else to save you. But jump up to verse 22. Because this is where he stopped LeBron. Read. 22.
Come. He that obeyeth me shall never be confounded.
You see that? Because then you'll discover when somebody tries to speak against you, right? Your character, how you moving, how you dealing. Like LeBron just did what? LeBron just thought he stole. But the Most High is showing us the importance of us having to clean ourselves and having to actually change and go through that process of being cleansed. To where like what? You got lust? You got to conquer that lust. You got pride? You got to conquer that pride. You got anger? You got to conquer that anger. You got lack of dedication? You got to conquer that lack of dedication. Right? Because then when you're doing things the correct way and you have the strength to push forward, then what happens? You're able to be strong. So that now when somebody tries to speak against you, they can't. Blameless. Christ. Look at Christ, right? They try to do wrong with Christ, but then what happened? They can say nothing. They always tried to say something and find some sort of accusation, but they couldn't say nothing. Because he was doing it in the right spirit, the right mind, and he would stand the wiles of the devil. So that's why it's so important that you fight your battles and your demons, because Satan will try to make you weak, right? He's trying to have you have slip-ups and weak moments, so that he can speak against you when he goes to the Father. You see that? Look at him. He don't love you. Look what he's doing. Look how he's dealing with his uncle. Look how he's dealing with his rib. Look how he's dealing with that sister. Look how he's dealing with that brother. Look what he's doing at home. He don't even know with the Bible. Look how he deal with his kids when nobody around. He try to act like he's a good father, but look at him now. Look how he deal with his rib when he at home. He's trying to act like he's a good husband, but look at him now. He wants to accuse you. But if you give yourself to the Father, it's like you're never going to be confounded.
Right.
And this is what it says, right? To throw into disorder, right? That confounded is being to be thrown in disorder. That means confusing. You're never going to be confused, right? And that confusion is somebody like trying to throw you off and throw you off the spirit. You're never going to be thrown out of the spirit to where somebody's going to be able to catch you up, because you're actually fighting the good fight. Y'all catching that? What do you understand, Racha?
Basically, just when you put your trust in the Most High, He's gonna direct your steps. So, like, even when people are doing wrong to you, you know, just keeping the trust in Him, that He's gonna make everything all right.
Right.
You know, and just keep on following Him, you know, and you know, because
man. Yeah, because grown man, you never know who has to go. Be careful.
Yeah, because the Most High is going to put you in situations to test your character.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you have to be strong in the Most High and what He's giving you. So,
yeah, and that's the thing. It's about you, right? It's about you and what you're doing, how you're acting. It's not about the other person. So much to speak in the sense of what? Because obviously the Most High tells us to consider one another, but it's so much more. What are you gaining from the experience? Okay, I get that this person's bitter, angry, confused, immature, right? But you're able to at least see that. That person don't even see how they're acting. So how you gonna deal with the situation? How you gonna react? Right? Are you gonna condescend to men of low state, or are you gonna act like a brute? Right? Are you gonna be that doctor that damn like Esau doctors just prescribe you pills and be like, this is what, like the psychiatrist just prescribe you pills and act like that's gonna heal the situation when that's making it worse? Or are you gonna be the one that actually sits there, how you lay on the couch, talk to you, ask you about your upbringing, what you went through, and things of that nature? Or are you gonna do the whole that aspect of it?
have compassion.
Yeah, and then do it patiently, because then you never know when a person's gonna change, right? And that's what the Most High is trying to train us up for. Read.
And they that work by me shall not do amiss.
And you're never going to do amiss. Like you're never going to miss a beat, because you're allowing the Lord to direct your steps. You see that? And that's what happened with Jacob, to where now, this moment where Laban is trying to confound him, throw him in disorder, he wasn't able to do it. Because Jacob didn't even have nothing to do with that. So let's jump back to the reading. I just want to show you that one.
Genesis chapter 31 and verse 31. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, because I was afraid, for I said, peradventure, thou wouldest take by force thy daughters from me, with whomsoever thou findest thy gods. Let him not live before our brethren discern thou what is thine with me, and take it to thee, for Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen them.
Right, he didn't know Rachel took it. Right? And Rachel was the one that he actually wanted. Right? But she was still kind of attached to what? Her father's gods.
Fully locked in.
Just yet, right? She had a little something that she had to work out of her. Still. And she was still clenching a little bit. She was still looking back a little bit. And That was her test from the Father, right? To see where her mind was at. Are you, and you know how you apply that for yourselves, like just for sisters, in this time period, is like, are you still attached to your old life? Like, do you still care about the things that you were doing in the world? Do you still want to go to the club, right? Go to take trips to Cabo, right? Be a damn college, whatever dream you had in the world, right? Or way that you used to live or think and deal in your relationships. Are you still attached to that? Are you still attached to that emotion and that perspective on life? And the Most High is looking, he's showing right here. This is, you end up doing something wrong. She ended up, first of all, she's stealing, right? Even though it's her father, she's stealing from him, right? She's stealing, and then she's attaching herself to a deity. So she's 2 commandments. Thou shalt worship only the Lord thy God, right? But she over here still attached to a deity. 3? Go ahead.
Honor thy father and mother. So she stole from her. She didn't honor her father.
Yeah, because she stole from him. 3, so she wrote 3. She ain't honoring her father, she stole from him. Then she worshiping another power, right? And what was the other one? It was 3. Oh, stealing. That's not steal. Thou shalt honor thy father and mother, and the Lord is your power.
4 commandments.
What's the 4th?
Not covet.
Oh, damn. 4, so she did 4 things that she broke, right? Because of this one attachment that she had, which was to her father's God. That made her break 4 commandments. Right there in that spot. You see? But it's dangerous when you still have those attachments. But that's even for brothers and sisters. When you still have attachments to your old demon, that demon links you to breaking other commandments. You see that? And the link changed her to breaking multiple commandments at once. Right, without even her recognizing. Obviously she knows she took it. Obviously she knows about the not worshiping another God. But those 2 things right there, she knew those 2 things, right? But the other things was probably built up over time, little thoughts she had in her brain. But because she ain't attacking those thoughts, she ain't communicating those thoughts, right? It led her to committing this act. You see that? So we have to attack those spirits. But go ahead.
Verse 33. And Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into 2 maidservants' tent, but he found them not. Then went he out of Leah's tent and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images and put them in the camel's furniture and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me.
Right.
And he searched, but found not the images.
Hold on.
So that custom of women, Leviticus chapter 15, verse 20.
Leviticus chapter 15, verse 20.
Read verse 34 again, sir.
Verse 34. Now Rachel had taken the images and put them in the camel's furniture and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me.
This custom of women is this scripture right here. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 15, verse 20. And everything that she lieth upon in her separation shall be unclean.
Go ahead.
Everything also that she sitteth upon shall be unclean.
Right, so he didn't want to get defiled by touching those things. Right? Why? Because she was on her cycle. Right? Exodus chapter 20, verse 12.
Exodus chapter 20 and verse 12.
Uh-huh.
Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
No, well, that's the scripture, because I heard you when we was talking about her breaking the commandments, right? Right. That's one of the things that she didn't do, was honor her father and her mother. By what? Because she was stealing. Con? That was it.
Go ahead.
Genesis 31 and verse 36. And Jacob was wroth, and chose with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, what is my trespass? What is my sin that thou hast so hotly pursued after me? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff.
Yeah, I mean, man, 14 years, the guy don't even wrong. You're going to feel a little something like, bro, what's up? 20 years, right? You're going to feel something. You're like, well, come on, man. I'm leaving, I'm going. I did everything you asked. I did it to a T. I did it with the right spirit. I stayed in the right mind.
Oh, you're about to tell him. You're about to say all of that.
Oh, come on.
You're about to say all of that. All that smoke, you're about to give it to him.
Give him the smoke.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Verse 37 from the top. Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff, what hast thou found of all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with thee.
Wow.
That use.
How long?
20 years.
He did 20 years, man. 20 long years. But he's still, all he's doing right now is he's pointing these things out because he's checking them like, listen, bro, you come up with these accusations. Wait a minute. First off, he's going to get into it. I don't want to jump. I'm sorry. I got excited too. Go ahead.
Come.
Come. Verse 38. This 20 years have I been with thee. Thy ewes and thy she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it.
So what he's saying is, whatever the job required, whatever. What verse were you at?
Come on, verse 39.
Verse 39. Okay.
Come on, from the top. That which was torn of beasts.
Right. So the animals, the flocks and the herds that you had me watch over, that you wanted me to increase, right? Because think about it. You're out in the wilderness. Animals, carnivorous animals will come up, right? They take the weaklings. So you can't keep them all sometimes. You might lose a couple of casualties of war, right? But what was Jacob doing? Go ahead.
That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee.
So the carcasses of the animals of the flock, certain ones, if it died because an animal killed it and ate it, I didn't bring that to you. I didn't come with this sorry excuse like, well, you had 100 sheep, but you lost 5 because of and here's your body to show proof. He didn't do that. Well, how did he deal? Go ahead.
I bear the loss of it.
He bear the loss for it, meaning he covered. He repaid it, right? Dang, you know what? You lost. You know what? Here, let me cover that. Let me cover that tab for you. So he's being accountable for his job. He's not slacking in any area. So he's not just saying, okay, I did 20 years, but I did a half-butt job. No, I did my job diligently. Go ahead.
I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night.
Right. So he didn't want. He knew Laban. Okay, if I bring this to Laban, he's not going to want these excuses. So whether the animal died or not, or whether it was by day or by night, I'm gonna make sure I replace it. I'm gonna make sure it gets replaced. The job gets done. Go ahead.
Thus I was in the day, the drought consumed me, and the frost by night.
He was in the hot sun, hot scorching sun, and in the cold nights. Right? Go ahead.
And my sleep departed from mine eyes.
Late nights, early mornings. Regardless, sun, sleep, or shine, right? How's it go? Rain, sleet, or snow, right? He was in that weather, putting in that work. There was no excuse. He didn't stop. Go ahead.
Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle. Right.
So I did 14 years for the 2 women that you gave me, for the sisters, but now you had me do 6 more years for the cattle. That's tedious, right? Because we read last Sabbath about all the job that he had to do in order to make the speckled, to make the striped, to make the ones with the spots, and then to take the ones without the stripes, without the spots, right? That's a long, tedious process. It doesn't just happen overnight. You have to do it when it's a kid, and then all the way until it's adulthood for these animals. before you start seeing the signs on their wool, right? It's a tedious process. Again, your patience, your works, your labor of love can't have a boundary. It can't have a time expiration on it. Con? Go ahead.
Last precept, verse 41. And thou hast changed my wages 10 times.
And every single time you dealt underhanded with me. You changed my wages 10 times. You said 7 years for this daughter, for Rachel, you deceived me. Okay, so you said 7 years for this daughter, you deceived me. You told me this X amount of years for this, you deceived me. He changed his wages 10 times, but he still was diligent and faithful in his job. How many of us can be faithful and diligent in our jobs when Esau in this wicked society does us wrong? Self-examination question. That's all. Keep going.
Verse 42. Except the God of my father.
See, now he's claiming him, right? I mean, he's always been claiming him, but now he's making a bold statement. This is a statement. This is a check to Laban. Except the Most High of my father, go ahead.
The power of Abraham and the fear of Isaac had been with me.
Right, if I didn't walk in my forefathers' steps, if I didn't walk in my dad and my grandfather's step, following the Most High wouldn't have been with me. But every fashion in my diligence and my due benevolence to do my work that was required, the Most High was with me every single time. Go ahead.
Surely thou hadst sent me away now empty.
Because if it were left up to you without the Most High, you would have sent me away what?
Empty.
You would have sent me away empty. Had it been up to you, yeah, you would have had me work 20 years and then you would have took everything, including my children.
But they gave me nothing.
Right, because when you read, what was it, verse 27, he said you took away my daughters and my children. God, you're the grandfather, but those are my children. You up there trying to take everything. Go ahead.
The Most High has seen my affliction.
So the Most High seen my works. He's seen how much of a taskmaster you were with me. Go ahead.
And the labor of my hands. And rebuked thee yesternight.
And listen, didn't the Most High just check you in your dreams? He rebuked you, didn't he? Right, know your place, man. But no, he's not getting disgruntled. But he's reminding Laban, look, this is how you've been dealing, and this is how I've been dealing to you for your works. You repaid me with evil, but I didn't repay you with evil. I repaid you with good, kind-heartedness. Con? Go ahead.
Verse 43. And Laban answered and said unto Jacob, these daughters are my daughters.
Look at Laban's mindset. Greedy as hell. He said, these are my daughters. Go ahead.
And these children are my children.
Look.
That's that
Stand up.
That's that matriarch mindset.
Come.
Yeah, that's that matriarch mindset. A Jewish community believing that their lineage comes through the mother, right? So you are of your mother's children, right? And this is what Laban is demonstrating, of saying these are my children, but he knowing the seed comes through the man. So he's claiming these children that came by way of his daughters as his own,
In a sense, come.
Yeah. And this is him yet again changing the ways.
He's trying to. But he's not going to succeed, obviously, because we're here, right? Go ahead.
And these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle.
So he's not really trying to just do that in the sense of just the children. He's applying greed. Again, what did we just read before in Genesis 24? He said he got all the jewelry, he got all the goods, right? The gold, the earrings, the bracelets, the necklace, the chain, the hat, right? And then he wanted to hold Rebecca for 10 days, right? So his character was always greed, self-indulgent, self-gratification, self-will. Okay? So now he's trying to go back and forth with Jacob, like, These are my daughters, these are my children, this is my flock, this is my house, this is my servants, mine. Sound like a 2-year-old, doesn't it? Yeah. Go ahead.
And all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children, which they have borne? Now therefore, come now, let us make a covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And Jacob took a stone and set it up for a pillar.
So now he wants to make this treaty, right? Calm down. He was like, okay, you know what? Let's make this treaty. Let's make this pact. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 46. And Jacob said unto his brethren, gather stones. They took stones and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Jagar
Sahadutha.
Jagar Sahadutha. But Jacob called it
Galid.
And Laban said, this heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galid.
Hang on, we're going to find out what that means.
Right. You already know what that frostbite name.
We're at verse 47.
Come. Yes. Yeah. He going through the whole history with him. You know, what he's doing is he's being his brother's keeper. He's having him bear witness to all the things he put him through. But that he dealt with it for in an insurmountable of years. He was patient with him. He didn't call him out on it. He didn't be like, yo, bro, later. What's up with you, cuz? Like, he didn't hit him like that. He like, you know what? Okay, me and her laid. I accept responsibility. Right? Me and Rachel laid. Let me deal with it. Right? Let's think about it. You don't think he was thinking about the laws? Like, thou shalt not make a whore out of the daughters of Israel? This man set him up. So obviously he's like, he could have instantly been like, bro, that's not what I wanted. You put me in a situation I ain't want it. No, I don't want her. Give me that. And then dip her to the side. Right? But nah, he accepted the responsibility, married her, stayed married with her, worked another couple of years for who he wanted. Right? Rachel. Where's Rachel? And then he got Leah. Right? And then eventually Rachel, who he wanted. Right? But he dealt with it. He accepted it. And he didn't hold no feelings. But then now he's making him bear witness to all the things that he put him through. And that he never complained. Right? So he's allowing himself to, you know what that is? That allowed him to be blameless to where now, when he does speak up, right? The brother can't say anything. The brother can't say anything about him. Right? Can't say nothing negative about his character and the things that he's trying to accomplish. You got it?
Yeah. Galid. That means witness. Witness heap. Alright?
Come. So let's jump back to the reading.
Verse 48.
What was cool is just that they was able to deal cordially, you know? They was able to actually like just communicate, and it didn't turn to what? A fist and blows. It didn't turn to fists. He didn't just because he started spewing all the things in front of this guy's face, he didn't turn angry as he was spewing it. He was just like, oh, let's just get down to the bottom of it. You know, that's the thing. That's a lot of what like plagues us, you know, as brothers and sisters, and just in our communities, brothers and sisters in the world. You know, Israelites in the world that don't know that they're Israel. Nobody ever wants to get to the solution. That's one thing. Like, you know, that I realized is even just in the last month. You know, a lot of people they complain. They complain. They whine. they, like, why me? Why I'm going through this? Why I have to do this? Why do I got to do this at this time? And why I got to act like this with this brother? The brother don't deal with me like that, right? It's always about just, this is how I feel. And nobody's ever like trying to get to the solution, like, let's work it out. Nobody's ever like trying to work it out. And like, be like, okay, I asked the brother before. I asked him like, okay, because I let him talk. He vented up to me about how you feel about another brother. The brother's there, so we have a whole council about it, right? And venting, talking about it, right? And he's spewing stuff. He's defending himself. And then I'm listening, and I asked one of the brothers, I said, so what's the solution? So what do you want done? I know you feel this way, but what's the solution? What do you want to happen? What do you want to come out of you sharing this? Right? And guess what the brother said?
Nothing.
He didn't say nothing. Because his intention wasn't to figure out the solution. His intention was to just point the finger and not acknowledge what he was doing wrong, right? It was just to say that this brother did this to me, right? It was just to point out that he's in the wrong. It wasn't to fix the situation. It's just to talk down, right? Battle. It was just a battle, right? Watch, I'm gonna show you one thing. Right? Where is it? Show you one thing. Not that one. No. Let me see. This is okay. Hold on, let me find that real quick. Where is that? Because this is what he wasn't thinking about, right? And this is where his mind. Hold on, let me show you. Where is it? Yeah, I gotta find it. Go to Ecclesiasticus 31, verse 15. Yeah. Yeah, go to that. Ecclesiastes. Is that right there?
Time.
This is what he wasn't doing. All right, this is what he wasn't trying to do with himself, right, in this situation. Because it wasn't to figure out, okay, how can we grow from this experience? Because this is the whole, every time you have a moment like that, where you at odds with somebody, or you're not seeing eye to eye, whether you're in the wrong or not, this is what you're doing. Read.
Ecclesiasticus, chapter 31, verse 15.
Right, the Apocrypha. And, go ahead, read that.
Judge of thy neighbor by thyself.
See that? Like, he wasn't examining himself. And the scripture is telling us to judge of ourselves by our neighbor. By our neighbor, like the dealings. Right? I'm supposed to judge myself by you, how I'm dealing with you. How you acting with me, I'm like, okay. I'm supposed to pause and be like, well, why is he acting like that towards me? Why is she acting like that? Why is she communicating like that to me? Why is my rib acting? Why is my kids acting like that? And you're supposed to first examine you. First. And then be able to be like, okay, I did that last week. I can see how he's upset with me. I was joking on him. Cause that's the issue. The brothers, they joke too much on each other. They joke with each other too much because they knew each other from the world. They joke with each other so much, and it's like they're offending one another. And they stepping on each other's toes, and they know, because they know each other, they know where to poke. So they're being childish. Okay, I'm childish, he's childish. Okay, so we're both immature, we're acting immature. But they weren't thinking about this, because this will create a solution. The person that wants a solution, they're going to look at themselves, and they're going to be like, okay, this is where I was wrong. This is where I need to fix myself. But then the other person should be doing the same thing. And then when y'all talk, y'all should be able to be upfront with each other, and then boom, figure out how to fix the issue. Because then when you're examining the issue, this is what you're going to do. Read.
And be discreet in every point.
You're going to be discreet in every point. You're going to look at every part of what was going on. Jacob just did it, right? He was looking at every part of what was going on. And he's showing them like, bro, I didn't even think about it. All this was going on, I didn't even do nothing like that. I didn't even act wrong in this situation. Right? I did this, but not to throw it in his face. But obviously he looked at himself first, but then he's showing them, look, this is what I did. Because that was a self-examination. For him to be able to recall all that, he had to sit there and think about it. Okay, what could I have done in this situation? Did I do this? Did I do the right thing in this situation? Right? When he did the Rachel and Leah, did I deal with it correctly?
I have definitions on the screen.
Go ahead.
It says, careful and circumspect in one's speech or actions.
You see that? He's looking at himself and he's like, was I careful in all these different things? And he's like, was I careful in all these different situations? He self-examined himself, and obviously he wasn't. We're reading the history of it, right? The Most High put it in the book. He wasn't dealing ill in any of those situations. And he was able to recall it and now communicate it to that brother. But when I was dealing with these two brothers, they weren't trying to look for the solution. They weren't going through the recall. They was just spitting out emotions. And that's the problem with a lot of our people, and that causes issues in our community to where we're not looking at every aspect of what's going on in the situation. We're looking at it one-sided. We're looking at it based on how I feel. Because we're doing it from what point? The malicious standpoint. The wrong standpoint. Like, I'm just going to make sure you hear exactly what's on my mind. I'm going to say what's on my mind because I want you to feel how I feel. Right? Not because I want to work it out with you, but because I just want to get it off my chest. And I want you to just hear what the hell I got to say. And I don't care what you about to tell me, but I want to make sure you know what I got to say. And what is that? That's that Philippians chapter 2. Go to Philippians chapter 2. Philippians chapter 2, I think it's verse 3.
Philippians chapter 2 and verse 3.
Everybody there? Go ahead.
Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory.
It's being done through strife. Like you're just trying to strive with that brother. You're just trying to get it off your chest, right? And and say statements that make that brother feel bad. You're trying to just get things off your chest. You're trying to attack, basically. That's your only aim, to attack. It's not to rectify the issue. It's not to figure out the solution. It's just to attack. And that's what Laban came to do, to attack. Because he felt some type of way because Jacob was leaving. Leaving with his daughters, right? Leaving with his money. Because he looked at Jacob as the commodity. Right? And Jacob was literally leaving with things that the Most High gave him. That him and Laban spoke about that he can take. So he's just feeling some type of way. Read.
But in lowliness of mind, let each esteem other better than themselves.
And that's the point we're supposed to be trying to get to. Like this lowliness of mind, this meekness, this humility of mind to like figure things out. How can we work things out? And that's what but we don't apply this in our community. And that's what caused relationships to break up, right? That's what causes a father and his son or daughter to be at odds. That's what causes a husband and wife to be at odds, kids, brothers. Like that's what caused war, right? Because nobody wants to take the load. But we can fix all these different situations if we just take load. Like just humility. You see that? But we're gonna jump back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 31, verse 48. And Laban said, this heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galil and Mizpah, for he said, the Most High watch between me and thee, when we are absent from one another. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives besides my daughters, no man is with us. See, God has witness betwixt me and thee.
That's it? Next reader.
Aharon, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban, Yasharala.
Aharon, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala. Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Shimi al Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Shimi al Shah Brakatham.
We had Genesis chapter 31 and verses 51. And we're going to read to Genesis chapter 31 verse 51 all the way through Genesis chapter 32 and verse 20. Well, that's what the third reader is going to do. He's going to read from Genesis 31, 51 to Genesis 32 and 20. All right? So, but the reading's been clear for everybody so far, right? You had any questions on the reading or anything like that? Okay, so just let me know. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 31, verse 51. And Laban said to Jacob, behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. And God of Abraham, and the God of Nahor, the God of the father, judge betwixt us. And Jacob sware by the fear of his father Isaac. And Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night on the mount. And early in the morning, Laban rose up, and kissed his son and his daughter, and blessed him. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place.
You know that's the beauty of that. You know, look, the beauty of that is go to Proverbs 15 and verse 1. Everybody there?
Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 1. A soft answer turneth away wrath.
You see that? That's the epitome of what Jacob did. That's the epitome of what Jacob did in his relationship with Laban throughout that whole time period. He was giving soft answers. Soft answers turned away that wrath. And because it turned away that wrath, look what happened at the end. And in the early morning, Laban rose up. In what? Think about it. This is a mental act he's doing. This is something internal. Because of a soft answer and response that was given by Jacob, right? That humbled his heart, that humbled Laban for this moment. He did what? Rose up. Oh. Rose up
and kissed his son.
And he kissed his sons. Read.
And his daughters. And blessed them.
Because of that soft answer turns away what?
Wrath.
And what happens? On the opposite, if you don't.
But grievous words stir up anger.
You see that? But grievous words stir up anger. And that's what the Most High is trying to teach us how to do. Because all we learn in the world is how to use abusive language. We learn how to abuse each other verbally in the world. And how to cause strife. How to cause anger. That's all we learn. If somebody makes me mad, all I'm going to do is just throw out venomous words. Right? All I'm going to do is throw out things that's going to affect that person's spirit. Not knowing how that person is. That person might be at the verge of committing suicide. You don't even know it. But because you feel how you feel, you're going to spew out grievous words? Do you think that's correct? That's selfish, right? That's selfish, that's prideful, that's egotistical, right? And that's bully. That's a bully. Because most I don't like that. Right? Because, but where we learn it? From our parents. Parents, friends, what you watch, what you listen to, all those things kind of feed the brain. It frees your mind on just how you act with people. And some people don't even like, you don't even like to deal with people. So you'll be short. You'll be short. And then you'll start what? Saying things that you probably don't even mean. But because you don't know how to deal with things, you don't know how to take them in internally, you don't know how to process your thoughts and your emotions, then you end up saying something. You say something out of rash speaking. You speak out of the emotion of the moment. The high of the moment took control over you. You see that? Because that's showing you a lack of self-control. So the Most High is showing us that we lack self-control. But it's for the sake of just teaching you. You know what I mean? The sake of just teaching you how to actually get that strength and that virtue of just patience, resilience, and mental fortitude. Right? Because that's one of the virtues, fortitude. But that soft answer turned away much rather. I just wanted to highlight that because I thought that was dope. At the end, because Jacob was able to be honest, direct, upfront, right? But he spoke gently to Laban, even in that. He didn't speak with emotion behind it to get his point across. So that's a beautiful thing. That's something to be looked at. Because a lot of times you get short and you allow things to frustrate you and get you tight and get you out of spirit, and you're like, damn, I didn't even mean to say that. I didn't even mean to come off that way. I was kind of flustered or bothered in this moment, but I didn't even mean to come off like that. Yeah, I need to rectify it. You could save yourself from that moment if you just deal with your emotions to break with. You see that? So, but you can go on. We can go back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 1. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's host." And he called the name of the place Mahanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom.
Yeah, just to set the stage for everybody, right? Go to Matthew 10 and 16. Right? This is what he's about to do. This is what Jacob's about to do. This is dope. Because this is one thing that we gotta understand. This is like a high level of thinking right here that Jacob's about to apply. It's a level of the Spirit of the Most High that a lot of us don't like to apply, and we're never able to see when to apply it because we don't even want to go through the little things to get the understanding to get to this point. Read.
Matthew chapter 10 and verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves.
Right. And Jacob's dealing with wolves, right? He just came from dealing with a wolf. He just came from dealing with Laban. Now he's got to go deal with who? His brother Esau. If he ain't came in the right spirit, we know how Esau is. You get pulled over by that cop. You don't come in the right spirit. We see all the videos of what happens. Right? We seen all the dang videos in the air gunners, right? You see all that stuff. The dang Sandra Bland. You see all the videos of just what happens when we don't move with wisdom. You see that? So read down.
Be ye therefore wise as serpents.
And that's what we're supposed to be doing. And this is what he's actually about to apply with Esau. Wise as a serpent. And that wisdom is like, obviously, the Most High is with Jacob, right? Right? So he can come up with he can dang have Jacob just slaughter Esau right here and all his people that's with him. But what is the Most High teaching Jacob? How to be a king. How to be a priest, right? But what are we supposed to be learning from this story? How a king and how a priest operates. How he, the word in politics, I think they use delegate, right? That's the correct word, right? Delegate. So, and that means like what? Commune, talk, get to an understanding, to where it's not just like we go straight out war. A keeper of peace. That's a good word. That's a good statement. A keeper of peace. He's training Jacob how to be a keeper of peace, right? How not to just cause strife and war, but how to bring peace amongst his environment and whoever he crossed paths with. And right now it's Esau, so he's training him to be wise as a who?
A serpent.
Mm-hmm.
And harmless as doves.
Right. Wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. Right? All I say, Esau always says his words were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. Right? So in this sense, right, Jacob's using smooth words, but war was not in his heart. He don't even want to go to war. But Esau uses smooth words, but then come right behind you and stab you when you turn your back after you thought everything was cool and fine. But Jacob's like, okay, he's using smooth words. When you turn your back, he's going to turn his back, go his way. You see that? So we being wise as a serpent to just to keep the peace. Right? We just want to keep the peace. But I'm going to let you jump back to the reading. I just want to point that out.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 3 from the top. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, into the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Thy servant Jacob hath said thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen, and asses, flocks, and manservants, and women servants, and I have sent to tell my Lord that I may find grace in thy sight.
I have a scripture, Proverbs chapter 15, verse 1. Yeah. Because you're saying wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, right? This is how you're supposed to be dealing with anybody. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 15, verse 1. A soft answer turneth away wrath.
You got to understand this mind state. You got to have that soft answer. Why? Because you don't know what spirits this person has on him, right? So you got to be wise. Okay, I don't even know. He might be carrying some heat. He might have gotten into a fight with his girl, his mom. The kids got left. You know what I mean? The kids got took. So a soft answer. I don't know what type of greetings of salutations this man is coming with. I just heard my brother Esau is on his way, and he got 400 men. Why? What the heck? What form of greeting is this? You know what? Let me humble myself. Let me come correct and make sure I don't come off a certain type of way.
Did someone was at Flyers that one time with the brother in the car?
Oh yeah, there's one time. Okay, so there's one time me and Shaquat and Bakar we're at Flyers at the Walmart on Military Highway. And the brother he was talking to in the car, he was receptive. He was taking in the word, but then this guy with some jewelry come out the car, get in the passenger seat, and start over talking him, pushing him to the side, and then he starts talking more boisterous, right? And then there's two people in the back seat, And so Shaquat's maintaining his order. He's keeping his bearing. He's being cordial, not aggressive. The guy gets more aggressive, more aggressive. No, I know about the Hebrew. I know about this. I know, and then there's the power, and then the alignment, and then the power, like, whatever, right? But still maintaining the bearing and understanding a soft answer turns away wrath. There was 2 men in the back seat that had pistols on their laps.
Right.
Imagine if he didn't use the soft answer. It wouldn't have turned away the wrath.
Right. And it was tinted windows, but I was still able to kind of like get a good look in the back. And they was definitely moving. Right? They had their little ski mask on and everything.
Yeah.
Right? Like they was ready. If he said go, they was gonna go. Right? But if we didn't keep our bearing, it was me and Bakar. If none of us kept our composure, they'd have misinterpreted our passion of trying to communicate with the brother for anger. You see that? They'd have misinterpreted for anger, and then if I wasn't just cool, if Ariel wasn't just cool, if Bakar wasn't just cool, they'd have misinterpreted. And you know, Jacob's antsy. They're not real like warriors. They're not trained warriors, right? To where they know how to keep their composure, examine body language, and dissect conversations to see where this actually is at. Is this an argument? Is it not an argument? They're not thinking about all that stuff. They're just thinking like these guys are just being bombastic. They're going to think that you're being bombastic with their, I want to say leader, because that's how he's acting. He was acting like their leader. And they're not going to see it that way, but that soft answer, he kept his composure, I kept my composure, but I kept his composure, it allowed it to just de-escalate. And obviously he kept on trying to be boisterous, and we just walked away. We just walked away and it just ended up peacefully, but it could have ended up completely different, because they definitely had their guns on their lap. But we kept it peaceful, and like you said, that soft answer, everything ended up peaceful. Because think about it, same thing with LeBron, right? He came to be what? Aggressive, to be brutish, right? With Jacob, but then Jacob came with that soft answer. And Jacob, just coming out of the situation where he had to apply that scripture, right? Jump into another situation, already foreseeing the evil. Knowing 10 times worse, Esau probably 10 times worse than Laban. So, Khan. Yeah, no, he's 10 times worse. But we're about to read that. What wisdom he just used to kill all that, right? So, go ahead.
Verse 6, and the messenger returned to Jacob, saying, we came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks and the herds and the camels unto 2 bands, and said, if Esau come to thee one company, and smite thee, then the other company, which is left, shall escape.
You know what's so beautiful about this? It shows us that we used to use our brain, right? We used to use our brain at one point in time. I like this because I always like watching like military movies and just seeing how like camera just followed me. That's cool. But it shows us that how we always used to like use our brain and actually used to just think through the issue. Think through the issue. Like you're in a tense situation. You ain't seen your brother in years. Before you left, he wanted to murder you, right? And now you have to go back and meet the same cat that wants to murder you. And you can't let your fear override what the Most High is telling you to do, right? You can't let your conceptions or your ideas of how you think your brother's going to interact with you, all the little ideas that will pop in his brain. Esau's going to do this, Esau's going to do that, Esau's going to do this, right? Like whatever ideas Esau had in his mind of how he was going to try to kill Jacob, or how Jacob knows his character to be, because he knows he's a cunning hunter. Obviously, he's seen Esau when Esau go hunting, but he's like, damn, he with that bow. I don't know if he's going to just shake. I don't know if he's going to shoot that bow from the top of his castle or whatever he at, right? I don't know how he's going to do it. He doesn't know. But he can't let that fear override him. So he had to use wisdom. Okay, let me just use wisdom and trust in the Most High. The Most High has been leading me in this direction the entire time. Well, let me just keep the faith.
let me just keep the faith. Let me not get weak in this moment, right? I got through LeBron, right? I got through Esau when I was leaving. I got through Esau when I had to get the blessing that the Most High wanted me to have. I got through these situations, and the Father was with me the whole time. He always made something happen to where the situation was able to be de-escalated or handled. You see that? Let me trust in him. And where was it at? I had a scripture in my head. It just popped out of my head. It's crazy. Oh, Proverbs 21. Proverbs chapter 21. Proverbs chapter 21. And I think it's verse 24. A wise man scaleth. Does it say a wise man scaleth? Proverbs 24? 21, 24? No, not that. It's in Proverbs 21 though. Proverbs 21, verse 22.
Verse 22.
Right.
Proverbs chapter 21, verse 22.
This is what men of wisdom and women of wisdom did when tense situations came up that made them nervous or worrisome. Read that.
A wise man scaleth the city of the mighty.
You see that? So in this situation, Esau's in the mighty position. He got the upper hand with Jacob. So-called. Not really. But Jacob going into the situation not knowing how the interaction is going to happen, he got the upper hand. Because Jacob's trying to figure out how this is going to go. But a wise man, right, he scaled the city of the mighty. Scaling is you're examining it. You're doing like, like an architect. He goes out, he scans the land, right? And he sees what we can build on the land, what we cannot. Where could we build this house, where we cannot, right? Is this a a good foundation, right? Or not? I know you do gardening. Is this good land to sow to grow plants on or not? You're examining these different things. And that's what Jacob was doing with Esau. He was examining the situation and to see if this is a scenario where I have to fight him, or can I use this method that I'm using right now to diffuse the situation? So he's scaling the city of the mighty and doing what? Read.
And casts down the strength of the confidence thereof.
And he's casting down the strength. So what is he doing? He's casting down Esau's imaginations. He's casting Esau's imaginations down. So he's like, oh, damn. My brother out here giving me gifts. So he's soothing him. He's soothing his conscience. He's easing his mind. You see that? He's giving him gifts. Because think about it. Just using this example, right? Oh, I thought you were saying that. Just using this example of, how it says a gift destroyed the heart? But going to the first verse, right? He's being wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, right? So he's using a gift to diffuse the situation, but not for negative, for good. So that his brother can at least give him a chance to see that, look, I just want to be at peace with you. The Most High made it play out the way it played out, right? But I'm not in control of that. That's the Most High's will. But look, I just want to be at peace with you. You're my brother. I love you. And then he gave him those gifts. And it killed the situation. Because he's trying to, cast down the strength. So you got to cast down that strength. And that strength could be what? That man's pride. That woman's ego. Right? That man's lust. Right? His desire to kill, murder. Right on. Yeah. But, so you're trying to cast down that strength and that mighty of the mighty. And that's the thing that you're trying to do in your house, right? Because how is this relatable to us? Because that's the whole point of everything that we go over, right? These stories are to show you that how can you relate this instance of him using this piece of wisdom of being wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove in your household? With what I know about my wife and how she is, how can I use wisdom to cast down her imaginations? Right? How can I get her to be faithful? How can I get her to be submissive according to the scriptures? Right? How can I get myself to be humble? Like you even casting down your imaginations with the scriptures, right? How how can I apply faith? The brother's been talking to me about faith. How can I apply faith? And how can I stop my negative mind from keeping me from applying faith? Right? How can I apply charity? So you're looking for those different instances to cast yourself down. Right? But that's what Jacob's doing with Esau right here. So we will jump back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 9. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which saith unto me, return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal with thee, and I will deal with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all thy mercy, and of all the truth which thou hast shewed unto thy servant. For with my staff I pass over this Jordan.
You see that? Look at his conversation. Right? Look at his conversation and his choice of words. I am not worthy.
No entitlement.
No what?
No self-entitlement.
No self-entitlement.
Bro, you're the God of Abraham, my father and Abraham. Like, you're supposed to be with me. You're supposed to lie.
Right. Not like, yeah, he's not just putting himself up there like, I'm going to be saved. Right? You're supposed to respect me. You ain't here, you don't know my new name? Israel? Right? Prince of the power? That's previous words right there, because he's like, damn, that was supposed to be my blessing. And Esau's mind, he's like, that's my blessing. What the hell are you talking about? Are you really trying to go there? Right? So he wasn't like that. But he like, man, I'm not worthy of the least of the mercies, man. I'm not worthy at all. And of all the truth, man, I'm not, man, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Esau. Read.
For with my staff I pass over this Jordan, and now I am become two bands.
Right?
Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau.
Right.
For I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children.
Right, he's afraid that Esau's going to try to come around and do that. And he's actually making his prayer to the Father. Right, he's praying to the Father that the Father guides him through this situation with Esau. Right, and he's being humble about it. He's not taking this boastful position like he said, being self-entitled, like, listen, I'm Israel. I'm your son. Right, you're going to birth the 12 tribes through me. You know you got to take care of me. He's not like being entitled, right? He's not putting himself above on a high stature. He's not getting high-minded. Read on.
Verse 12. And thou sayest, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed the sand of the sea.
Yeah, make thy seed as the sand of the sea. Read.
Which can not be measured.
Which cannot be numbered.
Which cannot be numbered for multitude.
Right. Like, bro, I'm going to take care of you. What's going on, Arya?
When you read in verse 10, when it said he had made basically a couple of bands of people, right? Two groups. That's over 100 people. So you look at, like, aside from his wives and his children and his herd, his flock, right? He has an abundance. So again, this is another scripture to show that he was well endowed, just like his father, just like Abraham. He wasn't just some vagabond or some nomad rolling around with his wife and kids and some animals. He had maid servants and men servants. Right? These are the things. He had so much that he was going to offer it to his father when he got there. But he still had a portion to give to Esau.
Oh, the camera's just facing toward me.
Because you're the target. It moves with you.
It
It moves with you, so once the Zark gets here, we have to switch into the camera.
Oh, you said what?
Once the Zark sits there,
Yeah, I was just trying to get it to, I guess, face everybody. Because this.
It's gonna follow you.
Oh, okay. But, good, my bad, alright. Good?
Oh, that was it.
Okay.
So that was just to show, again, that was just to show the amount of wealth that Jacob had.
Right.
He wasn't just some broke guy who went and worked for somebody for 20 years. No, he got a lot. He got a large abundance. So it was like when Laban was like, "Dad, all this is mine." Like he had a lot. You gotta think about it. If I'm gonna bring all this and offer a portion to my father, but I still got enough portion to offer to my brother just to pacify his wrath, I still have to be well off. Like you're gonna read about it, but that was a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Because what you're saying is like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. It's like you're saying like, when you look at a celebrity today and they don't know how to be humble, like a Brandon T. Jackson who knows the truth, but then brothers trying to show him that no, there's nothing wrong with camp. The Bible talks about us gathering together, but then him not being able to even consider what they're saying. He's not moving in that spirit of Brandon T. Jackson. He's moving in the spirit of humility,
Right.
considering, not looking at himself like he's on, right? No, that's real.
Yeah, because you got to think about it, like he could have been, okay, well, he saw my brothers coming with 400 men. Shoot, I got me a group too. I got me a crew. I got me a posse too.
Right, I'm gonna blow in your crib, right?
But he's coming in this humble fashion, regardless. But look at his pockets.
Right.
I mean, when you look at his pockets, they onslaught, but that didn't make his mind be out of the spirit. He's still walking in the mindset of his father and of his grandfather.
Come. Yeah, he looked at his father's example and he's like, this is the spirit I'm supposed to move in.
Regardless of the estate of my wealth. Regardless of the estate of my wealth.
Right. Your wealth, whether you're up, whether you're down. Right? Because he was on the come up. Right?
He came all the way up.
Right. He was on the come up because he had to get down because he had to leave home. Right? And he had to come up all over again. He had to start from square one. What'd you say, man?
I said he never leaned on his own understanding.
Oh, come. Yeah, he never leaned on his own understanding. His wealth didn't determine his wealth, his status, his popularity didn't determine his mentality and how he looked at how he's supposed to deal with others. Right? Basically that he didn't look down on you, spirit. That's powerful. That's an important part to acknowledge because wealth gets people out of whack. Like you get out of touch with your people when you get wealth and you get up. Like you moving next, you living next to Esau, and a lot of people get out of touch. Like Lil Wayne making that statement about slavery. Like he don't know about slavery. He don't feel slavery. He don't feel like that's a thing anymore because he's living in wealth. So these people is just what? They just dealing with him because he's like another wealthy man, and he brings money, and so they deal with him with that smooth words, but war is really in their heart, and he's not seeing that, So calm. But what's crazy about that is, I remember cops was pulling him over every time in his tour bus, around like 2008, so he was feeling that. So calm, but he wasn't seeing it. But you can jump back to the reading.
Verse 13. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand, and a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 mule camels, with their coats, 40 kings, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. And he delivered them unto the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, when Esau my brother needed me, and asked me, saying, whose art thou? And whether goest thou?
Hold on 1 second. We're trying to figure out this camera. I'm going to throw up a hand sign. It's for the camera. It's not because we're the Illuminati. I got to say that. So, you want me to do what?
Yeah.
It's not locking in? It's all good. Just leave it like that. We're going to have to swap it. We thought we'd get a little bit fancy. It's not even that much. It was only like 150, but I didn't know it was going to move like that. So we just swap it out. So cats get funny. Take the freeze frame right now. It's following Shaquat and like Shaquat.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it to come to.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
We're just working with it for right now.
Okay.
All right. Gotta have the disclaimer all the time, huh? Go ahead.
Verse 18. Then thou shalt say, they be thy servants, Jacob.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Two things we get here, because we keep reiterating the same thing. Obviously, when we go through these chapters, it's all about character flaws, character defects, right? I hear y'all the whole time. We're reminding everybody that, okay, match yourself up to these characters and see, are you the villain or you the righteous man, right? Look at also how Jacob dealt with Esau, right? Now, Esau's a murderer. He got a murderous spirit on him. He got a spirit of hate. We know that, right? Malachi 1, Romans 9, right? The spirit of this man, Habakkuk, the spirit in him is not upright. We know that. We can see that. So Jacob is keeping his distance. He's watching. But as you see from Laban to Esau, Jacob's spirit never changed.
That's right.
Greater is he than you, than he that is in the world.
That's right.
Right? And this is like what we got to be watching out for. Are we characterized matching up to these men? And above all, Yahweh Shai. Right? But you can see these little things that they're doing that makes them stand bold in righteousness. Now, was Jacob a punk? No, he wrestled an angel. But it didn't make him not a punk because it said he feared. Right? It said that. He feared. But brothers nowadays try to bring that hood mentality to the truth. Right? And it make it seem like, well, no, I got to act out like this. You brought it out earlier perfectly. Right? I got to act out like this. I got to vent. I got to lash out. Or else I'm a punk. No. Look at how Jacob dealt with these moments. And you'll see, wait, there's a greater mind state than, oh, I'm a punk, and I gotta what? Act out like a wild damn man, right? So, mind you, right? The devil, Esau, he hated his brother, his perpetual hatred. Did he bang on Esau? Is he gonna bang on Esau? A lot of brothers think, oh, okay, no, I gotta bang on Esau, right? It ain't time to bang on Esau.
That's right.
Right? It's time for us to get the qualities down that make us greater than Esau, greater than the nations.
That's right.
And that's what we're supposed to be looking at, how to become greater than these heathens, right? Not be just like them, but speak all against them, right? All right, go ahead.
One thing, when you add up all the animals and the livestock, because going back to his riches, right? Fall so hard. Basically, he gave him, in estimation, about $5 million worth of just flocks as a peace offering to his brother. Like, here's an easy $5 million, baby. You know what I mean? It's a gift.
Right.
Like, when you add up, like, the cost of a horse, anywhere from $100,000 to $10,000.
Yeah.
Now remember, he got the best of the best.
Actually, I don't know if y'all watch the series Yellowstone, but anyway, he raised his horses, and he was like, how much is that horse? And he said $5 million. because it was a racing horse. So I'm saying this. I'm not saying that he had racing horses. All I'm saying is that those horses can be expensive as hell. Yeah.
Especially like prize champion. Steve,
Yeah.
Their semen's worth.
That's another thing. He said that too. He said, listen, the horse can bear kids, and the kids can be cost this much. I mean, we know that from other animals as well, but I can see where it was a lot of money. So wait, you're coming threatening to me, but I'm going to give you something, right? We don't know that. That's been bled out of us, right? To where our people don't want to see, damn, every time I don't have to render evil for evil, railing for railing. Yet, why are you screaming at me? Why are we doing this? Like, you brought it out perfect. People lashing out. It's like, brother, that's not, this is what is being said. This is what we're doing, right? Could you comprehend that? No? Okay, well then, not to the doubtful disputation, right? We're not going to get into this back and forth. And that's what spirit I've been trying to push, like, to brothers. Like, look, we're not the debating. We don't got time to debate and argue with you. If you don't want to ride, then that's fine, right? Let's foster that spirit. That was the spirit of our forefathers. Look at Jacob. All right, you're thinking like, oh, you a punk, you scared. Look at Jacob. When he had to fight, he had to put hands on the angel. He put hands on the angel. But any other time, it was wisdom, right? Bro, you don't think the Most High could have been with this guy to toss Esau any way he wanted? Look at the Egyptians. Look at what Abraham did to go get Lot, right? So let's just put these in perspective and use all the Bible. Then we start to see, wait a minute. I don't have to move like that. You don't have to spaz out on your baby mama, right? You don't have to spaz out on your baby daddy because they got demons on them, right? What you have to have is wisdom, tact, to be able to deal with a lot of these situations. You know, those are the situations I get calls on. My baby mama, she's belligerent. My baby daddy, he's out of his damn mind, right? He's doing weird stuff. Okay, well, what are you using in the gospel? I just can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. It's like, okay, are you using the wisdom? It just frustrates me. It's like, the reason why you're getting in that mode is because you have no knowledge, no wisdom, no spirit of the Lord guiding you through these situations. So we got to really pay attention to this, man. It's really empowering to know that the wisdom of the Most High can really solve all those issues. And I don't got to engage stupidity. I don't got to engage madness. I don't got to put my gun on somebody that is angry or talking crazy. If we can get that known to the young brothers and sisters in our community, then we can get a lot more deaths off the street. Because it's us. Our people are killing each other. For instances like this. Met him on Facebook, met Esau on Facebook. Esau trying to pull up and threaten, right? Or rather, my own brother trying to pull up and threaten. You're not having that. You're shooting him right on sight, right? Nowadays. Jacob didn't do that. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 18. Then thou shalt say, they be thy servants Jacob. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau. And behold, also he is behind us. And so commanded he the second and the third, and all that follow the drove, saying, on this manner shall ye speak unto Esau when ye find him.
Right, see, and then he's guiding everybody in the same spirit. Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. Like we talked about that yesterday. We always talk about it, right? You as a leader is, so are his officers. So how are you leading your household, right? Are you leading them in this belligerent, crazy mind? And you start seeing the kids grow up and they're damn loose, belligerent, out of order, out of control, because they don't know how to control their minds, right? And your whole, all that caravan with him could have just been wilding out, right? But they're moving in his spirit, right? Go ahead.
And say ye, moreover, behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me, and afterward I will see his face.
Pre-adventure?
He will accept of me. So went.
What's that? That's it? Oh, that's it. I'm reading.
Oh,
Y'all must be on it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So next brother, the fourth brother.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Ban Yasharallah.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Ban Yasharallah, Imagine. Barak.
Yahawah Ba Hashem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahawah, Hashem Yahushua Brakatham.
So 21 down to 33 and 15. Deuteronomy 32, 21 down to 33 and 15. You see, like, when you're talking to the kids, the more and more you got the knowledge, now you can insert your forefathers. Well, what did Jacob do? What did Joseph do? Right? What did your forefathers do? Right? You see that? All these instances the Most High has given us to lead our family and not to have any excuse on having wicked character defects, right? And being the Esau of the story. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 32 verse 21. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives and his 2 women servants and his 11 sons, and passed over before Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh.
Okay, very important thing. This was a man. Like noted ahead of time, so you won't ask, well, he wrestled with God. No. He acknowledged that this is a man, right? But this man is a messenger, a representative of the Most High. So, once again, another instance showing that this is what, how the Most High, how the scriptures identify, right? When you deal with a man of the Most High, that ambassador is coming in the name of the Most High. Y'all get that? Very important. Go ahead.
And the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, what is thy name? So,
obviously, you can see this wasn't him just wrestling some guy, right? Starting drama with something. Something was here that the Most High was showing Jacob that this was something besides I'm just fighting with a guy. The Most High is showing us that, right? Go ahead.
He said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall be no more Jacob.
I want that blessing. How do I know this man can bless me? Because there's something different here, right? He's not an enemy, right? Go ahead.
But Israel
but Israel. You're no longer going to be the supplanter, the shyster, right? Oh, let me stick to the supplanter, right? The guy that's always looking for the option, the come up, right? The opportunist, right? You're no longer going to be that guy. That's why you would hear Israelite brothers refer to, and this is what the world didn't know what we were talking about when we were saying Jake. They thought we was talking about cops. So they picked up that lingo from Hebrew Israelites, right? So now they be like Jake. They think, no, it's not referring to the cops. This is anybody out, our people in a come up mind. So you would hear that conversation like, yeah, Jake be rolling like this, right? Jacob. The Jacob mind is always looking for the opportunity, but you're no longer going to be that individual. Now you're going to be a prince that has power. Yah, Shar. Shar is prince. Allah is power. Yah before it is, I think that's possessive pronoun, which is okay, my. I gotta double check it, but the Yah before it means he, right? So the Yah after, like my name is Kazak Yah, it means my strength, right? You put the Yah after, you put the Yah before, it means like he. So he, prince, power, right? He is a prince of power. Y'all see that? Okay. Go ahead.
For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men.
Right. Well, thou power with God and man. Well, what gave him this name? See, this is why another reason I've been bringing out about names, right? What transitioned you from little pea shooter to that Hebrew Israelite man? Why did Paul take on a new name? Why did the men of the Bible take on names when they came to be new? Because they transitioned from the old mind to the new mind. That's the idea behind it. Put off the old man, put on the new. So it was supposed to be a transitioning from Jacob, supplanter, to he is a prince now that has power with the Most High man. But what gave him that name? Who picked it up? What gave him that name? Go ahead. His character. His character and what else? His character were met with what? What?
With wisdom.
With wisdom, which is what? Actions, right? Right? That showed forth his wisdom. Right. The correct application of knowledge, right? So that's correct. So you see that this cat was what? He had faith that works. So he didn't just say, you know what, I want to take on this name. A new name in the spirit of the Most High, you have to be accountable for that name. So you see that all through the Bible. That's not something that we make up. Oh, that's just what y'all do. No, this is biblical. It's biblical. That's why we take on these names. And no, it wasn't a Greek name. It wasn't a Roman name. It wasn't it was a Hebrew name. Y'all get that? All right. It wasn't me taking my Swahili name because what I feel like I'm in Swahili. Bro, are you a Hebrew Israelite or not? Or are you Swahili? Yeah.
Hosea chapter 13, verse 3.
Okay. Go ahead.
He took his brother by the heel in the womb, and by his strength he had power with the Most High.
It did.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say that again.
Hosea chapter 12 and verse 3. He took his brother by the heel in the womb, and by his strength he had power with the Most High.
Check that out. So even from the womb, that's beautiful. Even from the belly, these things were preordained, right? Okay, so now y'all get this, right? You get that the Most High It's showing us, man, all these things that we supposed to understand from the knowledge. All right? This is what I started looking at. As I got older, I started trying to understand more why we as Hebrew Israelites, if it's tradition of men, or is this biblical? And the more and more you look, right? Yeah, some brothers have traditions, but this is straight book. The names we took on, the character we took on, right? How we changed our names. It's real. Y'all get that? Okay, come on.
And has prevailed. Verse 29. And Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?
Mm-hmm.
And he blessed him there.
Right. Because that angels, it was never about them. Right? It was never about, oh, worship me. Bow down to me. I'm this strong, mighty man. I got this power. Right? Angels weren't caught up into that. So what did they do? They're like, you don't need my name. It doesn't matter. Right? I'm a representative of the Most High. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 30. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel.
Panya Allah, which is Panya. You hear us say that in the four corners. Panya is face, and of course you hear that word Allah, which is face of the Most High, face of the power, right? Okay, Hebrew. Once again, not made up. This was written on stones a long time ago. All right, go ahead.
For I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved.
So you see that? You see how he said man, but he's coming back and saying, I have seen God. Did he see the Most High? No. He's seen a representative of the Most High. So you see how the context of God power is used biblically. Y'all get that? Do you really? So you're going to remember that then? I'm looking at my son. Go ahead.
And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day.
So we kept this tradition after that, which is don't eat the sinew, right? The tendon, right? Yeah, we kept, bro. I don't know what it is. Why all of a sudden adopted to your face? It's weird. AI. Yeah, it's all good. Forgive us for the camera positioning, y'all. We try to be all fancy and get a new camera, and then it moves. So forgive us for that. We'll swap it out. Just use the pictures as much as you can, and don't worry about that. Go ahead.
Which is upon the hollow of his thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank.
Right.
Genesis chapter 33 and verse 1. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah and unto Rachel and unto the two handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him.
So he bowed himself 7 times. So are you going to say Jacob is a punk? I don't think no Hebrew Israelite man in his right damn mind would say that. We would say, and we would look at the character of Jacob and judge according to that. He wasn't no punk. He was a man of wisdom and understanding, and he knew how to deal with his brother. He knew how to deal with this hostile brother, right? Go ahead.
And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him, and fell on his neck and kissed him.
Mm-hmm.
And they wept.
Right. Y'all just went over it with Laban. Right? Same vibe. Right? He came in, a soft answer turneth away wrath, a soft gesture, a gift destroyeth the heart. Right? Even though we know that's in the negative way, but in a positive way is what? Agree with your adversary quickly when thou beest in the way. Right? He applied all these things in what? Bowed 7 times to him, and then Esau come, man, damn, I miss you. I miss you, big bro. Right? Or I miss you, little bro. Right? Go ahead.
And he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children,
Mm-hmm.
and said, whose are those with thee?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, the children which God hath graciously given thy servant.
Mm-hmm.
Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And he said,
So the family came in line too. The women didn't come back and be like, you know what? So you could really bow yourself to this man. They were in line with the family. Right. They didn't try to break his character down and be like, well, why are you bowing to this guy when he did against you? You a punk. Right? No, he was like, okay, look, we're going to do this. And everybody followed that direction of the husband. Right? And the servants followed that direction of the leader. Go ahead.
and he said, what meanest thou by all this drove which I met?
Uh-huh.
And he said, these are to find grace in thy sight, my Lord.
See that? My Lord. Right? Remember that word was used as in respect.
That's right.
Once again, we didn't mean he was the Lord. Right? So you hear that a lot during the 1500s. Me, Lord. Right? It was out of respect. So this is what he's doing. It's to find grace in your sight. Right? Because in the back of your mind, like, how do you want to deal with this man? Do you want to kill him? Or do you want to win him? Right? A lot of Israel is in kill mode. A lot of Israelites are in kill mode, destroy mode, attack mode. It's like everybody's up on the attack. Let's attack. Bro, why? Why attack? There's really nothing to attack. There's nothing to attack. You know what I mean? The Most High is controlling every dang thing, right? And certain things are there to check, reveal your character, what mode you in. So he's like, look, this is to find grace in your sight. Go ahead.
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob said, nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand.
Mm-hmm.
For therefore I have seen thy face, as thou had seen the face of God.
Right. Now he's embellishing, huh? You know, but look at his tact. Go ahead.
And thou wast pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. Verse 13. And he said unto him, my Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me.
Uh-huh.
And if men should overdrive them, one day all the flock will die.
Right. Okay. All right. Next brother. Who is it? Is it Ariah? It is Ariah, right? Huh? Yeah. The one rainy day we move quick, right? But let's not jump to conclusions, because once we get in that Ecclesiasticus, yeah, see, we always finish the reading somewhere around 2-something. And then when we go into that, next you know, it'd be like
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Oh, God.
Me Lord.
Ariama 1, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banya Shalom.
Ariama 1, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banya Shalom. Amati, Barak.
Yahweh Shemel, Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shemel Shai Brakatham.
You got to turn up juice in your veins, son. He stayed lit. Oh, now it's following him? Oh, dang, it turned all the way around.
Must be a she.
Bruh, just go. Just go, all right?
I'll go to the camera right there and just go straight down.
Yeah, right? You know what? You're going to have to. Come back, Ak. Let it follow you.
Stand right in front of it.
Stand right in front of it.
Go like up here.
Up here?
No, like,
Yeah. Are you in front of it?
like face that way, like as you
Are you-
point towards S.O.W.
Are you in front of the
I'm
camera?
in front of the camera.
Okay.
I got
All right, come back around. Come back over here.
stand behind you.
Stand behind. Come back all the way over here. Stand behind me, and you're gonna duck down. Duck down.
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay, that's fine. At least it's back in the front. Bro, this camera's weird as hell. Okay, there you go.
Oh,
Now I got Shaquat back. All right. All right, come on, let's go. You're going to read from 14 to 34 and 18. 33 and 14 to 34 and 18.
Genesis chapter 33, verse 14. Then my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before thy servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that go before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord, unto Seir. And Esau said, let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, what needed it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built an house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padamaram and pitched his tent before the city. And he brought a parcel of a fig, where he had spread his tent at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father.
That's the reading.
Okay, go ahead. Read out. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar and called it Lo.
What verse you at?
Verse 20.
Uh-huh.
Eliohisra. Eliohisra. We looked that word.
Yeah, let me get it real quick. You said 34 and 20 out?
34 and 20.
Okay.
No, it's 33 and 20.
33 and 20? Right. All Alahaya Yashar Allah. All Alahaya Yashar Allah. The mighty power of Israel. Right? We know Yashar Allah is who had their hand? Oh, okay. The mighty power of Israel. So, Al, once again, which is Allah, right? Which is power. Alahaya, right? Which is my power, right? Yashar Allah. the mighty power of Israel. Alright?
Genesis chapter 34, verse 1. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay hold with her and defiled her.
Okay, so right there, let's get this story right from the beginning. Right there, it's telling you defile is not a good thing. He laid with her and took her, but beyond what the tradition was, going to the father, going to the mother, going to the parents. Two, being a heathen, that's a defilement. All right, and three, it's telling you he took her. He didn't entice her. They didn't agree. Right? Go ahead.
And his soul clave unto Dinah, daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and spake kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me this damsel to wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field. And Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob to commune with him.
Diana is judgment. Yeah, Diana is judgment. That's what her name means. It's crazy how, like in the spirit, when she was born, her name would be that. For an instant, between Jacob and Israel. But then that name along the path became, this is what I was telling my son in the car too, became a moment that brought judgment, right, on these other nations. You know what I mean? Watch what name you get. Now I was telling him, his name means my teacher, to teach, right? So, are you going to be the teacher, or are you going to have to be taught? Like, your name, you can choose a path where it could be wrong for you, right? Let's go back. We always talk about Nabal. Foolish, right? Okay. But did they name Nabal foolish because they're saying, this little man in the carriage right here, wrapped up in the swaddling clothes, is a fool? Or was it like Jacob and the 12 tribes, when they look at the child, they could have said, damn, we've been so foolish to the Lord. Right? You see that? Because remember, that's what we go through and we named ourselves instances, moments, defining situations, right? So, did they name Nabal a fool and said, yeah, from now on, you are going to be the fool? I doubt that. But he became the fool, right? You got to watch what name you take on. That name you have to either, you can live in it or die in it. You got to be careful. And that's what we're seeing with, when you go look at Nabal, just think about it. Nobody's going to name their kid the fool. Foolish, right? They probably named that because something that they were dealing with. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Verse 7.
And
the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel.
Right, so the folly was all those things. Taking her, defiling her. Defile means what? He didn't entice her. He took her. Right? Go ahead.
In Israel, lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done.
Yeah, because if you've been listening the whole time, the whole 18 hours of classes we've been going over, we didn't deal with the Africans. We didn't deal with these cats every step of the way. Don't go get nobody of the Hamites, of the Africans, Gergesites, Jebusites, Canaanites. Don't deal with them, right? From Abraham all the way through. Okay? Go ahead.
And verse 8.
Uh-huh.
And Hamor communed with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you.
Now you add an insult to injury. Like you already took her. You destroyed our tradition. You destroyed our value, our family values, right? And you come to me talking about his heart is inclined unto her. Like, are you for real right now? You can see the spirit on them was like, exactly that face right there. Like you dirty. Go ahead.
Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give her to him to wife. And make ye marriages with us. And give your daughters unto us. And make our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us.
Right.
And the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein. And get you possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brother, let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say.
Yeah, that's another trick. The other trick is what? Look, you can get all these things if you deal with our family, you deal with our kindred. But we're not getting the remember the class we went over yesterday, right? We're not getting what? Who was here in class yesterday? What are we not getting when we deal with these heathenistic women? Or a woman in a heathenistic mind? What? You're not going to be of the same agreements. You're not going to be in unity, right? In customs, in mind, in spirit. We're not going to be unified, right? And we know where that went with Solomon, right? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 12. Ask me never so much dowry and a gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, we cannot do this thing.
So why did they answer them deceitfully? Because you already defiled her. You already stepped out of line. So when did we lose it on the nations? See, when they start dealing with us wrong, right? When they start dealing with us out of order, killing us, destroying us, taking what is ours, the Most High didn't honor that, right? We weren't supposed to honor that. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
And they said unto him, we cannot do this thing.
Right.
To give our sister to one that is uncircumcised.
Mm-hmm.
For that were a reproach unto us.
Now, you got that tradition, token of the covenant from who?
Abraham.
All right. Just checking. From Abraham, right? So they passed that down. You have to be circumcised and represent cleanliness. Go ahead.
Verse 15. But in this will we consent
Uh-huh.
to you.
Uh-huh.
If ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised.
Mm-hmm.
Then will we give our daughters unto you.
Uh-huh.
And we will take your daughters to us.
Mm-hmm.
And we will dwell with you. And we will become one people.
Right.
And if ye will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and we will be gone. Verse 18. And their words please come on.
Now, I went over this the other day. What could a woman, when it says give not thy soul unto women? Look, he's considering this. Shechem he's thirsty, right? He wants some more of that Hebrew Israelite sister. He wants some more of that. He wants her around, right? You see what level it could take you to because you're not in your right mind? First of all, he took advantage of this woman. You obviously know he's not in the right mind, right? Okay, you took advantage of her. Now you're going to put yourself in a situation for her that eventually is going to kill you. Give not thy strength unto women. Bowing to women, going out your way for these women, or going out of your wits. I'm going to quote the scripture. Going out of your wits for women. Look at where it got them. Right? And I know we're jumping ahead a little bit. Go ahead.
Verse 18.
Uh-huh.
And their words pleased Haman.
Uh-huh.
And Shechem, Haman's son. That's it.
Right. Damn. Okay. That's you? Yes, sir. 19 to 31.
Genesis chapter 34 and verse 19. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father.
I mean, he was honorable. Like, think about it. If he was more honorable than all in his house, then, come on, their honor system is very low. Right? And I know what you're thinking, and it ain't true. We didn't go around taking women like that. We didn't do that. So this dude's, but it still makes sense though. Okay, so if this dirtbag was more honorable than everybody else, then what do we got to look for if we marry in with this guy? Right? Remember, why did the Most High say he destroyed Canaan? Because they were sacrificing children, right? They were worshiping other gods. They were doing all the kind of defiled things. Remember that. So the Most High wasn't with this, right? We join in with that. You got to set this up based on the whole picture. If not, you're going to make the wrong judgment. Oh, these cats were wrong. Why they do that? See, the 12 tribes, you know what I mean? Yes, they had certain issues, but in this instant right here, they're right for doing what they did. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 20. And Hamor and Shechem, his son, came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable with us. Therefore, let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent us for to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us be circumcised as they are.
What you laughing at, Aaron? What's up? What's up?
I mean, what we know now, you know, and looking back on this in retrospect and reading it and learning from it, right? You know, having that mindset of being one mind, right? Like, you can't, I mean, not be one mind, but yeah, in order to be one people, you have to be one mind. You have to be like-minded.
Right.
There's no like-mindedness.
No, right. Now you get it. Yeah. God. Now we all get it, right? Like, this, I can't be locked into this. Bro, I want my cousin to be the dude that raped my sister. I want my friend, my brother, right? You raped my sister. How can I look at you, bro? Right? You took her without asking. Right? It wasn't honorable. Then you smiling in my face like, but I love her. Bro, no. You're wrong. Go ahead.
Verse 23. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son, hearken all that went out of the gate of his city. And every...
They had ulterior motives at the beginning. Shechem and that king.
Right.
Because they seen our possession.
Right. Everybody always looked at Israel. First of all, the spirit, the life, what we can suck out of them, what we can get out of them. Right? So all the nations, now you got a new, like, think about it. This is the beginning of that righteous spirit, that wholesome spirit that was in us. Right? So, yeah, I'm not saying we weren't flawed, but still, we weren't doing what the nations were doing. Right? So they're looking at us and like, man, how could I leech off of this good spirit? How could I leech off of this good vibe, right? I mean, think about it. This literally just happened with Laban and Jacob. So you got the other nations are like, what? They chicken hawking. They look like, man, what could we get from these people, right? That shows you about that wicked spirit from Laban, right? How Esau was rolling here. That wicked spirit of, I'm trying to take advantage of that good vibe, right? That good spirit. Once again, which one do we play? Are we the villain or the righteous brother?
It's like everybody's seen Belly, right? Gone? Remember the guy on the corner eating the banana? Yeah, he's like,
Yeah. I don't like them coming up. I don't like that spirit around them.
I don't like that righteousness.
Yeah. And listen, if you think we're embellishing, like, go through all the stories of the scriptures and see every time. This is what they looked at. They seen us. They seen how we were, go all the way to Judah. When we stood against them, who was that? The Assyrians? The Assyrians or the Syrians? Double check that. But when we stood against them, they were like, who the hell are these people over there? Right? Why are they not invested into us and doing what we're doing? Right? So, all right, go ahead. What verse are you at?
Oh, verse 25.
Okay.
Come. Genesis chapter 34 and verse 25.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister.
Yeah. So it wasn't because they were just emotional. Yes. The variable in here. What verse are we at?
On verse 27.
Okay, read down. Let's see if we get there.
Come. Verse 28. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, Ye have troubled me, to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I being few in number.
So that was the variable in there, which is what? Bro, name is important. Like, we said this, and then we went back on it. So the name, your name is very important. Yeah, your name is very important. This is archaeological find in this book right here of Shechem was strategically placed in the central hill country. It controlled all the roads in the area. Okay. But its location made the city vulnerable to attack. Excavations in the city of Shechem revealed a city with walls made of large megalithic stones, and the city gate system. The most important find in a fortress temple. The most important find is a fortress temple of Baal from the story of Abimelech. People could find refuge in the temple from the enemies before Abimelech, Abram, and Jacob built altars to the Most High in the area of Shechem. right? Okay. I'm trying to make sure. We're talking about the same city, right? Yeah, right? Okay, I'm like, damn, am I reading the right point? Right archaeological find in there? But I like reading y'all these little inserts. Those are talking points. Those are flyer points. When this person wants to go to the Bible's not real. Well, what about their archaeological finds? What about the archaeology? Now you can bring them down that road to bring them all the way back around to the Bible, right? Look at all these things they found with archaeology, because you can't avoid it. Some people need to go there, right? But you bring them from that point, then you circle them back right around now. Okay, what are we talking about? The Bible. This was recorded in there. So the history matches the finds. Those are for the doubters, right? The unbelievers. You need to give them a little bit of that. So that's why I try to point these out. Once again, you guys got to get this. It's good for flyers, for brothers and sisters that need the history to spark their mind. A lot of our people are into that now. They don't really know, but this right here will show them like, okay, you don't really know what you're talking about. All right, go ahead. Let's jump back. Where you at?
Oh, come on, I was checking. But that's the city.
That's the city, right?
Because in Genesis 33 and 18 says, and Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem,
right,
which is in the land of Canaan.
Right, there you go. Shechem, yeah. I was like, man, am I reading the right? Go ahead.
Come. Genesis chapter 34 and verse 30.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land.
Right. Remember, that's name. Even though they're heathens and they're the other nations, we still had to have a name among them, right? The scriptures teach us that our name among the heathen still has to be above. So watch how we deal, how we act with them, right? How we deal with the nations. Once again, I think it is a very bad misconception by a lot of Hebrew Israelites, because they're heathens, we can just start being just like them, right? No, we dealt with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Y'all know the scripture, in the sight of the nations, right? That's what this word was supposed to do. When it says ye are the light of the world, what does that mean? It only meant that in that context, the world was Israel. No, we're light literally to everybody. Right? Go ahead. Jump back.
Come. Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land. Among the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, should he deal with our sister as with an harlot?
Right. Okay. All right. Questions? What's that?
Here's a question online. It says, so did the people change their names depending on the life that they have lived and in the spirit that they had in them, or experiences they have gone through?
Well, if you caught the other classes, it literally was all those things. So let's go back to Esau. When Esau was born, they looked at Esau and said, wasted away is he. He was the anomaly in the birth. So they named him Aisha, which is Esau. Right? But then Esau's name was changed to Edom at that moment when he said, give me some of that same red pottage. Right? That meat was still red. See, so as parents, you name your child defined by the moment or the time. Isaac, they laughed. Sarah laughed, right? Right. Abraham laughed. Sarah laughed, right? And said, in the spirit, his name was what? Isaac, laughter. It wasn't mocking, right? It was just the moment that defined that, right? So you see Esau's name, then Esau's name switched. Jacob's name was talking about supplanter, right? And then his name was changed to Israel, right? Abram to Abraham, right? So all these different moments defined, whether it defined them in the beginning, whether their path was changed, right? That's how our names were gotten. They definitely weren't gotten how we got them today. We know that. Let me just be right. It wasn't like today. What you gonna name them? Let's put truck and liquor together. Let's. Trilicuria. Like, what is that? You know what I mean? I don't want to name nobody's name in here. I was trying to think of some crazy ass names, but I can think of some crazy names. Like Bonquisha. Like, y'all thinking that's funny, but how many of our people just name their kids names like that? And nowadays, I'm not tri-baiting, but Judah, bruh. Y'all gotta stop it, man. It's hard too. You got like 50 names.
Oh, wow.
Jesus, De Jesus. You know what I mean? It's like, we didn't name ourselves names like they do today. We had substance and meaning by them.
I'm gonna name you after the car that I want.
Right.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
Oh, Con, yeah.
Lexus.
Porsche.
Oh, Con.
God.
Nobody's been bold enough for Honda.
Yeah. So, yes, it's all those things. What happened? What they say? It's Chevy. Listen, somebody's gonna be bold enough.
That's a heavy box.
Right. So yeah, just go back and go through the Bible, and you start to see how we transition in changing our names and certain reasons and moments in time. And it was more substance behind it as opposed to the garbage we do nowadays. You know what I mean? Now, some of us had Christian backgrounds, right? You know what I mean? You had biblical names, right? But you got to look at and redefine yourself and the Spirit of the Most High and what name you really are, right? Because mom and dad wasn't looking at that. They weren't looking at it spiritually. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. They were looking at it spiritually. In the Spirit of the Most High, they were like, you know what? I'm going to name my son this in the Spirit of the Most High, or is it because their own emotions and feelings, right?
Their own.
In a worldly sense. You're like, well, they named it according to what they felt, but still in a worldly sense. Right? All right. Was that it? Okay. All right. So let's jump over to Ecclesiasticus 11. Ecclesiasticus 11. You're going to read down to verse 12, and I'll pick up after that. All right. We're going to go through this. We got a little time, so we're going to try to precept as much as we can. I want a lot of the young brothers, especially my kid, my sons, my daughters, to get this, and your young brothers to get this. Like, when we go through the precepts, like to actually get more substance out of it instead of just reading it. A lot of people read these Ecclesiasticus and Proverbs and just read through it, don't really understand, right? So I want to go through it. Go ahead, read that.
Come. Ecclesiasticus chapter 11 and verse 1. Wisdom lifted up the head of him that is of low degree.
Right. What wisdom though? Let's get that right. Right? The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom. So, just because you act like you're smart, what wisdom are you? What knowledge do you have? You're not intelligent just because you have, or you're not going to be raised from the dirt because you have worldly wisdom. The wisdom of this world is not foolish, it's foolishness with the Most High. Right? So, we're talking about the wisdom of the Most High. It will lift up your head. Well, but what is wisdom? We just said it earlier. You said it earlier, Aaron. What is it?
It's the correct application of knowledge.
Right. So, you're not wise unless you correctly apply the knowledge. It doesn't matter how you speak. Where is your actions? That's what makes you a man of wisdom. Right? So, this is what the Most High is showing us, that we can have the law, statutes, commandments, and wisdom of the Most High, but if we're not applying it, it doesn't matter. Right? Faith without works is dead. You're not putting none of it to effect. I don't see your actions. I don't honor that. The Most High don't honor that. To me, you're just like what? Christianity. Right? You're talking, but there's nothing to back that talk up. Right? So, you're not going to be lifted up out of the low condition unless you apply what you've been given. Wisdom lifted up the head of him that is of low degree. Go ahead.
And maketh him to sit among great men.
Yeah, because that in itself, when you go into Ecclesiasticus 6 about wearing out the doorstep, what happens? How do you get wise? You got to be around wise men, right? But he that is a companion of fools, you'll be what? A fool, right? And if you're a companion of your own damn mind, then it's your own mind that is telling you you're wise, not the wisdom of the Most High. Who do you got to compare that with? Who's telling you that you're wise? Many are deceived by their own vain opinion, right? Okay, go ahead.
Commend not a man for his beauty.
Right, we talked about this yesterday, right? Commending not a person for their beauty, and how America has geared us to looking towards the outward appearance. To where now, I'm only looking at this person because they're handsome, they're beautiful. This is why Yahweh Shai wasn't going to be desired for his beauty. The Most High didn't make him this handsome cat to be desired only for his outward appearance. We are supposed to not just be geared towards looking at the outward appearance, and in that is why a person is prestige or a person is acknowledged. Go ahead.
Neither abhor a man for his outward appearance.
Right. Or because they don't have on the apparel, the jewels, right? Now we disliked it. Well, what you got? That ain't, you don't got nothing, right? Nah, it's not what you got, it's what you do. It ain't got nothing about what you got, or how you look, or your outward apparel. It's supposed to be, I'm looking at your actions, right? We look at the apostles, the prophets, Yahweh Shai actions. We look at brothers' actions. Oh, that's what makes you wise. You apply, you use wisdom, right? So, the Most High is telling us here, listen, the fact is this, how many of our people do otherwise? They look at people's outward appearance, they judge them by how they look. A lot of women judge people how they look. You make fun of people, how they look, right? Got to put away childish things. Go ahead.
The bee is little among such as flock, but her fruit is the chief of sweet things.
So it's continuing that logic on that point, right? You might look at the bee, the smallest things, right? And it might seem insignificant. But in actuality, look at how much this bee gets done, right? You cannot look at things for the outward appearance. You got to look through the goggles of wisdom. If not, you're gonna miss these little things. You won't know how to pick a man. You won't know how to pick a woman. You won't know how to be a brother. You won't know how to be a sister. Because you what? You're looking at the physical appearance of individuals. Right? But like our people, I was just talking about this the other day. It's like people look at the multitude. They look at numbers. Right? And you realize that it can't be about numbers. It can't be about that because a lot of people fake it to make it. Right? It can't be about the physical. Right? You can sit around, you can be here all you want, but are you actually putting in works? Who can speak on your works? Right? And say that you're doing the works of the Most High? Well, we know by what? Your character, your actions, right? So it's showing us in relation to this, the outward appearance, that the bee, you might look at it as a small thing, but look how much things it gets accomplished. But her fruit is the chief of sweet things, right? Go ahead.
Verse 4. Boast not of thy clothing and raiment.
Right. Oh my God. Could we put this one on Facebook? Jesus Christ. We need to really put this for the black man. The black man, Hispanic man, Native American man. What?
What's the verse where it says, better is little with righteousness than great revenues without right?
We can find it. We can find that one. Let's look for that one.
I know it's in Proverbs.
Yeah.
Better is little with righteousness than great revenues without right.
Yeah. We can find that one. Boast not of thy clothing and raiment. Like, don't start that. You know what I mean? Flicking your wrists. Like, the Most High don't care about none of that. Most High don't care about your outward appearance. The Most High looks at the inward man, the soul. Give me that one too. Right?
Proverbs 16:8.
That's your scripture. And then, the Most High looks at the inward man. I'll read on. Boast not of thy clothing and raiment, and exalt not thyself in the day of honor. So let's look at this scripture in two ways. The scriptures say, give honor or credit where credit's due, right? You hear me quote that all the time. A brother gets a position or rank, right? We say, the Bible says give honor where honor's due. That way brothers know that it's not about lifting a man up, but it is about honoring him for his works. Honoring her for her works, right? But you're not supposed to take it upon yourself like, yeah, that's me. Woo, I'm dope with it. There's got to be a humility behind it as well, right? And I know, like, this should be a no-brainer, but a lot of blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans don't have no damn humility. It's like, bro, you don't know everything. There's a lot of things you don't know. So you got to understand that. Knowledge puffeth up, charity edifieth, right? Right? The spirit, the love edifies, right? Not your clothes, right? Not your raiment. It says, and exalt not thyself in the day of honor. Not you taking honor upon yourself. Right? What you got? Right. Go there. John 17 and 10 real quick. Jeremiah 17 and 10. That's mine too, right?
Yeah.
I love that one. Go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 10.
Go ahead.
I, the Lord, search the heart.
Yeah, the Most High searched the heart, not your clothes. Now imagine if he did that. He honored you like we honor ourselves. Like off of clothing. Bro, your clothes, you throw those in the dryer or the washer. Go ahead and wash a Balenciaga shirt. Go throw that in the washer. It looked like a damn $2 damn shirt. Some from the 99-cent store. You washed it, it what? Fades that quick. Go ahead and wash it and dry it. You'd be like, yeah, what the hell happened to my shirt? It's faded. Imagine if the Most High honored us according to that. See, we can't honor ourselves according to things that fade so quickly. The Most High, the Spirit is eternal, right? The Spirit is constantly can be renewed, right? Go ahead.
I try the reins.
The Most High is trying the reins. When you think of reins, think of a horse. And if he says he tries the reins, think of him on the horse steering that heart, right? Steering that horse. So the Most High tries, steers, and sees where you, the horse, right, needs to go or wants to go. He's trying that. What type of man or woman are you? The Most High is not looking at. He's not looking at your outward appearance, right? He's not looking at the physical things of what we gained or what we got, because we know on a sudden he can make a poor man rich and a rich man poor, right? So it can't be for the outward things, right? Now that being said, it's okay to have nice things, but that doesn't supposed to be our goal, which we know America promotes on a whole nother level, right? And they teach our kids on a whole nother level. Like, think about at what age your kids start worrying about, like, from Walmart shoes to like $100 pair of Nikes or $100 pair, right? Think about it. Where do they get that from? Some wicked kid in school. Yeah, I'm gonna say wicked because their parents taught them wickedly that what? Oh, where's your drip at? And that's all through meat. That's all through everything. So now you're like, damn. Oh, you shop at Walmart or you shop at here. Now you got to get what? Some new shoes, and they got to be the $100 Nikes. So think about that transition. And I'm saying that to remind the children, the kids, don't let the world have an influence on you because they will make you carnal-minded. Right. It's sad. Nobody should make you anything unless it's the Spirit of the Most High. But when they make you carnal-minded, then now you're what? Pursuing the carnal, and you gotta what? You gotta get on there. This is where you start having anxiety, depression on how people look at you. Damn, how are they gonna look at me at social media? How are they gonna look at me at school? It starts there, right? So the Most High is not dealing with the outward appearance. He's dealing with the inward man, the inward woman, right? Go ahead.
Even to give every man according to his ways.
Yeah, he's not going to be like, man, did you get the Balenciagas? Did you get the Gucci's? Did you get the Fendi's? Right? That's what judgment's going to start with the Gucci belt. So, all that fake-ass Chinese stuff you're putting on the internet and, you know what I mean? Jake is so whack. We're so, here, let me put all of us in the pie. We're so whack as a nation to promote these carnal possessions and carnal things, right, that have no value, right? Just think about it. So, you're done with that. You're done with that one. Tawada, where are we at? Which one did I?
I don't know if you read the whole thing.
Yeah, which one did I ask for?
Oh, the Jeremiah 17.
Oh, I thought I asked for one more. Okay, all right.
You said, I don't know if there was another scripture in Proverbs about inward.
Yeah.
More parts of the belly.
No, it's fine. Okay, you got verse 4.
Okay. So, Ecclesiasticus 11:4. Boast not of thy clothing and raiment, and exalt not thyself in the day of honor.
Right. Oh, that's what I was saying about honor. Right? Hebrews 5 and 4. Go there. Hebrews 5 and 4. So the honor, right? Go ahead.
Hebrews chapter 5 and verse 4. And no man taketh his honor unto himself.
Oh, really? Not with Israel. Niggas take the honor upon themselves. They take that upon themselves. Righteous men and women, we understand that. No, the Most High. No, David, God sent Samuel. Saul, God sent Samuel. Like, we didn't take it upon ourselves. That's this faulty generation, right? That they honor their own selves. Christ said it too. He said, you honor yourselves, right? They ain't looking for the honor of the Most High, right? But it says, we didn't do that. Go ahead.
But he that is called of God.
But if you're called of the Most High, listen to this. Go ahead.
As was Aaron.
Right?
So also Christ glorified not himself.
So wait a minute. Who the hell are you? Who are we? To honor and glorify yourself. To take it upon yourself to anoint yourself. This is a fault with Israel, right? We want to deal with everything like you did with the white man, right? The master of nothing, right? The jack of all trades. You anointed yourself priest. You anointed yourself the teacher, and nobody proved you. Nobody said, like, who said you smart? Who said that? Who told you that? Yourself. There's a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the ways thereof are death. Like, you anointed yourself, and you used the word earlier, delusion. You're delusional as hell. Because you can't even keep according to what you say. So how is it that you anointed yourself? Right? We gotta look at that. This honor, we didn't take it upon ourselves. I love that scripture, Hebrews 5. I love that scripture because it shows that my inception, your inception, how should we take honor upon ourselves in the spirit of the Most High? Well, the scriptures tell you if you know it. You got to be proven, right? What you had a hand? Who had a hand? Well, go ahead.
I was just thinking back to where when Shechem, right, when he took Dinah and he forced himself upon her, right? The Most High want us to move with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in the judgment, right? And so this nation of people, this community, this city of people, but not moving in the judgment of the Most High. We can clearly see that. And the pride that Shechem had when he laid with Dinah, and then in turn said, Father, I pray you go and make her my wife, right? Not even concerned with the wrong he did to the family of the father, to the mother, right? Not concerned with what's the consequence of what I did. Oh no, I did this. I want it. Father, give it to me, right? He basically, as we're talking about, he put himself, he recognized himself as being entitled to something, right? And so he wasn't concerned about the mind state of Dinah. He wasn't concerned about the mind state of Jacob, the mind state of his brothers, right? He wasn't concerned about any of the judgment, right, that came with his actions. And so the Most High, and Dinah's name meaning judgment, the Most High is showing us, right, that judgment is going to be in Israel. Judgment is going to be in us, right? We're going to bring about the judgment of the Most High. And this is how we need to move to show that we have the judgment of the Most High.
Yeah, okay. I like that. Beautiful. Go ahead. Yeah, jumping back. We're done with Hebrews. Y'all get that, right? That's clear. Clear as day. 11 and 5.
Come. Oh, I didn't finish the last couple verses.
Oh, right. 11 and 4. My bad.
Exalt not thyself in the day of honor, for the works of the Lord are wonderful.
For the works of the Most High are wonderful. Mm-hmm.
And his works among men are hidden.
Mm-hmm. We don't know everything in every way the Most High is moving. You don't know why the Most High is moving the way he's moving. So you gotta stop. We jump to conclusions. We get faint-hearted in a lot of areas, right? So you gotta understand. You gotta sit back a lot of times and understand why things are happening the way they are, right? All right, go ahead.
Many kings have sat down upon the ground,
And
one that was never thought of had worn the crown.
Okay, so let's look at this. it starts off with wisdom, lift up the head, and commend. So the scriptures is going into, look, if you're looking at the outward appearance, you won't look at this person as the next king. You wouldn't have looked at David as the next king. He was the smallest. He was the unknown cat, right? But he's the one that the Most High honored because the spirit in him. So why are you commending this person for their outward appearance or what they have or this or that instead of looking at the spirit of a man, right? You're not honoring the correct way. And this is why they crucified the prophets, Yahweh Shai above all, right? Because they didn't see the spirit that he was in. They couldn't comprehend what he was doing. They couldn't even see it from his actions, right? So many kings have sat down upon the ground, meaning when you first met them, they were what? Nothing. Go ahead.
And one that was never thought of,
right,
had worn the crown.
Right. See, you would never expected it, but that's who the Most High moved in the spirit to bless, to give, right? The word to bring up. Go ahead.
Many mighty men have been greatly disgraced.
Right, because go to that 1 Corinthians base themes, right? It says, many mighty men have what?
Been disgraced.
See? Many mighty men have been what?
Greatly disgraced.
Why? Why? We've been going over Saul. Why was Saul disgraced? Because because he was anointed, he could not live up to the standard. So the Most High is dealing with faith and works. He's not dealing with a name. He's not dealing with a YouTube video. He's not dealing with none of that. He's dealing with what are you doing? Right? And not based on your account. Right? Based on righteousness. Not your righteousness, but the Most High's righteousness. So Saul was what? He couldn't live up. He didn't want to live up to the standard that he was supposed to. Right? We went over it the other day. Excuse after excuse, no acknowledgement of what he was supposed to be working on and dealing with. Because according to him, I don't got nothing to deal with. I'm good. You know what I mean? There's a problem with you. No, that's the mistake right then and there. When you think you got no problems, you're never going to become a leader. You're never going to be able to help anybody else because you haven't helped yourself yet. So that's the wrong look, right?
1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 28.
Go ahead, go there.
1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 28. The base things of the world, the things which are...
Oh, okay, go up a little bit.
Verse 27. Verse 27. But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise.
Right. See, the foolish, or what we thought was foolish, right? I was meditating on that the other day, man. Like we're trash. You know, when I think about that, I think about myself. I'm like, dang, I'm nothing. Damn, the Most High is, please just keep using me, Yahweh, right? For whatever I'm doing or at whatever service. But I know I'm garbage. You know what I mean? Each individual got to know that without Yahweh, we're trash. Without the Most High, we're nothing. We're self-indulged. We're egotistic. We're damn in the clouds. Right? We're prideful as hell. We're garbage. Right? And that's what the world created us to be. If you don't know that, and you don't really know that egotistic part of yourself, you're never going to at least try to fight to transcend from the monkey. Like the white man said, right? The dang Encino man. The dang caveman. Because that's what we are. We act like cavemen. So we got to transition from that. Right? But you got to acknowledge where you're at. Go ahead.
And God hath chosen the weak things of the world.
Yeah, weak things. We're the weak. We're the weak. We're the ones, man, that been debased, broke down, beat down, and we're that much more weaker because we followed a weak nation. Weak in mentality, weak in body, weak in health, weak in spirit, weak in every way. So we became weak like them. Only until we lock back into the great Father, right, is when we become strong, right? Go ahead.
To confound the wise.
Right, to confound the wise. But what I was meditating on is the Most High used these men and women that don't know anything to break down and destroy scholars and all these so-called people that think they know something. He chose us, right? But we've got to step up to the plate. We got to know what the hell we're doing and what we're talking about and walk the walk, right? We can't just still be debased in a debased mind. Why? It just said it. Wisdom. Wisdom lifteth up the head of him that is of low degree. You got to get the wisdom. Study, right? Get in the book, right? And then apply the wisdom. Go ahead.
And God hath chosen the weak things of the world,
right,
to confound the things which are mighty.
Yeah, and those things of the world are my. It's funny because my daughter was like, she switches all the time. I was like, so when school's done, what do you want to do? She said, I want to. It's a part of psychology that deals with like what we deal with, like mental it's cognitive. Cognitive therapy she wanted to get into. And I was like, that's perfect. Then she came back the next day, I've been thinking about it, that's really not going to help nobody. I said, what are you talking about? That is going to help. I said, that's literally what Israel does. She was like, I was just going to get into beauty and nails. I'm like, and I get where she's coming from. She's like, how could we get help in these things? But I said, no. That is going to help, because when you match that with Israel, now you can put it in the true perspective. You know what I mean? Because cognitive therapy is basically what we do, right? As a man thinketh, so is he. Right. And we show you how to think, right? That's what cognitive therapy is. And I was like, no, that's perfect. Mm-hmm. But see, their wisdom is nothing unless you have the wisdom of the Most High with it. Then you can put things in perspective. Right? They're all out of line. Go ahead.
And base things of the world.
Right.
The things which are despised.
Right.
Have God chosen.
Right. The things that are despised. The world despises you. Right? The nations despise you. Right? They look down upon you. Yeah, granted, it's a lot of our fault. We know that. But still, it's our fault because we keep following a base man. Right? But we are the base people, man. Right? How has gold become earthen pitchers? That's what it says in Lamentation. We were the gold, now we're what? An ashtray. You name it. Who's that ashtray? Mama, could you grab me some water, please? Right, so y'all see this, right? That we're the base. But the Most High is giving us the honor, and it's not through clothes, it's not through physical things, it's what? Putting our love and trust and commitment and dedication to the Father. And then He gives us the honor, right? Not no fictitious honor. We don't take it upon ourselves. Go ahead.
Yea, the things which are not, to bring to naught things that are.
And more, you're seeing the word of the Most High is bringing the world that thinks they know every damn thing to naught. Garbage. The Most High is revealing it. And it's not us. It's the word. It's the spirit that's been here the whole time. All right, go ahead. Jump back.
Come.
Mm-hmm.
Says, many mighty men have been greatly disgraced.
Uh-huh.
And the honorable delivered into other men's hands.
Yeah, because the Most High busts you down quick. When you think you're on a pedestal, when you think you're something or somebody, The Most High will, right? He would chop you down. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, thence will I bring thee down, right? The Most High's, your little fictitious honor, the honor that America has taken upon themselves, the wicked has taken upon themselves, he's going to plummet them into the earth, right? It says in Isaiah 14 that they shall narrowly look at him and say, is this the man that did weaken the nations? Right? It's like, we were tripping off of this bump. Right? Most High is bringing him down to bring up what? The true kings. Right? Go ahead.
Blame not before thou hast examined the truth.
Right. Now we're jumping to a different train of thought. Blame not before thou hast examined the truth. Whew. Where do you want to start? We got to listen and hear before we can understand what the hell is really going on. This is one of the key points of dealing with relationships, dealing with counsel, dealing with brothers and sisters. We got to listen. You were talking about earlier, if you're not listening and you always want to fight and argue, you don't really know what's going on. I like the example you would put, the Rochester example, right? That we were talking about. Actually, I brought up the cookie thing yesterday. But the thing is that that's the old mind. The old mind is to jump off and not really analyze things and get all the information. You understand? We have to get the information. That means what? Husbands, we got to listen. You got to listen to your rib to truly understand where she's coming from. But then that means women, you got to what? You have to listen. Huh? That's why I say, this is how you start. Okay, I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to shut up. And I'm not being condescending. I'm going to listen to you, but I'm asking you to do the same thing to me. That's how you got to start with erratic, emotional people. Like, because they don't understand, their cognitive thinking ain't there. So it's like, okay, this is how communication works. I got to listen to understand you, and you got to listen to understand me. And we're coming to the point of this is not just to bring it out or to argue for the argument's sake, but to come to a conclusive end that means something, right? A meaningful end. So you can't blame before thou hast examined the truth. You got to get all the information, investigate, right? Go ahead.
Understand first, then rebuke.
I'm not being funny. We are bad at this. And as much as I've worked on it, I always remind myself, continually work on it. I was way worse. You know what I mean? But you got to know that about yourself. These are the things that I would not, if I didn't learn how to listen, I would have never got to really understand the brother or sister's mind, my rib's mind, my kid's mind. So the scriptures, man, wisdom definitely lifted up the head. Understand first, then rebuke. You got anything with that? No? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 8.
Uh-huh.
Answer not before thou hast heard the cause.
Right. So what is this telling us, man? What is this telling us? That you got to learn how to listen. You got to try to listen to understand the other individual before you start talking. That is including talking where? In your head.
Calm.
Right?
Calm.
Yeah. That is including in your head. If I already have a rebuttal, if I already have something to say back, if I already have why I'm not listening to you, you're not really listening. Y'all know we bad at that, right? Because why? We think we know every damn thing. What else?
You want to be right.
Huh?
You just want to be right.
We want to be right. And we don't care about the other brother. Right? Go ahead. Oh, what you got?
Hebrews chapter 18 and verse 13.
Right, and hold on. I got to show y'all right. This is going to be our new intro. That's why. We're emotional as hell. I'm sorry. It's an inside joke, so I don't think y'all gonna get it. But we're emotional. You said it earlier. That's gonna be the new intro. We're gonna give him all the credit, 50 Cent. Israelites are emotional. You don't want to talk it out and actually come to a real conclusion. You want to what? You want to vent. You're not getting nothing done by venting. Let's get something done here in the end of this. Right? What you got? Go ahead, read that. Anybody got the scripture?
Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 13.
Somebody.
Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 13. He that answereth a matter before you He that answereth a matter before you heareth it is folly and shame unto him.
See, when you're supposed to hear the whole matter before you want to rebuttal, before you want to think or combat of an answer. Because when you interrupt men in the midst of their speech, when you already trying to rebuttal what's being said, you didn't let it sink in and register in your brain, it's saying folly. What is folly? It's when you're acting stupid. Like when you look up the definition, that's not an insult, that's what it is. Stupidity. You look stupid as hell. You're not strong, you're not showing forth your knowledge because, I already got something to say 3 times back to one thing you said. No, you just look dumb. That's it. So when you answer a matter before you hear the whole thing, before you start getting all defensive, like you playing sports, right? Like you try to be Mr. Rubber Band Man, right? Quiet your mind down and hear the whole matter. Why? Because it's going to be marrow to your bones. Didn't it say, let the righteous smite me? It shall be a kindness. It shall be marrow unto my bones. Yeah, so where's the words coming from? Where's the correction coming from? Is it coming from this man's mouth or is it coming from the word? So hear the whole matter and stop looking dumb.
Right, and if we're going to be good leaders, good counselors, a lot of times, look in your household. If you're always talking over your rib, or if you're always talking over your husband, and you guys ain't letting each other talk, you're not applying this. We go to this one all the time for those couples that are what? That are talking over each other, right? This is wisdom on what not to do. Okay, read on.
Answer not before thou hast heard the call. Neither interrupt men in the midst of their talk.
See, that's the wrong example. You don't get wise men yelling over each other, cursing each other out. It does no. Say what you're gonna say. I gotta do that. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna shut up. But you gotta listen too. Right? Because people are what? Emotional. Right? You start in your house, and then you'll get better to do it with the brothers and sisters. Right? That's why I had to start it. I'm always applying that. So I had to calm down, because you get heated. Right? You're like, bro, what you're saying is not even true. What you're saying is not even true. Both parties are saying that, right? That's how always it is. That's why the Most High tells you there got to be a third party if you don't know how to deal with each other, right? But somebody got to be greater. The greater one is the one that's going to listen and try to get something solved, right? Greater the art, the more you humble yourself. Read on.
Verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
Strive not in a matter that concerneth thee not.
Oh, God. See? Listen, it's raining. We ain't going out today, so we might as well just go in. This is one that, sisters, you need a tat on your forehead. Not really. Tattoos are unlawful. I'm speaking spiritually. Tattoo in your mind.
Spiritual tattoo.
What does this mean? Come on, somebody stand up and tell me what this means. What do you mean? Go ahead.
If it's not your business,
You gotta talk loud because they can't hear you.
if it's not your business, don't worry about it.
Basically.
If it concerns you, stay out of it.
Stay the hell out of it. Okay. But now let's talk about this because the dynamic we have in schools, right? What's the difference between I see something off, right? And I'm trying to get involved with something. See, there's a difference there, right? Okay, I see something wrong, right? The scripture says, be my brother's keeper, rebuke them sharply, tell them, well, let me dial it back. It says, admonish them, right? Everything's not sharply. Let's start with admonish them, right? And then, because you've heard these things, but then it's like, I'm crying. Say, did you? Now I'm trying to figure something out. Right? Why are you trying to figure this out? Most of y'all are not trying to figure it out because you're counseling anybody. That's why we do it. We're like, okay, well, tell me about this. Because we're trying to help the situation. Right? But some of us is just nosy as hell. And you want to what? You want to start knowing everybody's other business. You want to start getting involved with things that got nothing to do with you. Right? Most High don't want you to do that. Most High said, stay away from this, right? On so many levels. Read that one more time and then we'll go to a little precept. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Read that. Read it again.
Strive not in a matter that concerneth thee not.
It don't got nothing to do with you. Well, you heard it. Well, let it die with you. But unless it's something that needs to be corrected, right? That's when you go to your husband. That's when you go to another brother. Brother will go to another brother. A wife will go to her husband. Hey, I heard this, and he's supposed to come and tell you, okay, well, that got nothing to do with you. Oh, you heard? Wow, that's weird. Okay, let me inquire now. So this won't be something that'll hurt somebody. This won't be something that somebody is doing something wrong. The dynamic is how to deal with situations. Not like Chevy did, right? Or what Champagne did, or whatever damn worldly mind you did in the world, which is what? I'm going to whisper to you, and then we whisper to the next person, then we whisper to the next person. Stay out of things that is not your business. The only ones that is supposed to be the business of is the shepherds. Everything's our business. Because it says, take the oversight. So we got to know what's going on. And then we, at the same time, this ain't something, well, when we deal with situations, we're not going to, I'm not going to Miles and be like, hey, did you know that Shaquat or Ariana had a problem? No, I know that this is a situation that is contained. That's the difference between a mature brother and sister and that worldly, childish, spreading rumors, talking over here, whispering over here. That's not what it's supposed to be. The Most High, that's confusion. Y'all get that, right? That should be common sense. Should be, right? Where we at? What you got?
First one was Timothy 5 and 13.
First Timothy's 5 and 13. First Timothy's 5 and 13.
First Timothy chapter 5, verse 13.
Go ahead.
And withal, they learn to be idle.
Right. So, this is the problem. Why do sisters do that? Why is your rib doing that? Because they ain't got nothing going on. First and foremost, the Bible said it. That's what it is. They're not doing nothing. Their mind is not filled with things to occupy themselves. That's why you see them like Facebook, like picture, like Facebook, like TikTok, like Instagram, like here. There's like you literally on social media all the time because you're idle. So those tell signs of a busybody is individuals that gets on social media, tells all their business is social media, and literally on social media is not doing nothing. It's easy nowadays, right? You can start figuring this out because they're idle. They're not busy. So go to their social media. What are they doing? They start telling everything, and then, unless they blocked all the Hebrew Israelites in the school. Right? I'm going to block everybody in the camp and act like the Most High don't see me being a demon behind. That's fine too. As long as we ain't seeing it. Most High got to deal with you now, right? So the Most High says this starts with idleness. Go ahead.
Wandering about from house to house.
See, that's where the wondering about and trying to figure out what is going on in each house. That's why our people are good for that, because these black women, Hispanic women, Native American women, they don't got nothing to do. They don't got no vision. So what are they doing? Social media. They're in everybody's house. They literally trying to tell you how to run your house while being single and don't know how to even teach their kids and their family in their house. So the Most High is giving us the warning how to stay away from this. Go ahead.
And not only idle.
Right?
But toilers. Tattlers.
Tattlers. Right. What's a tattler?
I'm going to tell.
Right. We think about tattletellers, right? But I'm going to tell. Right? Not in the sense of a tattletale. I guess it is a tattletale. Is it the same thing?
Yes.
The same thing, right? You're spreading all these things around. What you got?
A silly talker.
Oh, wow. Once again, I like what you said earlier. It's not nothing wrong to tell you that you're silly as hell. It's telling you, you're silly if you're doing this. Go ahead.
An idle talker. Revealer of secrets.
Right, revealer of secrets. See? An idle talker. Crazy. Idle talker. Where did you get the idle talk from? You got it from... Damn, an idle mind, you ain't doing nothing, so you want to get in everybody else's business, right? What else you got?
Foolish, vain, doing silly things of persons, it says, uttering or doing silly things.
Right.
Battling. You basically ain't got nothing in your brain, so you basically just finding something to put in it.
Yeah, that's all you see. You see people randomly on Facebook just throw things out there. Brothers and sisters, do y'all not know that? No, seriously. Do y'all not know when y'all get on social media and say dumbass things that reveals how you think? Like somebody said about Kanye West when he said about Hitler. He said he gotta fall back. He's just saying stuff now, right? Even the scriptures tell you don't utter everything from your mind, right? You uttering everything. Yeah. You're not supposed to utter damn everything that's in your thoughts. But I like it because I get to see how dumb you are and how your brain thinks. Like, y'all need to keep a lot of things in. Get that one for me too. Utter not, I'm paraphrasing the hell out of that one, man. It starts with the utterance. You got it?
No, I got another definition too.
too.
Okay, read that and we'll look for the other one. I want that one out of my precepts. Go ahead.
It says a person, especially a child, who secretly tells someone in authority, especially a teacher, that someone else has done something bad.
Okay, so that is what we thought was snitching or a tattletale, right? But that's not what the Bible's talking about.
No.
Because that's talking about being your brother's keeper. Like, if your brother goes smoke some weed on the low, you're going to be like, well, I'm not going to be a snitch. I'm not going to be a tattletale. That's not what a tattletale is according to biblical. Remember, my job, I told y'all about definitions. Because how else are you your brother's keeper if you don't tell your mom or your dad, hey, my brother did this.
Right.
He did something destructive. Right? That's not a tattletale. That's being your brother's keeper. Okay? Now, what is your...
Here's the last part. Often in order to cause trouble.
Right. So, you doing certain things and opening up your mouth, and you do not care about how it's going to cause trouble.
Right. You're not explaining, or you're not telling somebody to help this person out. You're doing it to cause trouble. You're doing it with an evil intent.
Right. Exactly. So, where are you at right now?
I am at
Timothy
chapter 5 and verse 13.
Okay. Right. Read where you're at real quick. Go. Somebody jump there. Where's it at?
Proverbs 29 and verse 11.
Proverbs 29 and 11. Little subscripture to the subscripture. Proverbs 29 and 11. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 11. A fool uttereth all his mind, but a wise man keepeth it in till afterward.
Yeah, meaning what? You don't got to just start blurting out, and then now you're talking through emotions and saying things offensive, right? You don't supposed to utter your whole damn brain, especially to strangers. I mean, that's a whole other sequence of scriptures we would literally have to go over. You don't supposed to utter your mind counsel with the wicked. So you're getting all on there on Facebook and telling all these people your information is back to the point. Timothy's. Go back to Timothy's 5 and where you left off at.
But tattlers also are busybodies.
Right. And that's the point. Go ahead.
Speaking things which they ought not.
Dan, you're not even watching what you're saying. Right? You're not even watching who you're saying it to. Like, that's not going to be helpful to the next brother or sister. You're just saying things, right? And a lot of times people speak through emotions. It'd be slander. It'd be one-sided of the story, right? You see where all that tattletale busybody can go in offensive, in offending, and breaking the laws instead of just doing like the scriptures say, right? If it's a problem with somebody, you go to him. If it's something that you're not sure about, go to your husband. Go to your significant other to talk that over to make sure you guys, you know what I mean, understand how to go about to deal with something. We dealt with counsel. We didn't just do stuff like Esau, all willy-nilly, man, and moving with no sense. We learned that from the nations. We didn't get that from wise and understanding people. We got that from base men, fools, right? Read on. Okay, that's it on that. Speaking of things they ought not, right?
Proverbs chapter 20, verse 19.
Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 19.
Give me a comment, you got it?
It is better to dwell in the wilderness than with a contentious and angry woman.
Hold on.
Proverbs chapter 20, verse 19.
20. So that was 1. 20, verse 19. He that goeth about as a talebearer.
Right, because you're walking around talking about stuff that doesn't concern you. Go ahead.
Revealeth secrets.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, meddle not with him.
So when you see a person like this, that's just so loose bowed in the mouth, Yeah, you don't keep company with that. You don't absorb that information that they're talking about. If you're new and some person who's been in class before you comes in, oh, what's your name? Oh yeah, well see, this is so and so, and that's his rib, and that's her rib, and then oh yeah, stay away from that. You don't want to fall in that spirit of a talebearer. Why? Because then it's like a virus, it keeps spreading. Go ahead.
Wherefore, meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips.
Why? Because it sounds appealing, but it's not. What it is it's sweet poison, and it's going to draw you in and get you sucked in and get you caught up. And now you're involved in some business you don't even know anybody, right? The other one was 11, chapter 11 and verse 3 or 13.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 13. A talebearer. A talebearer.
Yes, sir.
Revealeth secrets. But he that is of a faithful spirit.
Now, if you're dealing in this righteous spirit, and you actually understand and you can differentiate what the secrets are, or who's just gossiping, as opposed to like, whoa, you need to say something. That's detrimental.
Right.
You're thinking about suicide. I got to talk to somebody for you.
Right.
You talking about harming your wife, or you talking about harming your husband.
Right.
I got to tell somebody.
Right.
But he that is faithful, go ahead.
But he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter.
Right. So, but what you're going to do is, you're going to be able to understand with the spirit of faithfulness, understanding whether this person's just diarrhea at the mouth or something serious.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah, that was perfect. Which one was that one?
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 13.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
So
it goes on.
It says, strive not in a matter that concerneth thee not, and sit not in judgment with sinners.
Okay. What did I just say? What did I just say? Why are you trying to get judgment from people on Facebook? Why? Think about it. Most of these people on Facebook is doing what? Facebook teachers. They're not practicing it. They're not doing it. They just shooting out things that really they don't believe in. Ask them. Oh yeah? Who you with? You know about a lot of people. Hey, who you gather with? Nobody. Oh yeah? Well then, what are you doing? Now the Bible says about an idle person. You're trying to get information and judgment from people that don't even practice what they preach. That doesn't make sense. We might as well just go back. If we're going to do this, we might as well just go back to damn church, brother. Let's just go back to church. If we don't do that. You can't get judgment from people that don't know how to deal with judgment. They don't even know how to actually apply it. Guarantee you, the same ones that is trying to give you scriptures, right, is the ones that won't even apply it. Guarantee you. You can't get judgment from sinners. These brothers and sisters got to be working on themselves. I love that scripture. All right, go ahead. Well, you got some? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 10. My son, meddle not with many matters.
What does that mean? Try not to be in the middle of everything, right? Unless your job is that a hand raise or a stretch? Stretch?
No, it's a hand raise.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out where we at.
We are at Ecclesiasticus 11 and 10. Meddle not with many matters. Why are you getting yourself involved with things that is not your job? What do they say? Stay in your lane, bro. Right? We got to stay in our lane. What is your job? Right? Now, let me say this. If you heard something and it's eating at you, you got to talk. Well, I heard something from this individual. Well, now you got to talk about it, because if it's eating at you like a canker and it's forming your idea, you got to talk about it. Husband, wives, you got to talk to your husband. This is eating at me. I heard this sister say whoop-de-whoop, and I don't know how to go about it. You got to talk about it, right? What you got?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3 and verse 21.
Ecclesiasticus 3 and 21. Listen, y'all are getting the keys on how to function as a Hebrew Israelite. Because I'm telling you, from 1 all the way to where we're at now, there's a lot of brothers and sisters that don't apply this knowledge. That you got so many issues and problems in your life because you don't apply these characteristics. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 21. Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee, neither search the things that are above thy strength.
Read one more time.
Seek out the things.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Verse 21. Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee.
Right, because a lot of the stuff that you don't know, it's above your mental capacity. Certain things that when you find out, that might deter you. It'll ruin that fresh mind state that the Most High has for you when you come in. So don't go looking for hard things that don't concern you. Can you grasp the basics? Can you give me 10 scriptures on who Christ came for? Don't give me 5 names that you've looked up in social media sites that you've been looking up on in videos. Don't search the things that are too hard for you. Yahweh Shai deals with simplicity. Go ahead.
Neither search the things that are above thy strength.
And again, don't exert yourself to worry about matters that you can't even mentally process. You could barely get your household in order. You could barely get your kids in order, yourself in order. Why are you worried about somebody else? What's it?
Oh man, that's beautiful right there. Sis, who asked the question on there? I want to let them know we'll answer their question after we go over the reading. Because they had a question in Esdras. What's that? That's the Marshman? Mm-hmm. Okay, sis, we're not going to look past your question. We're just going to answer that after. Yeah.
We were talking about do the things that you were told to do, right?
Right.
What you were commanded to do, right?
Right.
The next verse says, but what is commanded of thee,
right,
think thereof on,
right,
with reverence.
Yeah, reverence those things. Israel wants to be everything. That's why the scripture says, be not many judges. What's your office? Let's work on that office, right? And try not to get entrapped in so many other things, right? Work on your job, right? Don't worry about what that sister's doing. That's not your office, right? Until you become an elder sister, then you will figure that out. Now, once again, if something is poking at you and messing with you, then you got to ask, right? You know what I mean? Because you don't want to walk around with that mind state. All right, so that's good. That's good right there. Let's jump back.
Okay. My son, meddle not with many matters. Mm-hmm. For if thou meddle much, thou shalt not be innocent.
Right.
And if thou follow after, thou shalt not obtain. Neither shalt thou escape by fleeing.
Right, because now you're entrapped, you're engulfed in these different dramas. Right? You don't want to be engulfed in drama that ain't got nothing to do with you. Now you're a part of it. It's like, well, how did you get involved? Many conversations like this. Well, how did this person get involved with this? Well, they was passing by and they heard that and then they jumped in and it's like, that ain't even have nothing to do with you. Right? Stay away from it, right? Go ahead and read on.
Verse 11. There's one that laboreth and taketh pain.
Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Go ahead.
And make it haste, and is so much the more behind.
Oh. Whew. Why? Who understands that? Read it again.
Oh, verse 11.
Mm-hmm.
There's one that laboreth and taketh pain,
Mm-hmm.
and make it haste, and is so much the more behind.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why is the Most High not blessing you? You're working so hard. What is it about your spirit that you're not getting? Okay, y'all gonna answer that? That was rhetorical, but Daniela, go ahead.
You're not doing it wholeheartedly?
That could be the case in situations, right? There's really not one answer, because whether each and every individual can be doing something wrong. But I love that answer. A lot of times a person can be doing it for the wrong reasons, man-pleasing, right? And they've never achieved the level that they want, but they're working so hard, right? There's a flaw that's in them, right? What you was gonna say?
I was about to say what you were saying, but basically that scripture where it says, the Most High says, whosoever loves the world more than me is not worthy of my kingdom.
Okay, so you got other ideas and things on your mind, right? And you're supposedly trying so hard, but really there's other things that are coming into play as a distraction. What you got, sis?
I was just based on the scripture before, you're laboring in the wrong things, like you're preoccupied, getting overwhelmed with stuff that you don't really necessarily have to be involved with.
Right.
It's holding you back from what you should do.
There you go. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. And what she said online, for y'all that didn't hear, she said you're laboring in the wrong things, right? Your mind is geared towards the wrong mode. And you're like, well, why am I not going here? Because you're on a different path. Right? But you're trying to obtain something else that you haven't even put your heart and your spirit to. Yeah.
Yeah. And thinking in this mind.
Okay.
One is laboring in a work that they shouldn't be laboring in.
Okay.
One is taking pain. One taking a burden that they shouldn't be taking. Right? And one that's moving too fast. Right? And what maketh one to be that much more behind? Right? Mm-hmm. Pride keeps you from developing. Right? Y'all talked about being a rubber band man. Right?
Yeah.
Always got an excuse.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking.
True. And there's many things. The one scripture I used to give a brother, it says that liars cannot retain her. So you'd be like, man, you're studying, but the brother can't retain knowledge, because liars, a person that's deceptive and deals with deception, the spirit will not enter in that malicious spirit. So it'd be like you're studying, you're reading all this, but you can't obtain it. You can't even apply it. Watch when we read down. What's up?
I had another reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe somebody told you to do some other stuff, and you just did some of it, and being a forgetful here, and just leaving out some of that part.
There you go. You're not applying what you're given. That's one of the biggest problems, right? I'm going to use half of the counsel and half of the wisdom, and then it doesn't come together correctly because you added your own mind, right? And you can't achieve the goal that you were going for, right? Not correctly applied. I like that one too. All right, let's go ahead and read on.
And it's so much the more behind.
Right.
Again, there's another that is slow.
Right.
And had need of help.
Right.
Wanting ability.
Go ahead.
And full of poverty.
Right.
Yet the eye of the Lord looked upon him for good.
Right.
And set him up from his low estate.
Right. And remember, that goes back to there's many mighty men that have greatly disgraced. Many mighty men have been greatly disgraced, and the honorable delivered into other men's hands. Right? Many kings have sat down upon the ground, and one that was never thought of worn the crown. Right? The person that you least expected was the one that the Most High lift up, right? The one that you were like, bro, they slow. They never going to get it. The Spirit is showing us don't count cats out. Don't count brothers out who you think it's not clicking. Because I done seen it many a times. You be like, what's up with this guy? What's wrong with him? What's wrong with her? It's not clicking. It's not on you. It's not on us. That's what the Most High showed me. Like, bro, you fall back, you water, and the Most High will increase this individual. Because it ain't snapping right then and there. But that don't mean it's not going to. The Most High can change that person's state, mind state, any second. Right? Something can click and they be like, seriously, I done seen it. It'd be the most, cats is tragic. It's like they destroying their life. They're destroying their path. And it's like, what are you doing? Right? And then one day they wake up and change. And you be like, damn, what happened to the brother? I don't know, but Barakatah Yahweh, right? The person that you thought they were going to keep down this destructive, chaotic, emotional, off path, they snap out of it. All praise to the Most High. That's why the scriptures say, judge nothing before it's time. You can't be quick to be like, you know what? I give up on that brother. I give up on that sister. Nah. Patient. This is what I tell brothers, officers all the time. Like, let's keep doing what the Most High said. Watering, putting in love, giving the light, and then watch that brother or sister grow. And the Most High is going to do the rest. If that tree's not bearing fruit and he sees it fit to be cast down and trodden down, he will do that. Well, our job is to water, right, and get that sunlight. Go ahead.
Come. Yet the eye of the Lord looketh upon him for good.
Right.
And set him up from his low estate.
Right. Now I'm going to read on. 13. And lifted up his head from misery, that many that saw it marveled at him. And that's all of us, right? We're all being lifted up. We all been behind, slow as hell. The base things of the world. And the Most High's taking us out of these conditions and making you a king. But where's your heart? Go back to the first verse. Wisdom is going to lift your head up, right? Verse 14. Prosperity and adversity, life and death, poverty and riches come of the Most High. What is that showing? It's showing you that everything we desire, if you seek the Father, it comes from Him. And it's usually all these things that haunt us. Whether life or death, poverty and riches. Where am I going to eat at? What am I going to wear? And you're like, man, I feel I don't have answers. Poor you. Poor you, because the answers are here. The answers are in the book, the wisdom, the word, the spirit, the comforter. The answers tell us, right? That way we won't be comfortless. So when we look at these things, men and women of wisdom, life and death, poverty and riches, we say, wait a minute. The Most High is not unrighteous to forget your labor of love. If I keep pleasing the Father, let me look at my ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The Most High is going to increase us. Increase me, my house, my family, right? I'm going to say it again. Well, why am I not being increased? All those scriptures they put earlier. Because when a man's ways please the Most High, right? So I got to recheck myself. Why am I not getting blessed? Why is my mind not changing? I'm studying. Yeah, but you got demons on you. You can read all you want, but when somebody comes and shows you your way is wrong and you reject it, the Most High don't deal with that spirit, right? If you can't deal with chastity, then you're a bastard. That's what the Father says. So we have to see these things. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. Love and the weight of good works are from Him. And what are you increasing in? Are you seeking that? Are you seeking what is from the Father? Or are you seeking error and darkness have their beginning together with sinners? Right? Are you seeking that? Are you seeking your way? It says, and evil, here's the key. Here is the key, y'all. I'm going to step back. You analyze yourself, right? You're like, you're always judging. No. The word is already the judgment. And evil shall wax old with them that glory therein. So if the wise get stronger and stronger, you see the wicked get more what? They get old with wickedness. So why are you not growing? Why are you not increasing? Because it's what you're doing. Some of us wake up, some of us snap out of it, some of us don't, right? Some of us got to be prepared for the day of destruction, right? Okay. The gift of the Lord remaineth with the godly. But I want that. I want some. I want those things. Well, it remains with the godly, right? And his favor bringeth prosperity forever. I want to prosper. Why don't I have what I desire? Once again, you're not in the good sight of the Lord, right? And remember, don't look at prosperity. Mind you, we cannot always look at prosperity as what? Financial gain. Stop that. Wisdom, wholesome, peace, right? Integrity, right? That's what we have to understand. And there is a portion, God, prosperity. 18. There is that waxeth rich by his weariness and pinching. And there is the portion of his reward. You either get this prosperity from the Most High, or you gotta what? Work. Right? Either you get the Father and the Most High to bless your actions and your moves, your intellect, what you're doing, or the other scripture, give me that real quick. It says, I think it's in Romans. It said they will bend over their back. It's in Romans. Check this out. That one's E. It's in Romans. I want this one. Help me out here, y'all. I want that because I need to add that. I thought it was in Romans. I could be wrong. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. I got it written in my Bible. It's my other Bible. It's in Romans. Let me see. Yeah, Romans 11. Yep, 11. See, I literally. See, that's what happens for me trying to always look it up. Is it Romans 11 and 10? Not 10 and 9 and 10.
Romans chapter 11, verse 9.
Uh-huh.
And David said, let their table be made a snare.
Your table is what you eat. So he's saying, listen, the knowledge and the things you consume is going to be a trap. Right? He said this in Isaiah 28, in 8 on down. Go ahead.
And a trap.
Right? Go ahead.
And a stumbling block.
And a stumbling block. So a stumbling stone. So you consuming the wrong stuff. Right? All the knowledge seekers, all the ones, man, I got knowledge and wisdom, that traps them. You literally stumble because you're thinking it's about knowledge and not about application and not about doing and not about living it. Go ahead.
And a recompense unto them.
And it's a payback because they put that before the Father. Go ahead.
Let their eyes be darkened,
that
they may not see.
Right?
And bow down their back always.
What is he saying? He's saying, you're just going to work. You're going to be a slave. Right? You don't want to have the Most High do it. you would just be a servant, right? Because if you ain't getting it from the Most High, who are you getting it from? You got to work for it, right? There's one that waxes rich by weariness and pinching, and there is the portion of his reward. Whereas he saith, I have found rest, and now will eat continually of my goods, and yet he knoweth not what time shall come upon him. Right? You don't know that the Most High is going to take you out. Right? You did all that work and all that labor for the carnal, but what treasure did you build up in heaven? Right? And that's what cats will do. They'll be like, you know what? Bro, I got to get this money. My spiritual mind, my spiritual health doesn't matter. I got to get the money. Right? We all got to get the money, but remember, mentally, spiritually, what is it? Cognitive thinking is, let me get my spirit right and put that above all. It says, which shall come upon him, and that he must leave those things to others and die. So what does he come back and tell us? Be steadfast in thy covenant. What about the covenant, the contract you made with the Most High? Right? I was telling this to the brother the other day. Actually, I was having him tell himself, what do you call for? Like, I get it, brother. You feel this way, you feel that way, you feel some type of way, you feel like this. The Most High's got to come show you. Okay, he has shown you. Everybody always is seeking, the Most High's going to show me. What are you waiting for? You've been told you sit in class and then you still talk like that. The Most High's got to show me. I mean, you didn't get it, did you? You didn't get the memo. Like literally you were told through the scriptures, but you don't want to see the word. I get it. They did that all the time to the prophets, the apostles. Like you can get 75 scriptures to tell you what you were called for. To be committed to the covenant. But you're still what? I just don't know what I need to be doing. I just don't know what I really need to be doing, what I'm called for. Okay. Huh? Yeah, give me a sign. Like 75,000 classes in scriptures, you haven't got the sign yet. Why? Because what you heard wasn't a good answer. So I said like this. I made it simple for him. I said, okay, when Yahushua called the apostles, what did they do? There it is. What did they do? Right? Let's look at the Bible. You answer it yourself. Right? Because a lot of times it's like, well, you're telling me. Okay, well, then you go back to the Bible and see what Yahushua did when the apostles called him. What did they do? What was their calling? What was their mission? Right? So, this is the Most High showing us is, be steadfast in thy covenant and be conversant therein and wax old in thy work. What work? The covenant, the contract, the duty, the service, right? What are we called to do? Are we not a nation of kings and priests, or are we? God. Well, not everybody feels that way. I mean, not everybody feels that way. You the priest, I'm not a priest, He said nation of kings and priests. No, we're all kings and priests. We're all supposed to be aspiring to this, right? Marvel not at the works of his sinner. And what we got to do is what? Stop tripping on brothers and sisters. You hear me? They turn back, right? They get out of line, right? They tapping into wickedness. They tapping into negative, and you say like, damn, they just gonna get away with this? No. The Most High is merciful. Our job as Hebrew Israelites is not to worry about that. You stay in your contract. Your T-Mobile contract ain't got nothing to do with his T-Mobile contract. Right. You got to say it like that for some time, so you can look at it plainly. Your contract is set up a different way. What the Most High is dealing with you on ain't got nothing to do with that brother or sister. Because they're doing what they're doing, the Most High is going to deal with that. Y'all see that? Hold on one second. That was Romans 9, right? 9 and 10. Okay, so y'all see this, right? I know, y'all getting tired 8 hours later. Y'all with me? All right. Marvel not at the works of sinners, but trust in the Lord and abide in thy labor. What was the job that the Most High gave us? Right? For it is an easy thing in the sight of the Lord on the sudden to make a poor man rich. What you got?
Just because you were talking, the scripture's talking about not marveling at the works of sinners, because you got somebody that leaves the truth and they might hit the lotto, yada, 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 right? Or they got that job that they've been looking for, now they're making 50K, 70K a year, right? And you still what? Just over broke? Time. But check this out. Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 4.
Okay.
I love this scripture.
Read.
It's a beautiful song. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 11 verse 4.
Read.
Riches profit not.
Riches, wait, you gotta slow this down. It's juicy. Because you left the truth to go get some money. You can't teach your people because you need that bag. You need that bread because you got to eat, right? So with all that money that you're trying to accumulate, I'm trying to get some money so I can come back and help the camp out and get the buildings. No. You're trying to get rich, but you're going about it the wrong way. So all this money that you're working for, right? I got to get some hours in. I got to work some hours so I can get some money to the camp for alms and, bruh. The sacrifices of the Most High is a broken spirit, not your broken wallet, bruh. Come. Read.
Riches profit not in the day of wrath.
Because when the Most High brings that butt whooping to you, to your front door, whatever owes in your bank account that you thought you had, it's not going to benefit you. Right? Was that it?
But righteousness.
But what?
Righteousness.
That's what the Most High wants. How much righteous works have you added up? Where's your bag of righteousness is at? Where'd that go?
The O's of righteousness.
Come on, the O's of righteousness. Righteous O's.
Oh, so righteous.
Oh, so righteous. Come. But where is that at?
Yeah.
When did you lodge in the strangers? Where did you feed the hungry? When did you clothe the stranger? When did you stand out in the pouring rain and pass out flyers on a day that you was tired as hell? When did you do that? You know what I mean? That's what the Most High wants to see. He doesn't care about your bank account. He doesn't care about your Cash App account.
Your credit score?
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Wow. He doesn't care about your credit score.
Now, keep your credit score up, y'all. This is not saying be a dumb Israelite. You got to say that. We've had so many brothers out of perspective, like go all the way to the left with it. I'm just be broke, beat down. Well, what we're saying is what the gospel is saying. You never put those things above the Father. They never supposed to supersede the covenant of the Father and the contract that you have with the Father. Y'all get that? Period. Yeah.
Romans chapter 11, verse 33.
Jesus.
Romans chapter 11, verse 33.
Go ahead.
Oh, the depth of the riches. Oh, the depth of the riches.
The depths of riches, right? Go ahead.
Both of the wisdom.
Both of what?
Of the wisdom.
How much wisdom? How rich are you in your wisdom? How rich are you in your knowledge? Right? Can you sing scriptures in your head? Can you? It's wild. You got a young rich account. Right? But that's what you want. That's what the Most High considers rich. All the glory, it talks about in the Gospels, all the glory that Solomon was arrayed in was nothing. He compared his riches to a lily in the field. Why? Because it was about the wisdom. It wasn't about how he was decked out. Yeah, he had 2 chains. He had a grill, yada, yada, yada. No. King David rocking a 70-pound crown on his head. No.
was the fear of the Lord in you. That's the richness he cared about. Go ahead.
And knowledge of power.
Of the what?
And knowledge of God.
Of the Most High. How rich are you in the knowledge of the Most High? Can you save somebody's soul? Can you help try to feed somebody's soul? Or can you just give them a couple of scriptures? Hey, you know Jesus is black. His name is Yahweh Shai. And that's it. Yeah, he was dark-skinned like you and me. And you know what I'm saying? True Jews is black. That's all you got. How rich is your knowledge in the Most High? Can you help save and salvage your family? Can you help salvage your young son's mind state? Your wife's mind state? That's the richness that you got to look at. When it said it's nothing on the sudden to turn a poor man rich, to make a poor man rich, that's just not monetary. You're not just going to wake up with a bunch of money in your bank account. You're going to wake up to enlightenment. You're going to be enlightened. That light switch got turned on in your spirit. Now you out of your belly flows rivers of living water. Huh? That's what's going to be turned on in you. That's you becoming rich. Calm down. Read on it.
How unsearchable.
How what?
Unsearchable.
They're unreachable. You can't contain it. There's no bands and there's no bounds and there's no ends to the Most High's knowledge. God? That's the richness you want. Go ahead.
Are his judgments.
Or his judgments. Go ahead.
And his ways past finding out.
His path is beyond paths. Right? But that's the richness and the in-depthness. When you read, Proverbs chapter 8, it shows you that wisdom was in the beginning, before the depths of the oceans were set and the bonds of the air. I'm paraphrasing it, but it shows you that knowledge, that wisdom was with the Most High from the beginning. And there's nothing to be compared about. Before creation, there was wisdom. So what's more better? What's better in your life? Money or the knowledge of the Most High? The knowledge of the Most High. Why? Because when your ways please Him, He will give you what you need. He will put you above just over broke. He'll make your enemies at peace with you. You will have your enemy, like it said in the gospel. Let me slow down. But what it said in the gospel, where that woman, she played the judge all day long because she needed something. She was in need. And she prayed and prayed and prayed. He was like, let me go get this woman some food and feed her so she could shut the heck up. But who was she praying to? She was praying to the Most High. And what happened? He made the enemy bring her groceries. So do you really have to cut your life short in the truth and go get a job and seek money and put money before the Most High? It's like when you get a job, when you get into a new job, you try to make friends with the janitor instead of the person who's the signature on the paycheck. Like, it's stupid. Oh man, I heard you got the keys to the building. Yeah. So you can get me in this room, you can get me in this room? Yeah. Shit, what about you? Man, you know that signature, that paycheck? We all get the same paycheck, right? Yeah, you know that autograph on that bottom right corner? Yeah, I'm trying to be his best friend. Right? Anybody want to be friends with the owner? Tom?
Yahweh being the owner.
Yeah, Yahweh being the owner. Tom? There it is. That's the richness.
Go to Proverbs 23:5. Proverbs 23 verse 5.
Proverbs chapter 23 and verse 5. Wilt thou set thine eyes upon that which is not?
Right.
For riches certainly make themselves wings. They fly away as an eagle toward heaven.
They fly away. You get it, and then what? You gotta spend it. Yeah, it is. You get it and you gotta spend it, right? See, listen, even if you win that Billy, even if you win that Millie, right? You gotta spend it. You know what I mean? Then you gotta maintain it. Your whole life will be geared towards chasing that dream, right? So I'm gonna read this from the top. Marvel not at the works of the sinner. right? Go back. Let's go for brothers and sisters' sake, for new brothers online, for their sake, new sisters online, for their sake. Go to Psalms real quick. Go to Psalms 37. Go ahead.
Verse 1?
Yeah.
Psalms chapter 37, verse 1. Fret not thyself because of evildoers.
Bro, don't trip out because you see somebody do something wicked or you now see them and they look free online. All the fake makeup, packed up, fake views, all that stuff is what? That's phony. Because behind doors, if you don't got the wisdom of the Most High, they crying. They're crying. How you know? They be brothers and sisters in the truth, right? We're like, wait a minute, you had all these mental problems. Now you got me trying to believe that you free now without Yahweh? Nah. Read that. Go ahead.
Neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity.
And then you get carnal as hell. And then you what? You start to what? Look down upon them? Nah. That's all magic tricks, man. It's fake. Right? Satan does that. You can't look at them in their prosperity and then get mad and get upset and let it vex your spirit. Now you want to get online? No. I like it. I like it. Because you can't mock the Father. I keep telling brothers, you're not going to get in this truth, then leave, then go online and get into wickedness and promote folly and then act like there ain't punishment. I've been around too long to even imagine that you will get away with that. You can't mock the Father. I'm waiting for that downfall. Go ahead.
For they shall soon be cut down like the grass.
I didn't say it. The Word says it. So all the hype, I can breathe now. Like the Most High is going to chop your ass down. He just got to let you fly, though. It's better. Don't ask me. The Most High loves it when he gets you all the way up there, right? He's like, he lets you fly, and then he just, so you fall back, do what you're supposed to do. Let's not get caught up into that. Envy, and then you in the wrong mind anyway. What you envying them for? Right? It ain't got nothing to do with you. Go ahead.
And wither as the green herb.
And wither as the green herb. Go ahead.
Trust in the Most High.
You gotta what?
Trust in the Most High.
See, you know why you envying? Because you're salty. You jealous. You're salty that their carnal works are having an effect on your mind. Right? The stuff that they turn back. The scripture says, he has no pleasure in the soul that turneth back. So you're looking at them and you're like, well, damn, they turn back. Well, then is the Yahweh a lie? That they're going to be chopped down? No. So why are you getting upset? Why are you getting angry? You know what I mean? You should like every post they put out. I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
And do good. So shalt thou dwell in the land.
Yeah, worry about you. Commit yourself to the covenant, the contract, so you can dwell in the land. I know a lot of y'all think the Bible is a comic book, and it's been said over 1 million years. Right? But guess what? It will happen just like it happened before. Right? The question is, do you want to roll dice? Who wants to roll the dice to see, like, if Yahweh is true? The word is true. Hey, if you're a gambling man, go ahead.
I don't like that.
No.
Thank you, sir.
Right. You can gamble with that. I'm not playing with that.
I mean, play Yahtzee. That's right.
I gamble, but I know I ain't gambling with Yahweh. He always is going to win, right? He's like the casino. The house always wins, right? Go ahead.
And verily thou shalt be fed.
And verily thou shalt be fed. Listen, if it's about being fed, what are we reading? Commit your works unto the Lord. Stay in the covenant. Stay in the contract. Go ahead.
Delight thyself also in Yahweh.
Uh-huh.
And he shall give thee the desires of
lot of people don't see that. Lock into the Father. Lock into the Father, and He will give you what you want, what you need. What you need, right? Right? He might even sometimes, if you are a pure-hearted man or woman, He might give you what you want. Just look, yeah. Right? Go ahead.
Commit thy way unto the Lord.
Right?
Trust also in Him.
Right?
And He shall bring it to pass.
See, this is what I keep telling the sister the same thing. I go to the same scripture. You're panicking, you're losing it. It says, trust in the Most High. Trust in the Father. Go ahead.
And He shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light.
Go from there. Go to Proverbs 24, verse 1. Okay, read verse 7 real quick.
Proverbs 24, verse 7.
No. 30. Go back to the 37 and 7 real quick.
Verse 7. Rest in the Most High.
What?
Rest in the Most High.
When you rest, you bring down your breathing, you bring down the anxiety, you bring down the temperature, you woosah, breathe out, and what? Read.
And wait patiently.
And you wait. Go ahead.
For Him.
For what?
For Him.
For Him. You can't panic, right? You can't lose it. Go ahead.
Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way.
Right. Do not get... think about it like this. The reason why you're shaky, you're fretting over this is because there's a little doubt in you. Yeah, there's a little doubt in you. And the doubt is saying, damn, is my path the right path? Or is it back to the blunts, the streets, the drinking, my own way, right? What I want to do, how I want to do it? Or is it this prisoner for Christ thing, right? Is it this prisoner for Christ thing, right? Is it that? Or is it the way that they're making it look, right? So, go ahead.
Because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass.
Yeah. Like, we got to understand that, go back to verse 1, they're going to fall, right? Read that. Proverbs 24 and 1.
Proverbs chapter 24, verse 1. Be not thou envious against evil men.
Right.
Neither desire to be with them.
See? Because envy comes into where now you want to just be like them, right? So that's where that envious mind and that envious spirit will get you. You literally want to do the things they do. Let's go back. Go to Ecclesiastes 9 and 11. Let's throw that one in there.
God.
Ecclesiastes 9 and 11. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 9 and verse 11. Envy not the glory of a sinner. For thou knowest not what shall be his end.
Yeah. See? That's going to all fail. We get that, right? Just some precepts to add for everybody. One, huh? Okay, 10 and 8. Let's go there.
Proverbs.
What is it? Ecclesiastes 10 and 8?
10, verse 8.
Go ahead.
Because of unrighteous dealing.
Oh, right.
In interest and riches got by deceit.
Yeah.
The kingdom is translated from one people to another.
So we know the outcome. Just like Esau obtained riches and power unjustly, it was taken from them. What do you think is going to happen with us? If your riches and your prosperity is not gained by the Father, the Most High stripped that. But they ain't got nothing to do with you. Right? You do what you're supposed to do. Keep on the path. I'm going to go back to Ecclesiasticus 11. 22. The blessing of the Lord is in the reward of the godly, and suddenly he maketh the blessing to flourish. Say not, what profit is there in my service? What a coincidence. How are you going to literally quote what brothers and sisters be thinking and saying? Well, what's the benefit of this? What am I getting from this? See? They don't see no value in it. Like the things we go through, the things we lose, the things we build, the things how we grow, they don't see the value in this. Service. It's just not the same. So you can't worry about that mind state. That's off. It says, let's go there.
So that last scripture was Matthew chapter 19 and verse 27. Just done now.
I had a comment. The profit of it is when you're working hard now, and then when you make it into the kingdom, you'll have everlasting life.
Right.
I like that. So the last precept was.
True. I mean, look. That's the simple greatest version, right? Simple greatest version, but a lot of people don't think like that. Right? That's the simplest, greatest outlook we're supposed to have. But when you get older and things become more important than the Father, right? And you slip in your mind, right? People don't think like that. They get the wicked thoughts. They put things before the Father. But remember this moment, that mind state you got to keep as you get older. That the Most High is the most valuable thing to you, right? And then you were increasing all those other things that everybody's killing themselves over, right?
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 27.
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 27.
Because we just read, it says, and what good things shall I have hereafter? You know, you weren't the first person to ask that same question. Let's look in our history and see who else asked that question. Go ahead.
Then answered Peter and said unto him, Behold, we have forsaken all.
So he said the same thing. Wait a minute. He came up to Yahushua and said, this is Peter the rock. He said, we've forsaken all. He had a career. Peter had his own business, working with his pops. So did the other disciples, working with their families. Go ahead. But he said, we've forsaken all. Not some, but all. All right, go ahead.
And follow thee. What shall we have therefore?
Because they're asking the same thing. But the difference between us and them is they actually did give up all. What haven't you let go of yet?
Yeah.
That's what you should be asking. Don't worry about what you're going to receive. You worry about, did you give up enough yet? Each year at the Passover, we always talk about it. The Most High requires more. You sacrifice. I need more sacrifice. You practice humbling yourself. I need more humility. You took low and you made yourself a base. I need you to be more base. You got to forsake all. Not just your monetary, not just your so-called career or your image or the clout that you thought you were going to have and develop. No, I need that spirit. That one thing that you don't want to let go of, your mind. I need that.
That's the sacrifice.
That is.
Because if you only do it what you want to do, then there's no sacrifice.
Wow.
There has to be a sacrifice. What don't you want to give up? Your ego, your pride, doing it your way, giving what you want to give, right? The Most High always wants increase. Go ahead.
Read on.
Verse 28. And Yahushua said unto them.
And this is done Yahweh's answer. Out of the mouth of babes. You guys got to pay attention to this. Yahushua is giving you the same answer. Go ahead.
Verily I say unto you.
I'm going to tell you the truth. Read.
That ye which have followed me.
You that have what?
Followed me.
You abandoned your mind state and you seek the development in the mind state of Yahushua. You seek what was pleasing unto the Father. You that followed him, right? Go ahead.
In the regeneration.
In the regeneration. It might not be in this life. But can you endure to the end? Because it's not for this world right now, not this kingdom, but the kingdom to come. That's the regeneration. Can you follow until that long? Like we just read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. They sojourned in a land that wasn't even theirs yet. But he said, you know what? This will be your land. Read on.
When the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory.
When I establish my kingdom on this world, on this planet, guess where you're going to be? Go ahead.
Ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones.
How many of y'all want to sit up on one of those thrones? Come? Okay, then there it is. Put in that work. Read on.
Judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And everyone that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father.
Because these be the things that a lot of you guys don't want to give up. We as men and women of the nation of Israel, we don't want to give these things up. We want to come in the truth, but still want to listen to our loud single mom who got an opinion, but can't keep a relationship. We still want to hang with pops that still likes to live like a little pimp. You know what I mean? It'd be like that. You still want to hang with your sister or your brother that still wants to what? Club, get stupid, travel. You know what I mean? Be free.
I got a lot of family members like that. They just want to travel.
Yeah.
Like, what are you traveling for? For what?
Where you going?
What you doing? Right? But no vision. Not for the Father. Their vision is to what? I just want to travel. I don't want to be bogged down.
Mm-hmm. So everyone that has what? Forsaken what? Houses or brethren, go ahead.
Or sisters, or father, or mother,
Read on.
or wife, or children.
Right. There's nothing that's tying you back. There's nothing that's keeping you from seeking the Father, from putting in this work. Go ahead.
Or lands, for my name's sake.
For whose name's sake?
My name's sake.
For Kazaki's name's sake.
My name's sake.
For the sake of Yahweh Shai. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Read on.
Shall receive 100-fold.
Shall receive what?
100-fold.
You're going to receive 100 times more than what you already have. That little pea in the wall hole that you call a home, guess what? The Most High's got mansions waiting for you. Your house is like the size of a pothole compared to what the Most High has for you. So you better act. You got to get your mind right. That was it.
Okay. All right. What verse am I at?
You are at verse 24.
Persecution. I want to get one more. Persecutions. Let's see here. Appreciate that, sis. Go to Mark 10:30. This is Thawada, sis. Mark 10 and 30. The same scripture, but here's the key, brethren. Ear this. Sorry. Go ahead, read that. Ear this, brethren. Go ahead.
Chapter 10 and verse 30. But he shall receive it 100-fold.
Right.
Now in this time.
Check this out. Now what?
Now in this time.
Go ahead.
Houses.
Right.
And brethren.
Right.
And sisters.
Read.
And mothers.
Read.
And children.
And
land. With persecution.
You like that? With what?
With persecution.
You gonna get it, but through much tribulation. For the Father. That's the difference. They do it for an incorruptible, corruptible crown. We do it for an incorruptible crown. With what?
With persecution.
Go ahead.
And in the world to come, eternal life.
And in the world to come, eternal life. So the Most High is going to bless our works here and now. Once again, how are you going to get it? By forsaking the Father or by locking into the Father? Right? Y'all got that? I'm at verse what?
24.
Verse 24. Again I say again, say not, watch this from coming out of your mouth, I have enough. I'm good. I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm good. How y'all doing? Right? Say not, I have enough and possess many things. Right? And what evil can come to me hereafter? Ooh, that's scary. That's scary. That's a scary way to think. That the Most High doesn't got no control. Give me a napkin real quick. That the Most High doesn't got no control over what is happening, or you are untouchable by the Father, right? I can do what I want, and guess what? Nothing is going to happen. You know, nothing is going to affect me. Nothing's going to harm me, right? The Most High is not mocked, y'all. It says, in the day of prosperity, there is a forgiveness of affliction. And in the day of affliction, there is no remembrance of prosperity. For it is an easy thing unto the Lord in the day of death to reward a man according to his ways. What do you got coming for you? What do we got coming for us? Right? A reward for your ways. You better make sure that whatever you're doing is wholeheartedly to the Lord. We better make sure that it's conscious to the Most High. It's like I always remind brothers, make sure your integrity is intact. Make sure you're not doing anything for selfish indulgements and desires. Right? Make sure you're treating brothers and sisters with love and compassion. Right? These are just some values that we got to live by. Right? Some. You got to make sure your integrity, while you're doing what you're doing, all that, I'm doing stuff behind the doors and nobody sees me, you're always being watched. That's what you always got to remember. The Father is always looking at you. And it doesn't matter what you're doing. You make sure you do it in the spirit of the Most High. Y'all get that? You got some?
Yeah, it was Ecclesiasticus 5:1-3. That one with the.
Oh, right. Yeah, go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5 and verse 1.
Right.
Set not thy heart upon thy good.
Right.
And say not, I have enough for my life.
Yeah, a lot of people are content with their carnal things. I got my credit score up. I finally got the house I wanted. Whew, got my car. You know what I mean? My girl, right? They're content with those things. Those things, if it ain't godliness with that, then why are you content? If it ain't the Most High above all that, you cannot be content in these things. Go ahead.
Follow not thine own mind.
Right?
And thy strength.
Yeah, that's your own mind and your own strength, your own back. Go ahead.
To walk in the ways of thy heart.
Right, that's your heart, your spirit. Go ahead.
And say not. Who shall control me for my works?
Bro, nobody control me. I'm not a servant to anybody. I like that. I like when they talk like that. It'd be scary. Step aside from that person. Why? Because when the Most High smack your butt, I don't want to be in the way. Like, you're going to mock the scriptures. Like, yeah, I ain't a servant to nobody. Well, you just disannul what the Bible says. You just know what the Spirit says. Or you trying to mock and make it seem like what our service is not sufficient. When literally the Most High in every way tells us to walk that path. That's what I mean by mocking. You're not going to mock the Father. Right? Go ahead.
For the Most High will surely revenge thy pride.
Mm-hmm.
Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me?
Right.
For the Most High is long-suffering.
Right.
He will in no wise let thee go.
It's only a matter of time. That's what the scriptures is saying. And some shall not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming. Right? Yeah. The wicked is prepared for the day of destruction. You're thinking like, well, I'm good. 10 years later, I'm still smoking weed, getting hot. What the Most High ain't got me, right? Is that how it works? The Most High will get us. There's no escape, right? Back to where I'm at. For it is easy thing unto the Lord in the day of death to reward a man according to his ways. Think about it. The affliction of an hour maketh a man forget pleasure. We were talking about hell. Have you ever been in a dang nightmare? Have you ever had a nightmare And that nightmare was what? Probably about 10 minutes. But it felt like what? I just want to get out of this dang nightmare. I want to get out of this. And now imagine living in that moment for however long the Most High desires it. That's what the Most High is showing us. Remember that. The Most High can cause affliction of an hour to be the most torment you ever had. The affliction of an hour maketh a man forget pleasure, and in the end his our deeds shall be discovered. That's why I said you got to watch. You start checking your integrity, yourself, the way you think, right? Those are the things that nobody can know. Your intentions, like why you're doing what you're doing. All the stuff in secret, you got to stop it. Because the Most High sees it. The height, the cap, right? He sees all that. That's what we're supposed to be afraid of, not man. Man can only see what's in front of you. Right? That's it. What about the ones that are faking it the whole time? Right? That are saluting. We don't know. Brothers get mad at us. Sisters get mad at us. You don't know what he is and what he does. Like, we literally are going by what he shows us. Yes, there's feds among us. We don't know. Like, yeah, a person can literally fake the whole time. A sister can come up, salute us the whole time, and be a totally different person at home. A brother can come up, salute us, talk the talk. You don't think that's being done? Like, we know that. But what do? We can always be, hey, brother, this is wrong. And then he can what? Do what the scripture says. There's a wicked man that hangeth down his head, but in his heart is full of what? Come, I'm wrong. Forgive me, my brother. Then we got to be what? Bound to the scriptures to do what? Y'all don't understand the dynamic of all this. That's the problem. You're like, but he's getting away with it. And we're like, what the hell do you want us to do? He's moving, he's doing this. We don't see it. He's saying you're lying. Right? What do we do? You got to put it in the hands of Yahweh. What is Yahweh telling us? He is not going to get away with it. She is not going to get away with it. Right? Like, we don't know what everybody's doing. Right? People fake it till they make it. And who's better at it than us? Who's better at it than the blacks and Hispanics, Native Americans? They're good at being fake. We can only do and know what we deal with among us, right? Now, there are tell signs, though. There are tell signs. You can watch me in my house, how I deal with them and my family and brothers and sisters, and you can see little glitches. Little glitches and say, okay, what's up with that brother? What's up with that sister? The character is not meeting to this standard. That's what we can do. Right? But even in that, we still got to do what? Leave it into the hands of Yahweh. Right? What did Yahweh Shai do with Judas? I always said, do you think Yahweh Shai the whole time was looking at Judas like this? When he talked, you know that brother in Rochester does that a lot. Right? When he talked, he look at the one brother, he'd be like, like, do you think Yahweh Shai was rolling around like that? No. Because Yahweh Shai ain't got time for this monkey. He let him walk his own path. That was only destroying Judas. At the end, how did Judas end up? Hung from a damn tree. And it says, it says also he went to hell. That's where, so y'all got to understand these dynamics. Like, it's not, we can only judge what we can deal with. You know what I mean? And correct what we deal with. But at the same time, are we doing like back in the ancient days? Are we bringing anybody out and stoning them? No, we can take rank. We can rebuke before all. But in essence, how about if that brother or sister takes all of that? Con. Give me that one real quick. Go there. Go to Ecclesiasticus. Was it 39 or something?
19.
Okay, I'm all wrong. See? Let's get it.
1926.
There it is. Let's go.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 19, verse 26.
Go ahead.
There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head.
So, listen, the Bible is already telling us we got people like that. You know what I mean? She's soft-spoken, but she's a damn raving wolf at home. Before you, she's like, bro, what's your problem? She seems meek and humble. Shalom. She barely opens up her mouth. Shalom. And it's like, I don't see what the brother's problem is. She seems kind and meek and humble, but she's at home, she's a damn wolf. Right? Brother seems like, we say it all the time, like, this brother barely speaks. Well, there's a problem with that then. Right? But at home, he's what? He's a thug. He's a thug ninja, right? We don't go follow you home and be like, We're hoping, like everybody else, that we all believe in this, right? When you leave here, you shalom, we don't know if you go to the damn gay club or go down the block and sell crack. Now, do I think you're doing that? No. I'm hoping to the Lord you ain't going to no gay club or going down selling crack. That don't even come into my mind, but is it possible? It's damn possible. We've been in those situations. I already told you about the story, the brother smoking weed in my house, burning incense. And I didn't find out till later. But the tell signs were why the brother's spirit was a glitch. He could never obtain. He could never really study. He could never really learn because you're doing something wicked behind brothers' backs. The Most High still checked the balance. And in the end, his spirit was perverted. Spirit's perverted. You know what I mean? That's all we can do. When this wicked man hang down his head, go ahead.
But inwardly,
right?
He is full of deceit.
See? Full of deceit, lying, deception. Go ahead.
Casting down his countenance. And making as if he heard not.
Right. You get those brothers that don't really answer questions. So, like, really don't want to commit. First of all, you answering like a fed. You don't really want to put yourself out there. Why? Because it'll start revealing what you're lying about. We get that. Nobody's dumb as hell in here. We get it, but we can't hang a brother. We don't control brothers' spirits. We got to let them, if they don't want to receive the light, let them fall into the darkness and the Father corrects them, right? Okay, go ahead.
Where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief.
You see that? It's crazy how the Bible literally, it tells you everything. It's telling you this individual's intentions. It's telling you you're gonna deal with Judas's, right? And that betraying, that deceptive mind state. Go ahead.
He will do thee a mischief before thou be aware.
Right. We want you to be aware and you're moving in secret and doing things in secret. We know this is off. It's crazy. But you got to look out for that. Right? Go ahead.
And if for want of power.
Now, you got to watch this. We keep our eye on that. That's why we look at the tell signs. Oh, bro, you can't pass it. You're not going to be a bishop. See, you can do that online. You can anoint yourself online. But when you have men looking at you and a person is holding you accountable, we're going to see right through your garbage. We're going to see right through your garbage and be able to say, hey, I don't know what it is, but there's a glitch. Something is wrong here. What are you doing? Shalom, nothing. Okay, but there's something wrong. I can see it. Your family, your house, your actions, what things you're doing. You really answering the questions the right way, right? So there is a idea where we can see, but not the whole total picture, because we're not gods. We're not, he knew his thoughts. Right? Go ahead.
And if for want of power,
right,
he be hindered from
right,
sinning,
right,
yet when he findeth...
So he'll pause and get in a position. Try to get in a position. Right? She'll pause and try to get in a position and infiltrate. Right? Get up to a certain level to be able to where they're able to commit wickedness. That's why it's our job to keep an eye. People always like, why y'all watching so much? So brothers won't do that. Sisters won't do that. And if you're like, well, what about you? Well, the Most High don't work like that. He would already destroy or brought whatever you're bringing to naught. He would have destroyed that if you're corrupt, you're doing things to that nature. I know that just on a basic level. Right? The Most High does that on a basic level. You see households never... It's like, why is this brother's household in array? Because he's doing something wicked. Except a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house will soon be overthrown. He just don't want to bear witness to what he's doing is wicked, and that's why his house is in array. Right? Those are the things, the goggles that the Father gave us to see. Go ahead.
Yet when he findeth opportunity,
right,
he will do evil.
Right. Go ahead.
A man may be known by his look.
See? So it's telling you how to know them. Go ahead.
And one that haveth understanding by his countenance.
So what's your countenance? Y'all see that? Very important to kind of understand what we're dealing with. Like, things will reveal themselves. People will reveal themselves if you think they're getting away or they're hiding or they're hid. They're not hid. None of us are hid. The Most High will reveal a person over time. You know what I mean? Whether his works be good or evil. Y'all agree with that? Yeah. All right, jump back. Let's finish this up. Anything online? Okay. All right. What verse? 27? 28. Judge none blessed before his death, for a man shall be known in his children. What is that telling us? You're like, man, the brother had it all together. Well, he trained his children. Right? Where are his kids at? Right? Judge none blessed. You're thinking like, oh yeah, they had it all together. Look at his kids. That will determine for you to see where his mind is at. Because if he's really this righteous man, righteous woman, they're going to be doing what? Teaching their kids. You can tell where their mind's at because what are they teaching their kids? Their kids ain't being taught how to direct themselves. That's their kids. If they don't give a damn about their kids, how could they give a damn about you or anything else if you don't give a damn about your kids? So you got to think about it. The Most High is giving you the focus. Like, you don't have to assume. This ain't a guessing game. It's the Spirit telling you how to judge. It's not that street judgment, right? I put the cookie in the jar and the brother ate it, and then next you know, yeah, see, brother, you ate my cookie. That shows a lot of things about you, right? The Most High is giving us the tools to judge. What's up?
I was going to say Jacob and Esau. When you look at, we just read it, Esau greeted his brother kindly, right? Showed love, affection. He wanted some of his servants to go with his brother, right? On his journey, huh? I'll deal with that later. But why was there still hatred with Esau dealing with the nation of Israel? Because Esau had children, did he not? Huh? But why did they still hate Israel? Because the father Esau didn't train his children to get rid of that hatred. He still came home. He was one way in front of his brother God, right? When we read about the death of Isaac, yeah, they buried him together. They were cordial. Everything was copacetic. But when he went home, what was he talking about? What was he teaching his kids? That's why you know Esau still has hatred towards us. Because the father didn't kill that spirit within himself. He let it fester. And then he planted that seed in his actions around his children. And so that perpetual hatred that Esau has towards Israel, boom, it's manifested.
Yeah. For a man shall be known in his children. Bring not every man into thy house. For the deceitful man have many trains. Now, let's talk about that. Bring not every man into thy house. Well, what about charity? Okay. Well, how do we apply it? How do we balance this out with the scriptures? Somebody give me some wisdom. Yeah.
The scripture says, know them that labor among you.
There you go.
So if you're going to bring someone in your house, it's someone who bought you by the word, or you have seen by the word this person has been proved. And the scripture says, when woe to a man that woe to him that it be alone when he falleth, none to bear him up. So if we are not being proved by the word of God, and those that see us, when we fall, we have none to bear us up.
Yeah, you don't got nobody to let you in the house.
You got nobody to let you in the house.
Right. So it tells you all the scriptures we go over like all the time. A brother is born for adversity. Prove a friend. Right. So all that will be done. That's the balance of this. That shows us who to let in our house or not. Right. If they're moving in a weird, right manner, if they're moving in a disorderly manner, their conduct is that not of the gospel, it's like, you gotta be like, you can't let that, no, they need to come to class a lot more. You know what I mean? Why? Bro, once again, a lot of us have been in the dirt, right? And a lot of us don't come into change. You know what I mean? Some of us been arrested for what? The wrong things. And a lot of times, brothers and sisters don't come in the truth to be sincere. I know, it sucks. You're thinking like, but everybody believes. Nah, everybody doesn't believe. I'm one of the most optimistic brothers, but brothers will look at you in the face and do some weird stuff afterwards. They preach the gospel in the seats and won't abide to the gospel. Right? Brothers that committed adultery with other brothers' wives. Why? Because brothers haven't been proven and you gave them a position. Right? Brothers, the smoking the weed behind brothers' back. Right? They're doing weird stuff on the low. Right? But I'm going to tell y'all, every one of those brothers that did that is back in the world. Why? Because they weren't repentant. It wasn't about I was wrong or off. I had a wrong mind state. It was I did it because of this, and now there's this problem with me and the truth. They manipulated the whole situation. Oh, I just don't go around. No, you don't go around because you got demons on you, and you don't want brothers to now check you. You want to keep committing the wickedness and the madness you're doing. You know what I mean? This is what happened in schools. So now you got to see why it's very important, why we really be on it, and why I put it out in the open, so y'all can say, okay, this brother ain't stupid. He's not stupid. We're not dumb. We know what is going on, and we know y'all have issues. So you can personify yourself to be an angel, but your actions have to show forth. You know what I mean? That's it. If you ain't showing those things, you can speak good all you want. You got to show actions, right? Like the apostles did, like the prophets did, right? That's what's going to show us that you're a believer. I mean, y'all get that, right? That should be a no-brainer for the ones that believe. This shouldn't even be It should be Kazakia beating the point in for you if you believe, right? Bring verse 30. Like as a partridge taken and kept in a cage, so is the heart of the proud. And like as a spy watcheth he, for they, like as a spy watcheth he, for they fall. Right? So, like as a partridge taken and kept in a cage, so is the heart of the proud. Huh?
It's basically a wild fowl.
Right, a wild fowl, right? Kept in a cage. How does this apply to a proud heart? A proud person. What?
You basically holding in all that baggage
Mm-hmm.
that you came into the truth with.
Okay, came into this. What type of individual you're dealing with, right? What?
Basically tossed to and fro.
Right.
That person is basically like tossed to and fro, and then like you said, all the baggage that they came in with the truth, they're trying to masquerade it as if it's not there because they really ain't, like you said, didn't come in to just actually change. And then now they're seeing like, okay, this is real. This is reality. Like, damn, the Father's he's working on me. But then now you seeing that, and it's plaguing that person. But then that person's not wanting to give up because their whole intention from the beginning is not to actually change. It's just whatever reason they're in here for, they're in here for that reason. And then they're tossed because they get checked.
And like as a spy, watcheth he for thy fall. So, where's this man's intentions? Where's his heart really? He has a wicked heart. He's just waiting for what? Waiting for their downfall, right? So, we know pride is the beginning of sin. Pride is the beginning one but departed from the Lord. Pride go before destruction and the Holy Spirit, right? Verse 31. For he lieth in wait and turneth good into evil. Once again, this same type of individual that what? Is looking for the opportunity to do evil. Right? This is a foul spirit. And we know it comes from pride, right? It says, and in things worthy praise will lay blame upon thee. So you're going to twist it. You're going to twist it, right? You're going to twist it and try to bring it back on the other person. Of a spark of fire, a heap of coals is kindled, and a sinful man layeth wait for blood. Of a spark of fire, a heap of coals is kindled, and a sinful man layeth wait for blood. What is a sinful person, a wicked person always looking for? Contention. Right? And then the other scripture said pride goes before pride. I'm quoting this one wrong. About it's telling you, it says that with the proud is contention. Right? You want to get in these heated arguments all the time. You said it, you broke it down so beautiful earlier. It's no reason. There's no reasoning behind these individuals. It's just I wanna be lit right now. I want to fight and I want to argue. Why? Because I want to take my anger out on somebody, punch somebody, kill somebody, destroy somebody. Yeah.
Do some evil.
Yeah. You got some?
Gamar sent me something, like a verse.
On the point?
Yeah, I guess it's just the annotated version. Of the verse.
What verse?
Like
it's a decoy, this was mine. The proud. Like spies, they observe. Right. Yeah, same thing. I like that. Remember, the revised version, which is worded a different way. But yeah, like as a decoy partridge in a cage, so is the mind of the proud. It says, and like spies, they observe your weakness. Yeah, like this proudful person is what? They waiting for your downfall. Same thing. Huh? That's exactly what it is. A fed. But you see where pride can get you? Pride can get you to where, listen, now I got to plot and plan because I don't like you. I don't like how you corrected me. I don't like what I'm being told. So my ego is now it's changing my motive. Right?
That sounds like Judas.
Yeah.
Like that's exactly what he did. He didn't like the check. He didn't like the check from Yahushua. And then he's seen, okay, well, wait, the regeneration, we ain't getting the kingdom. Oh, okay, well, you know what? You got me all the way messed up. I'm gonna change my whole motive.
When I think of Judas, I think of him sitting there the whole time, and he's looking at Yahushua like that. Like, do you hear this guy saying? Y'all don't hear this madness? Like, he's sitting there with Yahushua saying, like, y'all don't hear this? Like, this dude is really eat my body. That right there should have gave y'all a tell sign. He was a lunatic. This is what he had to be thinking about Judas. About Yahushua. That's the only way you would betray the Son of the Most High. You had to lose it and look at this individual totally wrong. And what do brothers and sisters do in the truth? It's kind of the same thing. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to ride with you. I don't get it. I'm going to sit there, but I'm going to literally, in my mind, like, nah, I'm not with that. Judas, why are you sitting there? Oh, you're waiting for a moment. You're waiting for a moment to betray. You're waiting for a moment to, like it said, to what? To catch you. Right? Oh, I got you now. Right? Argument, I got you. I got this. Bruh, go on with that. Right? That's foolery. All right, I'll read now. Let's finish this. What? 33? Take heed of a mischievous. Now we see where it's going with this character, right? Like, their intentions are not real. It's their mischievous, right? For he worketh wickedness, lest he bring upon thee a perpetual blot. Like, watch when you get it. It's like, when you see that, you got to keep distance because their intentions is to bring you into, look, I caught you. It's like, this ain't a caught. Like, we literally put everything online with the way we think and we feel. There's no caught. If you want to catch me, go rewind the video. Exactly how we feel, how we deal with situations, how we judge is on all the damn videos. Like you said the other day. Yeah, I can see this class from a year ago. You went over the same. Like, there's literally nothing. You can judge from the videos. And then if you really want to judge, come and sit with us. So there's no catching us. There's no, like, see, I need to record this. Bro, it's all on recording. We're literally telling you the way we deal with things, the way we judge, the way we deal. Y'all get that? What I'm going to say on the phone with you is what I'm going to say on live with you. Right? If you want to ask me. We'll tell you right here, live, in front of the whole studio audience. There's nothing to damn hide. Like, we're not hiding what we think and feel. We're not trying to be deceivers or deceptive. We're telling you why we think and why we move the way we move. Only ones that's hiding is ones moving like this, in secret, and being mischievous, and being deceptive. Like, what else do, like, damn, how transparent you want us to be? Tell you what size my drawers are? We are literally the most transparent you can get. Just ask. Right? But a mischievous person, take heed of a mischievous man, for he worketh wickedness. Lest he bring upon thee a perpetual blot. Receive a stranger into thine house, and he will disturb thee. Okay, so knowing them that labor among you. All right, so like, you got the brother Nas, Shaquat, China, they moved into a spot. Right? But they've been around each other for a while. But they still got worldly things. Right? The only one that I can say, man, is very on a high level of consciousness, and this is not boasting, I'm just giving credit where credit due. He's going to be the most conscious brother out of the new people and everything. To how he's moving and how he's guiding and everything. But when you don't know people, you get in these situations like we were talking about. You're going to disturb somebody, right? Being that you don't know each other. Don't mean you're mischievous or you're wicked. It just means you got to learn each other in those areas. When I eat, I wash my dish after. You know what I mean? You leaving these dishes in here, right? It's just those little things that it's just like, it's not the same thing as like, okay, this guy's mischievous. It's just we got to learn each other, right? You leave the Pampers out, it makes it stink everything up. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to be conscious of this. Let's throw those Pampers in the garbage and throw them out, right? It's things like that. When I think of the disturbing, I'm not thinking of always like this person is mischievous, right? Let's put a difference between a person that is being that way and a person that just don't know certain things, right? Receive a stranger into thine house, and he will disturb thee and turn thee out of thy own, right? Some people don't give a damn. Some people do it intentionally. There's the optimism in me. I'm like, look, they don't mean that. They just don't know. So let's tell them how to function. Yeah.
I got a verse for you that's going to help with that.
Okay, let's go.
Galatians 6 and verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
I wish everybody get there.
Galatians 6 and 7, all right? Mm-hmm.
You comment, everybody there?
Good.
Galatians 6 and verse 7. Be not deceived. Power is not mocked. For whosoever a man soweth,
For whatsoever.
a man soweth, that shall also he reap. That shall he also reap.
Now, why do you put that?
It's just, it's a key to be aware in what you should meditate on.
How does it correlate what we're talking about? Bring it in so we can understand why you put it.
Alright, so let's go back to this verse. It says, receive a stranger into thine house, and he will disturb thee, and turn thee out of thine own.
Okay.
So basically, the reason why I pulled this scripture is basically this is what you should look at. If he's sowing to the spirit, then he's going to reap the spirit. If he sows to the flesh, then you're going to see he sows to he reaps the flesh.
I got it. Come. I get it. Yes, sir. I mean, that's true, right? You know them by their fruit, right? So what is he sowing? What is he practicing? And that's what we're all doing, right? That's all we're trying to achieve and constantly sow the right things. All right, did anybody have any questions on that? I know his rib had the Esdras thing. Did you go into that and that?
Amari.
Is First Esdras 26 and 28 an example of why Sirach 11 and 9 is written?
First Esdras what?
26 and 28.
26 and 28. First Esdras 26.
It's a dash.
Huh?
It's a dash, like 26
Yeah,
dash
she used that
28.
what chapter?
Oh, yeah. They got to write that again so we can understand what chapter. I think she wrote that wrong. Maybe it can't be 26 chapter, right? There's no 26, right? You got to rewrite that. Who did that? Gamaria, your rib. She asked a question in there. Yes, sir.
I say this because I'm glad the men in the ways with strangers learning each other. That whole process of strangers learning each other. And like, I walked in today, man. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate the word that came forth, and even more so the word that sent me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I woke up this morning and I was like, I gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, now I had committed, I ain't on front. I had committed, I was like, I ain't going, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a couple of talks with somebody, man. I don't even want to call out nobody's name.
Mm-hmm.
But, I walked into the word being spoken about bearing with one another.
Mm-hmm.
And having problems and addressing them accordingly. You know, and I had this thought on how to approach something and
Mm-hmm.
Like, cause I don't think me or him, neither one of us have anything in front of us. Like we did, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a couple of things that came to, or that was brought to my attention. We had some exchange. And first of all, I want to apologize to you because I think I handled it wrong. I'm sure you meditated on a couple of things too, but I think the conversation could have went better. Like a whole lot of what we discussed today, Jacob's processing and his relationship with Laban, and then Esau comes in and all that. But I think that the mature route of doing it is just having that conversation in a mature manner. You know, so like I was just typing some things up, and then when you ended it, like strangers are learning each other. It made perfectly good sense. Like I don't really know this man. You know, we met several times. We sat in the same spaces, exchanged words, but we're different. You know, and what it boils down to is exactly what was brought up earlier: is this like-mindedness. Like we came to some, I would say, a conclusion that we ain't necessarily like-minded. We don't agree on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, I've been here for a while, and I'm a whole lot more. I would say I'm a whole lot more patient with certain processes. You know, because as was mentioned earlier, like some of us have been in different places. We've been in different spaces, and we've sadly accumulated. You know what I'm saying? Like whether that be in dirt, mud. Sometimes you know some of the worst. Been in some of the worst places and just seen some of the worst stuff, and it causes us to hesitate. You know, on a whole lot of things. You know, even I remember one time in class, you asked like, "Hey, Shaq, what's up? Like, when you going?" You know, I'm like, "Man, I'm taking my time with." You know, like I'm being patient. But what I typed up today is like I was looking to protect myself from a potential tension or problematic attitude. But then I noticed like when he mentioned, Shaquat mentioned injurious speech, like or injurious. He mentioned injurious, and I typed up injurious speech, like because it's times when we encounter each other that based on our not knowing each other and being strangers and learning one another, that we could actually fall into these spaces. So what I wanted to do was look the man in the eye, you know, and just be able to tell him like, look, I think I could have dealt with it better. You know what I'm saying? Like I think I could have dealt with the information that was brought forth better. Like not necessarily saying that I agree with everything that was said, not and still standing on not necessarily agreeing with the approach, but I still had to say that. You know, and I really appreciate the word that came forth, and like I said, the word that lives in me, because if I rebelled against what I knew was true, I would have just stuck with what I said. I'm like, I ain't going on.
Right.
But I was like, nah, I gotta go. And as soon as I came in, it was like, oh man, like that's perfect. Like, cause it's like it put me in a position where I could actually confront it. And that you know, that term confrontational has this misconception where, you know, people think that confrontational means that you're negative. But it just means that you're responsible enough to confront things. Like you're confrontational in the sense of you can confront these things and deal with them accordingly, and you can be mature enough to move forward. So it gave me that opportunity to actually confront. Like
Right.
that. So I wanted to make sure that I was able to say that before. What I did was I honored the man's request. Like there were certain things that he suggested, like being that you know, that like-mindedness, that whole disagreement there. And he's like, well, if you come in and, you know, at least do this or be respectful on this. I'm like, all right, cool, I'll do that. So I sat here, quiet, listened, and definitely displayed some patience and some discipline. And I wanted to make sure that I said that before we walked up out there.
Yeah. I love Israel. I love you, brother. biblically, we went over it today. You always need someone to hold you accountable. You stepped into a space where one thing you're going to know is that we're going to give you love. That love comes with the push. We always talk about it, pushing a little bit, edging you a little bit. And you got to think about it, Shab. We're trying to get to your mind that you can't sit amongst people you don't agree with. There's no way. Why? Biblically, you know the Bible says, can two walk together, at least they be agreed. It's always going to be a different perspective, a different outlook. You know what I mean? And the Most High doesn't want that. The Most High don't want us. Think about it. Does any of us go to the Christian church or go sit in Muslim classes? No, we just don't agree with that. I don't give a damn how much black power, black unity is going on there. I'm not going to go sit in with the Muslims because the whole basis of the doctrine is based on Allah, the worshiping of Allah, the worshiping of this ideal. Muhammad's the prophet. I don't believe it. You see what? So we can't. Yes, I can go pass a flyer out to the brothers and we can talk about that, but I'm moving on, right? Because they gotta submit to the gospel. You gotta figure out what you need to do to agree. You know what I mean? Because we're moving in this way. You know what I mean? You gotta understand what is being said and understand why it's being said and kind of break that apart. Not from your mind, because your mind is complicated. Your mind is complicated and you're gonna overcomplicate things. You got to go back into the book and go to the basics, the simplicity, and ask. Because in your mind, the stubbornness is going to come because you have your way. This ain't about your way or my way. This ain't about that. It's about what can be proven. It's about what is the scriptures, what is the knowledge. That's what we stand on. Or else you're never going to be in the same mind. It's always going to be, I hear what you're saying, but I'm not with that. Can two walk together, at least they be agreed? How are we going to get you to say amen if you're not with that? You see what I'm saying? So we don't get in those spaces. We don't put ourselves in those situations that, you know what I mean, that is now going to breed contention and disagreement. The Bible tells us that. You agree with that part, right?
Part of the reason why I took the approach that I took.
Right.
It's first of all to make sure that don't happen.
Right.
I don't ever want to be in a space where or in any space, because I ran into a couple of brothers. I ran into Ariel. I ran into a couple of brothers since then.
Yeah.
Before I had the conversation, I ran into it, but I'm sure they didn't sense any level of tension.
No. And did you as well, right?
Yeah. I wanted to make sure that I didn't have that with this particular person. It was because I probably seen everybody.
Right.
At the time, but I didn't see him because he was out.
Yeah.
He was actually out of town. He had made that clear last time we contacted him.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, okay, cool. So when I seen him, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And I knew as soon as I heard that, or I got that nudge this morning, go over there. I was like, I went.
Good.
I come and I promise, man, the word couldn't have been better.
Right. Beautiful.
So I really wanted to make sure that didn't exist.
Okay.
You know
gotcha.
what I'm saying? I don't want anybody to think that, I got a problem about something something we think we're both studying.
Okay.
We're both grown. It's not that Shaft is just this rebel, Shaft is just this resistant.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're both studying.
Mm-hmm.
We could meet there at one point, at some point. That's fine. But right now it's I'm studying that too. Hey, I got this information. All right, cool, share it with me. It's never been a time where I'm like, man, I'll share that with me. I ain't got no time for that.
Right.
Hey, send it to me. Because I'm a study.
Right.
It ain't I'm gonna spend some time with it. If you send it to me, I'm gonna spend some time with it.
Well, we're hoping. we're hoping at the same time, you know, that we're going to answer the questions too. Because that's the only way we get on the same mind. Is that, like, you got to just think about it. The Paul, Peter, all these brothers dealing with each other, they had to be on the same theme, or else the glitch will cause commotion.
Yeah, you see how it was mentioned earlier with the, I think sometimes, like, Brett, like, I promise, and we talked about this before, it's just culture.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think we know how to communicate with each other.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes, like, we're not as direct as we should be. Like, because we're looking to, I understand being, careful, you know what I'm saying, with each other, because you don't want to offend somebody. But I'm that person. It's like, hey, just say it. You know what I'm saying? Like, just go straight.
But even in what you're saying, if like, let's just go back. If he's careful and he says it, but he's careful enough to be calm and be respectful, but another person doesn't even know how to receive what they're saying, what is being said, it's not going to even be perceived whether careful or not. It's going to be, I don't like what you said. You might not have cursed, you might not have said F, you might not have said, call me names, but I just don't like what you said. And that itself can be perceived as you're attacking. Yeah, you see that? So the thing is that this is what we're talking about. The brothers, everybody, you know them that labor among you. Like, you, unless you're around, you're not going to understand. Like, I understand the way he talked. I don't use the word, you're offending me, right? Because I understand the way he talks. You see what I'm saying? So that what you're saying is communication and how to communicate. You're never going to know that unless we're around and understand. Like, I know how he talks. Right? We know how he talks. So I can't mix up the way he delivers it or the tone he's in. I know his character. So I'm going to be able to say, okay, yeah, he delivered it this way, but I know what he means.
See, that's the reason, and that's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the reason why I can speak to him in a way that I can admit to my part in it.
Right.
Because I do know his character. Just like
Right.
I know my character.
Right.
I think if I would have seen him in the mall, we wouldn't have an issue. Like, because I think we know, like, it's a lot of small details that nobody else is ever gonna know, but me and him, because we had a conversation. But I do know that he knows my character, and I know his character enough that it wouldn't have went, like to some street stuff and some crazy stuff like that. But I still knew that I had a responsibility, because he had asked me, like, hey, so what's up, brother? So what are you coming for?
Right.
Like that type of question.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I'd be like, man, I just want to meet with the brothers, bro. Like, I want to honor Sabbath. I want to meet with the brothers. I want to grow with the brothers. You know what I'm saying? So I have a responsibility as well. Like, because I know I said something that was offensive.
Mm-hmm.
I know I did, because he acknowledged it when I said it. So that's my thing. It's just my responsibility to my brother is to make it clear that, look, I heard your complaint and I considered it. Not only did I consider it, now I'm acknowledging it.
Right.
So now we can move forward. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree.
That's my responsibility.
That's how
me taking account.
That's how we supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly.
All of us.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're trying to teach and deal with brothers and sisters. But we gotta push. We gotta make sure brothers are accountable, right? We hold ourselves accountable. We're constantly on top of each other for the same thing. So, I'm sure he accepts and all that. It's all love. Yeah. All right. Did you have anything else?
No, man. I just
okay.
I just wanted to say that before y'all close out.
Got you. Okay. Anything online? Did we get the Esdras correct?
Yes.
Oh,
It's 1 Esdras chapter 1 and verse 26 through 28.
1 Esdras 1, 26 to 28. Go ahead.
1 Esdras chapter 1 verse 26.
Yeah.
But the king of Egypt sent to him, saying, What have I to do with thee, O king of Judea?
Right.
I am not sent out from the Lord God against thee. For For my war is upon Euphrates, and now the Most High is with me. Yea, Yahweh is with me, hastening me forward. Depart from me, and be not against the Lord.
All right.
Howbeit Josiah did not turn back his chariot from him, but undertook to fight with him. Now regarding the words of the prophet Jeremy, spoken by the mouth of the Lord.
Which Egypt knew. Egypt knew that. They knew it was their time to reign. Okay, so let's see where the question is. Now, she's saying what?
Her question was,
Does it go with Ecclesiasticus what?
It is an example of why Sirach 11 and 9 is written.
11 and 9.
Strive not with the matter that concerneth thee not, and sit not.
Josiah should have not strove in this matter. Is that applicable? Yeah, it is applicable, right? He should have just fell back and understood that, listen, this is not a battle I can win. If Jeremiah, I get it. First of all, heathen's telling you what? What did the Most High say? Right? So that's checking you right there. But he knew what Jeremiah said, so that's when he was supposed to fall back and say, you know what? The Most High's not with this. Is his time to rule? Let me fall back. Right? So I get how you're using that, and it's not wrong. It's not wrong. All right? Was that it?
Yes.
Yeah, so it goes. All right, anything else? Because I got to use it. I'm sorry, y'all. I've been trying to get out of the seat, but got to do the work. All right, if that's it, I macho wa panya hakodam. Rise and face the east. Oh, no, I'm good.
I got it, bro. I've been holding this. I'm sorry.
Huh? No. Go ahead.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh, please listen to us. Now, right now, send Michael and the righteous angel to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushua, come quickly, for indeed is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua, Hawa'ah, Nutalanahu, Ha-Tarabah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua, Hawa'ah, Nutalanahu, Awar, Lara'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the light to see.
Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua, Hawa'ah, Nutalanahu, Ha'ayo, Korah, La Korah, La Korah, Ha'ay, La Korah, Ha'ay. Excuse me.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua, Hawa'ah, Nutalanahu, Shaman, Zayah,
Mama Shah. Yasharala.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, if you want to get anointed after class, you can. All right? This is Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to sing praise unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Jehovah, hast made me glad through thy word. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A foolish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Jehovah, art most high forevermore. For the Lord, thine enemies, O Lord, for the Lord, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my Lord shall thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. But, mine eye also shall see my desires on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahushua, those that be planted in the house of the Lord, shall flourish in the course of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to share the Lord's upright. He is my rock, and there is no righteousness in him. Amen. This is Psalms 133 in the Hebrew, and then he's going to translate it in English. Shayar, Hamalawah, Ladawah, Hana, Ma, Tawah, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Dom, Yeshad, Kashaman, Hatawah, Ayel, Hariash, Yerad, Ayel, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharon, Shayarad, Alpuya, Madawatawa, Kator, Karawan, Shayarad, Ayel, Hariah, Tazarawan, Kaya, Shum, Tazawah, Yahweh, Ak, Habaraka, Chayayam, Haywalam.
Psalm 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon their head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessings, even for life evermore. Amen.
Amen.
Ba'asam Yahushua. The one from Yah. Amen. Circle up.
Call it. Y'all even time? Turn to face sisters. Y'all even time? Dismiss.
That's the end of Sabbath. You say every